The man known to history as Wilhelm Keitel was born on the 22nd of September 1882 at the Keitel family estate in Helmscherode near Gandersheim in the lower Harz Mountains of north-central Germany. His father was Karl Keitel, who, despite being a middle-class landowner in possession of a 650-acre estate at Helmscherode, struggled to make ends meet due to the poor soil quality and difficulty in managing his large tract of land. Wilhelm's mother, Apollonia Fissering, came from an old established family of tenant farmers in the Harz mountain region. Wilhelm would barely know her, however, as she died in childbirth while bringing his younger brother Bodewin into the world when Wilhelm was just 6 years old. The Keitel family had acquired their lands at Helmscherode in 1871. It was a significant date. This was the same year that the 30 or so small and medium-sized states which ruled Germany were united together into a German empire under the leadership of the most powerful German state, Prussia. This momentous event in Europe's political history was the work of the Prussian statesman Otto von Bismarck, following a series of wars against Austria, Denmark, and France. The unification of Germany into a state which included much of what is now western and northern Poland created a behemoth in Central Europe, one which upset the balance of power across the continent. With its territorial, military, political, and economic power, the new German Empire was a state which could challenge Europe's foremost power, Great Britain, and so it would. As Wilhelm was growing up in the 1880s and 1890s, Europe was dividing into two camps, one led by Germany, allied with the Empire of Austria-Hungary, and the other between France and Russia. Britain remained aloof for the time being, but it was the beginning of a long, slow drift towards a cataclysmic continental war. Wilhelm's early years did not involve much politics at all. The Keitels' interests were largely limited to agriculture, horses, and hunting. What happened in Berlin largely only impacted them when it affected protective tariffs on agricultural activity. For his education, Wilhelm had a private tutor. He only proved an average student, although his teacher deemed him to be bright all the same. Later, he narrowly graduated from the Göttingen Gymnasium, something which concerned him little, as he believed his future lay with the family pursuits and that he would take over part of the Keitel farm in later years. Something changed in his late teenage years, however, and Wilhelm set his mind on a military career instead. This was perhaps a sign of the times, as Europe's armies were increasing in size and nations sought to swallow up what parts of the world outside of Europe were not occupied by them already. Wilhelm's decision to join the Prussian military, which still maintained a distinct identity within the German Empire, was perhaps doubly surprising, for the one constant of the Keitel family's politics was its dislike of Prussian dominance of the federal German Empire, a background which would set him apart from many of his fellow officers in the German army in years to come. In 1901, Wilhelm joined the 46th Prussian Field Artillery Regiment near Brunswick, not far from home. Because of his middle-class background, he was quickly made a junior officer, and he soon proved himself by his intelligence and efficiency. He was serving as a second lieutenant, and his superiors had noted his disposition for making good organizational and tactical decisions, a vital trait in an effective commander. As a result, he was promoted again to a staff captain in the late 1900s, when he was still just in his mid-20s. He also married at this time. In 1909, he was wedded to Lisa Fontaine, the daughter of an affluent farmer whose lands were not far from Hanover in northern Germany. The union was something of a meeting of opposites. Lisa was cultured, well-read, and fond of music. Wilhelm was a much more dour character, of whom long-term acquaintances noted that he had probably never read a book that didn't concern military tactics or the history of warfare. They welcomed their first child, a girl they named Nonna, in 1911, followed by several more, including 3 boys, Karl-Heinz, Ernst, and Hans-Georg, who would all follow their father into the German military. Wilhelm's life, like that of millions of other Europeans, altered dramatically in the 1910s. Between 1910 and 1914, a series of regional crises had arisen across the continent and in parts of Africa such as Morocco, each of which had threatened to turn the long-simmering tensions between Europe's powers into a full-blown war. By this time, Britain had thrown in its lot with France and Russia, and the battle lines were fairly clearly drawn, with these countries on one side and the combined forces of Germany and Austria-Hungary on the other. The Balkans in particular had proved a volatile area following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire's control in the region. The new states that emerged vied with each other, with Austria-Hungary and with Russia, for control of the territory. Two small-scale wars occurred here in the early 1910s, but what really ignited tensions was the murder of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, on the streets of Sarajevo on the 28th of June 1914 by a Serb nationalist. A regional conflict developed in the weeks that followed between Austria-Hungary, Serbia and Russia, and this escalated by late July to include Germany, France and Britain. With negotiations failing, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia on the 28th of July 1914, following which Europe's powers each declared war on each other. By the 4th of August, Germany and Austria-Hungary were at war with Britain, France and Russia. With the commencement of the First World War in the months that followed, Keitel was deployed with the 46th Artillery to Flanders in Belgium, which Germany had invaded in order to provide a route into northeastern France. Most of the fighting on the Western Front between the Germans and the French and British would take place in this region of France over the next 4 years, in a large strip of land between Paris and the Belgian border. Keitel, though, did not see much action at the beginning. Not long after he arrived on the Western Front, he was injured in his right arm in a shrapnel explosion in September 1914. However, he soon recovered, and when he did, he was appointed to the General Staff of the German military. His superiors had been told about his exceptional organizational abilities and brought Keitel into the central planning on the Western Front. His promotion was also based on his background in the artillery. As the war became a largely static conflict between armies dug into underground trenches in northeastern France, artillery became the primary mode of striking the enemy through intense barrages before a forward movement from the trenches. It is unsurprising, then, to learn that many of those who were promoted within the German military during the First World War came from the artillery regiments. Artillery or any other weapon could not win the war for Germany, though its military was more effective than that of Britain, France or Russia throughout the course of the war. The problem was a purely mathematical and logistical one. Germany had fewer soldiers to fall back on and was completely outnumbered once the United States joined the war on Britain and France's side in 1917. Moreover, the German economy was falling drastically short on core goods which it needed to sustain the war effort. Unrest, both within the armed forces and amongst the civilian population back home in Germany, eventually brought the war to an end before the Germans were fully defeated on the battlefield. After a series of uprisings in Germany in early November 1918, the Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated, bringing the German Empire to an end. 2 days later, an armistice was signed, signaling the end of the First World War. The peace agreements in the 2 years that followed, notably the Treaty of Versailles, effectively stripped Germany of much of its territory to create a newly independent Poland, and imposed huge war reparations on the country. Most significantly for Keitel, the German Republic was required to demobilize most of its armed forces and keep its army at a size which would ensure it posed no further threat to Britain and France in years to come. Hundreds of thousands of German soldiers and officers who would have wished to remain in the military were demobilized in 1919 and 1920, creating a huge number of disillusioned young and middle-aged German men who began joining paramilitary organizations in Germany in the early 1920s. Their resentments at Germany's post-war position and their own roles within it would be fostered by other embittered individuals, with terrible consequences for Germany and Europe in the long run. Keitel was not amongst them. In the closing stages of the war, he had received successive promotions to become the first General Staff Officer of a reserve infantry division and then the same commanding position of one of the Marine Corps stationed in Flanders. There he made the acquaintance of some of the most senior commanders in the German military, and as a result, he was included amongst the 100,000 individuals that the new German government was allowed to keep as part of its professional army under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. Thus, after briefly considering retiring back to the family estate at Helmscherode, Keitel joined the scaled-back army of the new Weimar Republic, so named for the town of Weimar, where its assembly had first convened. The terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which related to German demobilization and disarmament, were extremely restrictive. For instance, the new limited German military force named the Reichswehr, meaning Reich Defense, was not permitted to possess the tanks that had been developed during the First World War, nor was it allowed to have an air force. Artillery was allowed, but only with ordnance which was capable of firing small 10.5 caliber shells. Moreover, the troops' numbers were, as noted, limited to 100,000 men, while the General Staff, the officer corps which had run the war for Germany, were prohibited. Consequently, Keitel and many other officers in the Reichswehr were charged throughout the early 1920s by the new Chief of Staff, General Hans von Seeckt, with finding ways around these regulations. Former members of the General Staff, such as Keitel, were, for instance, simply reclassed as officers of a new Truppenamt, or troop office. Keitel would serve as a colonel and branch chief within the Truppenamt until 1933. Throughout this time, von Seeckt had commanders like Keitel arrange their units in such a way that for every one man officially recorded as a soldier in the Reichswehr, there were two others who were unofficially trained and could be quickly mobilized if needed. As a result, the Reichswehr throughout the 1920s generally had 3 times more men than was allowed under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. While Keitel and his fellow officers were trying to push the limits of the Treaty of Versailles as far as they could during the 1920s, the wider politics of Germany was going through many changes. In the early 1920s, there had been huge discontent amongst large sections of the population at how the war ended, and particularly, as noted earlier, amongst young and middle-aged men who had been in the military. Many of these joined the paramilitary units such as the Freikorps or Freikorps following the war, and veteran clubs such as the Stahlhelms. In time, many of these individuals began drifting towards extremist political parties. One of these, based out of Munich in Bavaria, was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party for short. By 1923, they were largely led by an Austrian demagogue by the name of Adolf Hitler, who had fought and been wounded in the war. In early November 1923, they even attempted a regional coup or putsch in Munich. It collapsed within hours, and Hitler was subsequently arrested, tried, and sentenced to several years in prison. But the very fact that it was attempted was a sign of simmering resentments amongst subsections of the German population at the post-war settlement. The mid-1920s brought greater stability to Germany's politics. The country was beginning to reap the fruits of the post-war economic boom, which led to the period becoming known as the Roaring Twenties. Jazz was heard in every city's music halls. People often saw their first silent films at a picture theater, and German Expressionism, with its thriving heart in Berlin, became the foremost cultural movement in the world during the 1920s. But this would not last. In the autumn of 1929, the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City took enormous losses as the world's economy cooled dramatically after years of growth. A Great Depression followed, and Germany's economy was hit particularly badly. Unemployment lines increased in size, and soon people began to run out of money. The wealthier in society soon had their life savings eviscerated by rampant inflation. As this occurred, the centrist parties which had controlled the Weimar Republic throughout the 1920s soon lost ground to more extreme groups. On the left, the communists had increasing support, while the Nazis were the primary beneficiary on the right. In the Reichstag elections in the summer of 1932, they won 37% of the vote, taking 230 seats in the 608-seat parliament. The centrist elements within government remained determined to exclude them from power, but how long could that last? During these years, Keitel was continuing to serve in a wide variety of roles within the German armed forces. A notable assignment came in 1931 when he was sent to Moscow. The German government had established an arrangement with the government of Joseph Stalin in the Communist Soviet Union during the 1920s, whereby the officers of the Red Army were advised by the German officers who remained in the Reichswehr, largely deemed to be the best tactical commanders in the world. In return, the Red Army allowed the Germans to train soldiers in Russia, so they would not be officially listed as forming part of the sanctioned 100,000-strong Reichswehr back in Germany. During his secondment here in 1931, Keitel was impressed by the extent of the Soviet Empire and the size of the Red Army. It was probably at this time that his belief that Germany should never go to war was developed. But this period also brought some health problems. Keitel, who was nearing his 50th year, ignored an inflamed vein in his leg while in Russia, and it deteriorated so much over the months that followed that it developed into severe thrombosis. As a result, in December 1932, he and his wife traveled to a spa at High Tatra in Czechoslovakia for rest and recuperation, a stint which extended into early 1933. It was while Keitel was away from Germany on this period of leave that he learned of a rapid shift in the German political situation. After a failed minority government headed by Franz von Papen as Chancellor and a new election just months after the earlier one in the summer of 1932, the deadlock had still not been broken in Berlin. Therefore, in January 1933, a coalition of individuals, including von Papen and the heads of the German business community, had convinced the German president Paul von Hindenburg to appoint Hitler as German Chancellor in a coalition government of other centrist and right-leaning parties. The centrists believed they could control Hitler, and by bringing him into the government, they would also be able to stop any further rise of the left-leaning parties such as the communists. They were immensely wrong in this judgment. Within weeks, a new election was called in which the Nazis used intimidation to increase their vote share and number of seats. Then, a fire at the Reichstag was blamed on communist subversives and used to argue the necessity of passing an enabling act which allowed the Nazis to rule by decree. The passage of the act on the 23rd of March 1933 spelt the end of the Weimar Republic and the inception of Nazi Germany. Keitel was not an individual one would automatically have earmarked for promotion within this new dispensation. Politically, he favored von Papen and was wary of the Nazis. Nevertheless, they were now in charge of the German state, within the army of which Keitel was a commander. However, the Nazis did not immediately gain full control over the military. Rather, they began rearming, but allowed the German officer class to maintain a degree of independence throughout much of the 1930s. A change of personnel did occur at the very top, with General Werner von Blomberg, the chief of the Truppenamt, now promoted to become the Minister of Defense within the new regime and effectively placed in charge of Germany's armed forces. Von Blomberg and Keitel were old acquaintances, having first served together in the First World War. Accordingly, despite his own reservations about the Nazis, Keitel was soon promoted. On the 1st of October 1933, he was made a Major General and infantry leader stationed at the city of Potsdam, while a year later he was entrusted with overseeing the formation of a new infantry division based out of Bremen in northern Germany, as part of the Nazis' immediate drive to exceed the quotas and restrictions imposed on the German army under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. A major concern of Keitel's at this point, and one that was shared by many other senior officers within the German armed forces in 1933 and 1934, was that the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party, the Sturmabteilung or SA, headed by Ernst Röhm, would try to effectively take over the German army or supersede it. By 1934, the SA had grown to 2 million men, and if it was merged with the German armed forces, old career officers like Keitel would be dwarfed by the SA commanders. However, Hitler had other ideas. Fearing Röhm's growing power himself, on the 30th of June 1934, a series of attacks known as the Night of the Long Knives commenced, whereby the SA leadership was deconstructed, Rome was killed, and the SA was largely neutralized as a threat to either Hitler or the German armed forces. Thereafter, its numbers reduced by 40% during the 1930s, and it lost ground politically as a paramilitary group to Heinrich Himmler's SS. The official German army was further strengthened with an announcement on the 16th of March 1935 that it was to rearm, not by exceeding the official 100,000-man cap, but by conscripting soldiers who would be trained, but not employed as career soldiers. It was a technical way of getting around the restrictions, one which mirrored some of the methods employed in the 1920s. In the meantime, Keitel's own personal views on Hitler and the Nazis had shifted. This was not simply owing to the decisive manner in which the Nazi leader had clipped the wings of the SA in 1934, but also to Keitel's first personal meeting with the German Chancellor. Keitel met Hitler at a conference of Nazi leaders and army officers at Bad Reichenhall late in 1933, where they had a brief conversation. Fleeting as it was, this minor meeting seems to have left quite an impression on Keitel. There is no clear way of explaining this. Many other senior members of the Nazi regime recorded a similar enthrallment upon their first encounter with the Nazi leader, but there is often little way of knowing whether this was the actual case or whether individuals such as Keitel used it later as a means of deflecting from their actions between 1933 and 1945. Whatever the explanation for it was, thereafter Keitel became a committed adherent of the Nazi cause. In 1935, a major change occurred in the management of the German armed forces which had considerable implications for the remainder of Keitel's life. On the 21st of May that year, the Reichswehr, the armed force which had been created in the aftermath of the First World War, was rebranded and reorganized into the Wehrmacht, meaning the defense force. Its name was misleading, for this marks a significant moment in Germany's military expansion towards an aggressive war. When Hitler announced its creation, he touted that it would have 36 divisions, a number which would have exceeded the 100,000 cap imposed under Versailles by fivefold at least. Then, in December, General Ludwig Beck added 48 tank battalions to the prescribed build-up, and these measures, combined with Hermann Göring's establishment of a German air force called the Luftwaffe from the spring of 1935, made it clear that Germany was now rearming in contravention of the Treaty of Versailles. Moreover, as the organizational body which would have central oversight of the armed land forces or Heer, the Air Force, the tank battalions, and the Navy or Kriegsmarine, the Wehrmacht would be the central organization involved in overseeing Germany's rearmament in the coming years, a process which Hitler initially wanted completed in a decade and then scaled back to as little as 4 years. The new Wehrmacht was headed by General von Blomberg, whose ministerial title was also now changed from Minister of Defense to Minister of War. However, the organizational running of the Wehrmacht would be placed in another individual's hands. The man von Blomberg recommended to Hitler was Wilhelm Keitel. The proposal was seconded by General Werner von Fritsch, the commander-in-chief of the German land forces. But Keitel was initially unhappy. While this was certainly a promotion, it would be a return to a desk job in Berlin as an administrator, whereas he had enjoyed his time in charge of infantry divisions at Potsdam and Bremen. Despite these reservations, and at the urging of his wife, Lisa, who wished to return to Berlin, he accepted the position and was appointed as chief of the Wehrmacht, junior only to von Blomberg within it and effectively in charge of the day-to-day running of the body which had overall oversight of all branches of the German military. In tandem, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant general on New Year's Day 1936, shortly after taking up the new position in Berlin. Keitel's task was an arduous one. When he assumed office in October 1935, his predecessor as the most senior bureaucrat of the German military, Major General Walter von Reichenau, had met him wearing his tennis gear and handed him a dossier of what he said were the most vital documents he would need. Then von Reichenau went to play tennis, and Keitel was left in charge of administering a rapidly expanding Wehrmacht. Yet the chief problem he faced was not the paperwork itself, but the conflicting jurisdictions of individuals within the various organizations which the Wehrmacht oversaw. For instance, as head of the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring was theoretically Keitel's junior, to whom Keitel could issue directives, but Göring was simultaneously the deputy leader of Germany as Hitler's second-in-command. As a result, it was difficult for Keitel to issue him with commands, and impossible for him to impose them if Göring decided he did not want to comply. Similar overlapping jurisdictions made his job difficult, notably with General von Fritsch, who believed that the German land forces should run their own affairs without any operational oversight. This problem was compounded by Hitler's unwillingness to intervene, as he was convinced that competition between his ministers and generals was an effective way of avoiding anyone becoming too powerful. Despite these limitations, the German armed forces continued to grow at pace in the course of 1936 and 1937. By 1938, the 36 divisions which Hitler had proclaimed would be recruited and trained in 1935 had become a reality, and the land forces of the Nazi state had risen to 600,000 men from the cap of 100,000 a few years earlier. Hundreds of German panzer tanks were being produced, and the Luftwaffe had grown to over 1,000 operational aircraft, consisting of a mixture of bombers and fighters, while the Kriegsmarine was constructing new U-boat submarines and had begun construction in 1936 of two enormous battleships intended to be the largest military boats afloat in the world, the Bismarck and the Tirpitz. Keitel was the man at the top of all this activity. From his office in Berlin, he oversaw staff members who ensured resources were directed to the shipyards and airfields to construct ships and planes, while the Wehrmacht's central offices were also charged with overseeing details regarding bullets and artillery ordnance. Effectively, Keitel was the logistician who oversaw the nuts and bolts of German rearmament between 1935 and 1939 in the run-up to the Second World War. A major development impacted Keitel early in 1938. For all that Hitler and the Nazis controlled the German state, the military had always maintained a level of independence, with von Blomberg and von Fritsch willing to push back on commands from the Nazi leadership. As the impending war neared, Hitler wished to remove these two. A perfect opportunity presented itself in early 1938. On the 12th of January that year, von Blomberg, whose wife had passed away some years earlier, remarried to Erna Grün. Within days, the Berlin police had obtained information that Grün possessed a long criminal record and had once posed for pornographic photographs, as well as being arrested on charges of prostitution years earlier. This was deemed unacceptable for a minister and the commander of the Wehrmacht, and von Blomberg was asked to annul the marriage by Hitler. Von Blomberg refused and instead resigned on the 27th of January. These events inspired Göring and Himmler to concoct allegations of homosexuality, which was illegal in Nazi Germany, against von Fritsch, who was an unmarried bachelor. Following this, von Fritsch was also removed as head of the German land forces in early February, completing the removal of the two figures Hitler had become to view as impediments to a more aggressive German military buildup. The Blomberg-Fritsch affair led to a shaking up of the command structure of the German military. Keitel had played a central role in bringing to light the revelations about von Blomberg's new wife, and he was increasingly in favor with Hitler. He had already begun to earn the reputation of a biddable yes-man, which would come to define him in subsequent years. Therefore, it was he who was chosen to succeed von Blomberg in the aftermath of the affair. Hitler took over direct control of the Wehrmacht himself in anticipation of the impending war, but Keitel remained as head of the organizational wing and succeeded von Blomberg as war minister in all but name. He was not given a ministerial rank, but was appointed to the government cabinet as de facto war minister. Hitler is deemed to have wanted Keitel for the job because he was advised that he was an efficient bureaucrat who would not seek to prevent Hitler from calling the shots with regards to the Wehrmacht. For his part, Keitel was also made a colonel general shortly afterwards and was awarded the Nazi Golden Party Badge, a distinction usually awarded to individuals who had been party members back in the mid-1920s, when Hitler and his followers were little more than a small collection of disaffected misfits living in Bavaria. All of this was occurring as the drift to war was accelerating. The rearmament of Germany had been followed by the remilitarization of the Rhineland in March 1936, but thereafter German aggression had been rather limited. It quickly accelerated early in 1938 as pressure was applied on Austria internally to build support for a union with Germany. The Austrian government had faced pressure from Austrian Nazis operating from just over the border in southern Germany since 1933. But by early 1938, the pressure for unification was so strong that a referendum was declared on the matter. Hitler preempted the result by moving German troops into Austria before the vote was held, and it passed overwhelmingly thereafter, following which Austria was subsumed into a Greater Germany in March 1938. Thereafter, pressure was building for Germany to be allowed to annex the Sudetenland in western Czechoslovakia, which had a large ethnically German population. Britain and France caved to these demands in the autumn of 1938, but this did not stop Hitler from effectively annexing the remainder of Czechoslovakia anyway in the spring of 1939. This was the final act of appeasement, and it was now being made clear to Berlin that if the Nazis moved against Poland, as they proposed, there would be a war. As all of this was occurring, Keitel was overloaded with work. Hitler was a hard taskmaster, doubly so when he determined that Keitel would always make himself available at any hour of the day. It was not uncommon for the chief bureaucrat of the Wehrmacht to receive phone calls at home at night from Hitler about various operational matters. Moreover, as chief of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht or OKW and the de facto Minister of War, Keitel was also expected to appear at many social events in Berlin, which further stripped him of his time. All of this was compounded by a lack of strategic planning about the expansion of the army from early 1938 onwards. For instance, when the German land forces moved into Austria in the spring of that year, Keitel was somewhat horrified to discover there had been no prior strategy for how all of this would be organized through his office. He was simply expected to make it up as events unfolded. This process repeated itself many times in the years that followed, but Keitel never complained. He remained timidly loyal to the Chancellor and had become known as La Keitel, a play on lackey and Keitel. It was all a thankless challenge for him, and quite revealingly, there is no evidence of anybody ever trying to displace Keitel or coveting his office as chief of the OKW. The first steps that would lead to Keitel being implicated in war crimes were also beginning at this time. It seems to have taken the head of the Wehrmacht aback when, in the lead-up to the intervention in Czechoslovakia in March 1939, Hitler mused that if the Czechs were to kill the German ambassador in Prague, it would provide a good justification for intervention in the country. The import of the statement was clear. Hitler was considering having Germany's own ambassador to Czechoslovakia killed as an excuse for intervening in the country. Events like this and many others would later form the basis for charges that Keitel had been directly involved in fomenting war in Europe. Yet there were other more glaring developments. The Nazis had always been rabidly anti-Semitic and, shortly after coming to power, had introduced the Nuremberg Laws, pieces of legislation that effectively disenfranchised Germany's Jewish people. Now, on the night of the 9th of November 1938, pogroms occurred all across Germany as gangs of Nazis and other Germans attacked thousands of German Jews and their businesses, murdering many, injuring many more, and doing untold amounts of damage to Jewish synagogues and property. It's difficult to tell what Keitel made of all of this in 1938, but years later he would become complicit in the Nazi state's anti-Semitism when it took an ever more sinister turn. The war, which had been brewing for nearly 2 years, finally came in September 1939. For months, Germany had been making noise on the international stage about its supposed rights to parts of Western Poland, in the same way it had with Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938. This time, Britain and France were clear that there would be no concessions. However, they were caught unawares when, in late August 1939, news broke of a major diplomatic agreement between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Fascism and communism were ideologically opposed, and yet a non-aggression pact had been worked out with secret clauses allowing for Berlin and Moscow to effectively carve up the lands between their nations in Eastern Europe between them. Russia would take much of the Baltic states and some of Poland, while Germany would take the bulk of Poland. A few days later, a false flag operation was conducted on the German-Polish border to make it seem that the Poles had been the aggressor. There probably was no need for this latter act, as nobody was fooled. When Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, in retaliation for this concocted act of hostility, both Britain and France responded by declaring war on Germany 2 days later. The Second World War had commenced. 2 days prior to the invasion of Poland, Keitel was appointed by Hitler to the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Reich. This was a 6-man committee which has been viewed by some as a species of war cabinet. In addition to Keitel, it consisted of Hermann Göring, who chaired the council and was head of both the Luftwaffe and the war economy, Rudolf Hess, the deputy Führer to Hitler in the Nazi Party, Wilhelm Frick, the Minister of the Interior, Walter Funk, the Minister for Economic Affairs, and Hans Lammer, the chief of the Reich Chancellery, who would act as Hitler's representative on the council. Within this was a smaller subcommittee consisting of Göring, Keitel, and Frick, which could issue decrees. There has been widespread debate as to how much authority the Council of Ministers for the Defense of the Reich actually had. It certainly could and did oversee many matters relating to the production of war material and other logistical issues, but it would be untrue to claim that it had any major decision-making role in the strategic planning of the war. Once the Second World War broke out, Hitler was in charge of it, and the decisions were made by him and whichever generals, ministers, and officials he chose to consult with at a given time. Initially, the war went exceptionally well for Germany. Poland was conquered in a matter of weeks in September 1939. Then, after a winter of consolidation, in the spring of 1940, Denmark and Norway were occupied in 2 targeted campaigns, placing Germany in a strong position in the North Atlantic. With this done, in early May 1940, the German armed forces steamrolled through the Low Countries for the second time in 26 years to invade France. A campaign spearheaded by the German panzer tank divisions quickly captured Paris and pushed the British Expeditionary Force to the north coast around Dunkirk, from where they just managed to pull off a daring naval retreat to Britain. Even with this limited success, Britain stood alone by the end of June 1940 against Germany in Western Europe, and Nazi flags were flying over capital cities from Paris to Warsaw. Keitel oversaw the armistice negotiations with the French that summer, which resulted in the creation of a puppet state that governed southern France for the duration of the war. All of these conquests seem to have deeply impressed Keitel, who was now rumored to have proclaimed that Hitler was the greatest general of all time. That assertion would be tested and proved profoundly wrong in the years that followed. Keitel was rewarded by Hitler in the aftermath of the conquest of Western Europe. He was promoted to the rank of Field Marshal on the 19th of July 1940. At the same time, he was provided with an endowment of 100,000 Reichsmarks, a huge sum which he seems to have been embarrassed by. He deposited the money in a bank account and never went near it, claiming that one was typically not made a field marshal after years of filling out paperwork at a desk. But there were also some changes which seemed to undermine his position in the summer of 1940. It was at this time that Dr. Fritz Todt was placed in charge of a new Ministry of War Production, with responsibility for manufacturing war material and armaments. This was a core remit of Keitel's office and could have been viewed as a snub to the office of the OKW, but from a practical perspective made sense in terms of the ever-growing mountain of responsibilities which Keitel had foisted upon him. In the summer of 1940, Keitel was also drafted into planning for a proposed German invasion of Russia. The Nazis had long viewed the Bolshevik communists of the Soviet Union as their ideological enemies, and the treaty they had agreed to in 1939 was nothing more than a temporary marriage of convenience between the two nations. Thus, a conference was held on the 31st of July 1940, just weeks after the conclusion of hostilities in Western Europe, where Hitler consulted with Germany's senior military commanders about how an invasion of Russia could be launched and what the probability of success would be. Keitel was included along with others such as Alfred Jodl, Keitel's close associate in the OKW, and Erich Raeder, the head of the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine. At the meeting, they generally protested, arguing that German military capacity could not match Russia's at full strength, and that any proposed invasion should certainly wait until Britain had been conquered or brought to accept terms. Despite their reservations, they were commanded to report back to Hitler on the logistics involved. The report that was produced pointed towards difficulties that Germany would face in continuing to obtain supplies of vital war materials, such as rubber, once they declared war on the Soviet Union. Despite his general reservations about the feasibility of a German invasion of Russia, Keitel had these sections omitted from the report, claiming that Hitler would not want such negativity obstructing him. In the end, the invasion went ahead. In the summer of 1941, Germany initiated the largest land invasion ever undertaken in military history, sending hundreds of thousands of men into eastern Poland and the Ukraine towards Russia. As in Western Europe the previous year, Operation Barbarossa, as it had been codenamed, initially went very well. Through the August of 1941, the German front lines surged ever further northeastwards towards the two major targets of Leningrad and Moscow. The Soviet leader Joseph Stalin considered negotiating peace terms which would surrender huge tracts of land in Poland and Ukraine to Germany, but eventually determined not to. It was a wise decision in the long run. As winter set in, the German advance stalled before taking the two major Russian cities. Then, as it got ever colder, the Germans realized they had inadequate clothing for the harsh Russian winter. Keitel was centrally involved in the logistical work needed to remedy this situation in the weeks that followed. But in the end, it was not the cold but sheer manpower that would prove decisive. As 1941 turned into 1942, the Germans failed to end the conflict, and as ever more Russians were drafted into the Red Army and their war economy went into overdrive, the tide began to turn. When a final push by the Germans to take the southern city of Stalingrad failed the following autumn, the movement of soldiers switched direction, and slowly, from early 1943, the Russians began pushing the Germans back towards Berlin. Throughout these years, Keitel continued to act as the chief of the OKW, overseeing much of the logistical and organizational work of the Wehrmacht with his staff in Berlin. He was also regularly dispatched to capitals such as Budapest, Bucharest, and Helsinki to handle Germany's negotiations with its smaller military allies in Europe, such as Hungary, Romania, and Finland. By this time, he was increasingly unhappy with his position, remarking in his private notes that he wished to be relieved of his duties. Indeed, he had tried to resign on at least 3 occasions before the end of the war, but Hitler had refused to allow him to do so, despite the ever-growing frequency of their arguments. This interpersonal conflict was a regular feature of life for the senior German generals between 1941 and 1944. Ensconced in his Wolf's Lair, his base on the Eastern Front in Poland, Hitler was becoming an irrational, bitter individual, plagued by numerous serious physical ailments and a growing addiction to a combination of hard drugs, including amphetamine, cocaine, and morphine. This was the individual that Keitel had to engage with throughout the remainder of the Second World War. Yet we should have little sympathy for him, for Keitel was also profoundly complicit in the ever-growing litany of war crimes and atrocities being committed by the Nazi regime. He had been fully aware, as early as the invasion of Poland in the autumn of 1939, of the actions of the Einsatzgruppen, effectively SS death squads, that were sent into areas after the initial advance to carry out the mass murder of groups who were deemed enemies of the Nazi state. In 1941, he would have known that their actions had escalated to such atrocities as the massacre at Babi Yar, where 33,771 Jewish victims were murdered in the space of 2 days. Other targets were Soviet prisoners of war, Romani people, or those with disabilities. And it wasn't simply that Keitel was aware of these activities, he was actively involved in them. In May 1941, he was a signatory to the order entitled Guidelines for the Conduct of the Troops in Russia, which designated Bolshevik civilians and Jewish people in Eastern Europe as groups whom ruthless measures could be used against. In September, Keitel issued a follow-up directive to ensure that these guidelines were being fully implemented, and in correspondence from these years, he seemed to exhibit a personal anti-Semitism beyond simply reflecting Nazi ideology. Just months later, Keitel was the central figure in the passage of the Night and Fog Decree in December 1941. This was executed through the office of the OKW, and Keitel was the main individual who communicated Hitler's directive. The decree stipulated that suspected political dissidents in occupied territories throughout Europe, such as France, Poland, and Austria, could be detained and transported to Germany. They could then be interred there and questioned according to military practice. The motive for this was to allow the deportation of individuals of certain nationalities, including from regions in France, the Low Countries, and elsewhere, where the Nazis were still trying to disguise what was being carried out in broad daylight in Eastern Europe. In practice, the Night and Fog Decree led to tens of thousands of political prisoners being detained across Central and Eastern Europe. Here, Europe's Jews and other groups such as the Romani people were being murdered by the Nazis by late 1941. In issuing the Night and Fog Decree in 1941, and an extension of it known as the Terror and Sabotage Decree in 1944, Keitel actively facilitated the work of the camps and increased the number of deaths that the regime was responsible for substantially. This drive to slaughter as many of the supposed enemies of the Nazi state as possible was taking place even as the war effort moved from military reversals on the Eastern Front in 1942 to a more fatal state. By early 1943, it was not simply the case that the Russians had begun to push the Germans back towards Poland and the Ukraine. The German Expeditionary Force in North Africa, which had been sent there to aid Germany's ally Italy, was also defeated that spring by the British and their new allies, the United States, who had entered the war in the closing weeks of 1941. Victory in North Africa was followed by the invasion of Sicily in Italy in the summer of 1943 by the Western Allies. Then, when the Italian government removed its fascist leader Benito Mussolini and attempted to negotiate peace terms with the Allies, Hitler committed further resources into establishing a breakaway Italian government in the north of Italy, headed by Mussolini, but which was effectively a German puppet state. And in the summer of 1944, the British, Americans, Canadians, and other Allied forces opened a Western Front in northern France. The conquest of France, which followed, was only slightly slower than the rapidity with which Germany had occupied it in 1941. And as the Russians moved west throughout Poland and the Ukraine, the situation was dire. By the opening weeks of 1945, the Russians were moving into eastern Germany as the Western Allies headed into the Rhineland. The result of the war was inevitable now, but it remained to be seen how the final chapter would play out. The worsening military situation did produce some limited resistance within Germany. Noteworthy in this respect was a plot which was hatched in the summer of 1944 by a group of German military commanders led by Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg. This aimed to kill Hitler using a briefcase bomb left next to him during a meeting at the Wolf's Lair on the 20th of July 1944. The bomb detonated and injured nearly all of the 24 people in the room after Stauffenberg had left, but Hitler was not killed, as the conference table absorbed much of the blast before it struck him. Keitel was instrumental in the hours that followed in communicating with base commanders in Berlin and elsewhere to prevent Stauffenberg from initiating the second part of the plan to launch a coup in Berlin and then attempt to negotiate with the Allies. The plot was quickly suppressed as a result. Thereafter, Keitel sat on the military court, which was responsible for questioning hundreds of military officers in an effort to determine who had been involved with Stauffenberg. In the end, over 7,000 people were arrested and approximately 5,000 were executed, many of them after being tortured in order to determine how deep the plot ran within the military and civilian administration. The failure of the 20th of July plot ensured that Berlin would have to endure a bloody siege by the Allies. Hitler had no intention of surrendering, and all efforts to implore him to consider negotiations by other individuals were deemed borderline treasonous. Instead, old men and teenage boys were armed with guns to try to slow the Russian advance into Berlin, as Hitler spent his last days in the bunker of the Reichschancellery in the center of the city. The Battle of Berlin itself, once the Russians had encircled the city and cut off supply routes, commenced in mid-April 1945. The city was shelled relentlessly, and it was defended by anything but an effective army. But still, the Germans held out for over 2 weeks. Keitel bizarrely called for counterattacks during this period to push the Russians back, a tactical impossibility by this time. By the last days of April, it was clear that the end was near. In the end, Hitler committed suicide in the Reichschancellery bunker on the 30th of April 1945. The following day, his designated successor, the Reich Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels, did likewise. Berlin's garrison surrendered on the 2nd, and fighting in the capital of the Reich, which was meant to last 1,000 years, came to an end. It now just remained for the peace to be agreed. In the dying days of the Reich, many senior members of the regime and the military had begun leaving Berlin and headed toward northern Germany and the Danish border. The Allies had not occupied this part of Germany yet, due to the view of the British, Americans, and other Western allies that it was not strategically significant enough to warrant diverting forces northwards during their eastwards drive to Berlin. Thus, a government of sorts was established at the town of Flensburg near the German-Danish border at the beginning of May, after Hitler's and Goebbels' suicides in Berlin. This was headed by Karl Dönitz, the head of the Kriegsmarine, who briefly became President of Germany following Hitler's suicide. The Flensburg government had little purpose other than to officially bring the war to an end. Originally Keitel's close associate in the office of the OKW, Colonel General Alfred Jodl, signed the surrender of the German armed forces in the city of Reims in France on the 7th of May 1945. But after Joseph Stalin indicated his unwillingness to accept a German surrender to the Western Allies in France, when his country had borne the heaviest toll of the war, Keitel was sent to Berlin, where he signed the final instrument of surrender on the 8th of May, which became known as Victory in Europe Day. Perhaps the men at Flensburg, who had overseen the Nazi regime's reign of terror across Europe since 1939, wondered what would happen to them now. We know from accounts of the time and memoirs that some believed the Western Allies and the Soviet Union would quickly come to blows, and that Germany would be quickly rehabilitated once this next war began. Some were even deluded enough to believe that National Socialism in some form would survive in Germany. They were soon disabused of this notion. Keitel was one of the first to be arrested on the 13th of May, just 5 days after signing the surrender in Berlin on the orders of US military police. He was quickly moved to the Palace Hotel in Mondorf-les-Bains in Luxembourg, where he was soon joined by many of the other senior surviving members of the Nazi regime and the German military, notably Hermann Göring, the Reich Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop, the leader of the general government which had ruled occupied Poland Hans Frank, and Arthur Seyss-Inquart, the SS commander who had governed the occupied Netherlands during the war. Here, these individuals were held captive in what was codenamed Camp Ashcan, until such time as the Allies were ready for them to stand trial. Keitel, Göring, Frank, Seyss-Inquart, and others such as the German Armaments Minister Albert Speer and Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the senior surviving member of the SS, went on trial in late 1945 in what was the most significant war crimes trial in the aftermath of the Second World War. As chief bureaucrat and organizer of the German armed forces and the de facto Minister for War between 1938 and 1945, it was undoubted that Keitel was going to be tried with these senior ministers. They were charged with a multiplicity of crimes, the most pivotal being fomenting war in Europe, committing war crimes and being cognizant of and involved in the creation and administering of the concentration camp system. These individuals stood trial for nearly an entire year at the city of Nuremberg between late 1945 and the autumn of 1946. It was difficult to find a German lawyer who would represent Keitel, who had chosen to plead not guilty. His defense throughout the proceedings was that, as a military officer, he was following the commands of his immediate superior, Hitler, throughout the war, a defense which the tribunal rejected on the basis that the crimes being committed in the concentration camps and elsewhere, which Keitel was aware of and complicit in, was so egregious that no command structure warranted obeying them. It was also explicitly noted that he had signed and overseen implementation of the Night and Fog Decree when he was sentenced. He was thus convicted and condemned to death. Keitel requested to be executed by firing squad, as a German military officer would typically be. This request was declined, however, on the basis that his actions were criminal, not military. Thus, he was to be hanged on the 16th of October 1946, just days after the trial concluded, along with others like Frank and Kaltenbrunner, who had been condemned to death. Goering committed suicide in his cell the night beforehand, and as a result, Keitel was the second executed after the foreign minister Joachim von Ribbentrop. The method used by the American executioners was a standard drop method whereby the prisoner would have a noose fitted around their neck and would then be dropped through a trap door. However, Keitel's execution was botched, and when he fell through the trap door, his face cracked against the edge of it, breaking his nose. Moreover, the American executioner John C. Woods had miscalculated the amount of rope needed for some of the prisoners, and, as a result, several of those who were executed that day did not die quickly from having their necks broken, but were strangled to death. In Keitel's case, it was 24 minutes before his convulsions stopped fully. In later executions carried out after subsequent trials at Nuremberg, the method was changed so that there was no repeat of these botched executions. Once the executions ended on the 16th of October, Keitel and Goering's bodies and the bodies of the other 9 were cremated in Munich, and their ashes were scattered in the river Isar in southern Bavaria. Wilhelm Keitel is a difficult individual to assess as one of the most senior-ranking members of the Nazi regime. On the one hand, he appears to have been a powerful individual who was wholly complicit in the very many crimes committed by Nazi Germany. During the mid-1930s, he was responsible for overseeing the bureaucracy involved in German rearmament, while between 1938 and 1945, he was effectively the Minister for War and the head of the Wehrmacht, answerable only to Hitler. But at the same time, there is little escaping the feeling that Keitel was often a powerless functionary, an individual who handled mountains of paperwork and was deemed a lackey. This certainly was the opinion of many of the higher-ranking members of the regime and army, who often didn't bother to salute Keitel, their supposed superior. But however much these qualifications might suggest that Keitel was simply a military officer following commands blindly, he still had his own mind, however weak it might have been, and he was deeply involved on a personal level in facilitating the actions of the Einsatzgruppen on the Eastern Front and initiating the Night and Fog Decree. Given all this, the judgment of the Nuremberg Tribunal was surely correct, that no matter how much Keitel may have protested that he was simply following orders as a military officer, it was his duty as a human being to refuse to follow those orders. For that reason, he was a war criminal, just as surely as the others that he stood trial with at Nuremberg. What do you think of Wilhelm Keitel? Was he a mere sycophant and mindless bureaucrat, or should he be viewed as an influential figure within the Nazi regime? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Hans Frank was born on the 23rd of May 1900 in the town of Karlsruhe, near the River Rhine in West Germany. His father was Karl Frank, who was a lawyer and a Protestant, and his mother Magdalena was conversely a Roman Catholic. She was the daughter of a prosperous banker, and the marriage was one between two upper-middle-class professional families. Magdalena and Karl eventually had 3 children, of whom Hans was the second. He also had an elder brother called Karl Jr. and a younger sister named Elisabeth. When Hans was just an infant, the family relocated from the province of Baden-Württemberg, in which Karlsruhe was located, to the Bavaria region of southern Germany. There they lived in the provincial capital of Munich. It was a move that would have considerable significance for Frank's life, as he became intimately associated with the extremist politics of Munich in his early adult years. In his youth, he attended the Maximilian Gymnasium in Munich, a German grammar school. However, his home life was troubled. Hans's father, Karl, despite the veneer of professional success which he displayed, was something of a misfit, and he soon developed a poor reputation for his abilities as a lawyer in Munich, as well as corrupt activity. Eventually, many years later, he was even struck off the legal register in Bavaria after being found guilty of embezzlement. To compound matters, he was a serial womanizer, and eventually Magdalena Frank left her husband and entered a relationship with a German professor who lived in Prague. Consequently, Hans spent much of his teenage years being shuttled back and forth between Munich and Prague. Perhaps unsurprisingly, given this peculiar background for the 1910s, Hans grew into an insecure young man. Frank grew up at a time when Europe was already in a state of tension, unrest which would soon boil over into war and shape the continent's history for decades to come. For centuries, Germany had not been a single state, but rather a collection of hundreds of small states, some large, some very small. A gradual process of absorption of the smaller states into the large ones was completed in 1871, when a new, unified German empire was formed. This massively destabilized the balance of power in Europe, creating a new state in the center of the continent which was stronger than any of its neighbors. Thus, in the decades that followed, Europe's powers began organizing themselves into 2 armed alliances, one centering on Germany and Austria-Hungary, and the other consisting of Britain, France, and Russia. Other forces such as colonial rivalry and regional nationalism combined to ensure that a regional crisis that occurred in the Balkans in the summer of 1914 ballooned into a continent-wide conflict, which soon became the First World War. In this, Germany had much the better of the fighting, but its resource base eventually proved insufficient once the United States entered the war on Britain and France's side. Thus, in November 1918, Germany surrendered. Political chaos would follow for several years as a new German republic was established. These events would eventually impact on the entire trajectory of Frank's life. Hans was drafted for military service in June 1918 when he finished at the Gymnasium in Munich and when he had just turned 18 years of age. He was perhaps eager to fight, as his brother Karl, who was 8 years his senior, had been killed in the war. But Hans never saw action himself before the war came to a conclusion the following November. As a result, Frank moved on quickly to begin studying law in Munich, a city which was riven by political debates and divisions in the aftermath of the war. The country as a whole was divided in the early days of its new republic between right-wing conservatives who pined for the empire which Germany had now lost, and those who wished to see a socialist or even a communist state developed. An insurrection even occurred in Berlin in January 1919 amongst revolutionaries who wanted to attempt something similar to the communist revolution which had been attempted with great success in Russia in 1917. As these twin forces emerged in the aftermath of the war, the nascent German Republic became an extremely turbulent place politically. In the late 1910s and early 1920s, much of this focused on hundreds of thousands of German men who had been demobilized in the aftermath of the war. The Versailles Treaty, which brought the war between Germany and Britain, France, and their allies to a conclusion in 1919, stipulated that the German army could only consist of a maximum of 100,000 men going forward. As a result, many Germans began entering paramilitary groups in 1919 and 1920, which were being used by the German government to try to suppress political unrest by the socialists and other groups. Frank soon joined the most significant of these groups, the Freikorps or Free Corps, which in the course of the spring and early summer of 1919 was responsible for crushing a short-lived communist republic based out of Munich. Frank also joined the German Workers' Party, a new party which had emerged with the goal of re-strengthening Germany's military power in the aftermath of the war around this time. Finally, in 1919, he became a member of the Türle Gesellschaft, an anti-Semitic right-wing extremist group which attempted to blame Germany's recent woes on the country's Jewish population. It was an ominous sign of the anti-Semitism which Frank would display in later years. Meanwhile, his legal studies continued in ways that would also influence the subsequent course of his life. Out of this chaotic, radical politics of the late 1910s and early 1920s, a new party emerged in Bavaria in the spring of 1920, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party for short, was a right-wing group whose earliest members generally came from the earlier German Workers' Party and the Freikorps, two groups of which Frank had been a member. Despite this, he did not join the Nazis immediately, though he did attend many speeches given by Adolf Hitler, a prominent member of the party who became its leader in 1921. Frank also began representing the Nazis in many lawsuits they quickly faced owing to their extremist and often violent activity in Munich and Bavaria. This earned him no little criticism within legal circles, and on at least one occasion in the early 1920s, Frank was reprimanded by a fellow lawyer in a Munich courtroom for continuing to act as a legal counsel for a party that was seen as dangerous to the social order. Despite this, he became embedded in the Nazi Party, eventually joining them and their paramilitary wing, the Stormtroopers, or SA for short, in October 1923. Consequently, just weeks later, he was involved in an abortive coup which the Nazis attempted in Munich on the 8th of November 1923, when they took over the beer hall in central Munich. It was quickly suppressed within 24 hours. Following the abortive coup, Frank spent some time in Austria laying low and continuing his studies in Vienna before returning to Germany in 1924. There he finished his legal studies at the University of Kiel later that year and sat the state examinations in 1926. It was around this time that the Nazis began rejuvenating their party. Hitler was released from prison early in December 1924, and in the spring of 1925, he convinced the Bavarian authorities to lift a ban on the party which had been imposed following the putsch. As it did, a new strategy was adopted to begin trying to acquire power throughout Germany through the electoral process, rather than by the violent measures used in 1923. Yet the Nazis continued to engage in certain aggressive behavior, and the SA remained as a paramilitary wing of the organization. As a result, there were continuing legal challenges constantly facing Hitler and many other members of the party. Frank began representing senior party members in many of these cases, such that by 1927 he was effectively Hitler's personal lawyer. He would represent him approximately 150 times in court, and by the late 1920s he was firmly established as the leading legal representative for all of those who formed the leadership of the party during these early days of its electoral progress. Frank was becoming established as the most senior lawyer representing the Nazi Party at a time when the Nazis were set to become the leading power in German politics. After years of excellent economic growth in Europe and the Americas during the 1920s, the world economy came to a shuddering halt in the autumn of 1929, as the stock market on Wall Street in New York City experienced major losses. An economic recession ensued, and that was quickly followed by the Great Depression, as economies all over the world stagnated. Some countries which had underlying debts, weak banks, and other economic problems were particularly badly hit. Germany was amongst these. As a result, in the course of the early 1930s, millions of Germans began to lose their jobs as businesses and the service sector which supplied them closed their doors. Then, huge inflation kicked in, leading most people to lose their life savings. And as anger and resentment about all of this grew, the more extremist political parties gained increasing support. The Nazis were chief amongst them. Although they had previously been able to garner little more than 2% of the vote in an average national election, in the Reichstag elections of September 1930, they won 18% and became the second largest party in Germany. Thus, Frank was now the legal representative for a party which might plausibly enter government in the not-too-distant future. In 1930, Frank was called upon by Hitler to investigate a particularly delicate matter. Rumors had begun to circulate amongst some of the party leader's enemies that he was of partly Jewish descent. This was a toxic accusation for the leader of a party which was in no small way based around blaming the Jewish people for all of the woes of Germany's recent past. In an effort to clear up the matter, Hitler tasked Frank with acquiring legally definitive proof that he was in no way possessed of Jewish blood. Frank duly set about this and reported back in Hitler's favor, asserting that the rumors were without foundation. But curiously enough, many years later, Frank claimed that he had actually concluded at the time that there was a possibility that Hitler had some Jewish blood. The Nazi Party leader's grandmother, a woman called Maria Anna Schicklgruber, had never married, but had given birth to a child out of wedlock when she was 42 years of age. That child was Hitler's father, Alois Hitler. The identity of Alois's father had been and still remains a mystery, but Frank claimed his investigations in the early 1930s could not rule out the possibility that Alois's mother had fallen pregnant through a relationship with Leopold Frankenberger, a member of the Jewish Frankenberger family for whom she had worked for a time as a cook. The Frankenberger family, Frank claimed, had subsequently paid for Alois's upbringing. Frank's claims have, though, been dismissed by many historians who have found no record of a Leopold Frankenberger and have assumed Frank was mistaken in his claims or deliberately concocted them. Nevertheless, it is interesting to speculate what Frank might have concluded from his investigations as he represented the Nazi leader in many legal suits which were pending in the early 1930s as his personal lawyer. Although Hitler was facing ever-growing numbers of legal suits for which Frank acted as his legal representative during the early 1930s, the contrary reality to these legal issues was that the Nazi leader was closer than ever to gaining power in Germany. Though elections were not held for almost 2 years after those of September 1930, the party had continued to gain more and more members and support as the German economy showed no signs of recovery and teetered on the brink of collapse. When new Reichstag elections were finally held in the summer of 1932, the party doubled its vote to 37%, and claimed 230 seats in the 608-seat parliament. Still, the centrist parties refused to countenance Hitler being made German Chancellor, and a government of technocrats was cobbled together. However, when it could not relieve the crisis and fresh elections in November failed to break the political impasse, an agreement was finally reached in January 1933, whereby Hitler would become German Chancellor and the Nazis would acquire several ministerial briefs. It was a fateful decision. Within weeks, a political emergency was concocted in order to pass through an enabling act in March 1933, which allowed Hitler and the Nazis to effectively rule by decree. The Weimar Republic was dead, and the Nazis were now in control of Germany. With the ascent to power of Hitler, Frank found himself being rewarded for his loyalty. Back in 1928, he had established the National Socialist German Jurists Association, with himself as its first leader, and in 1930 he had won a seat in the Reichstag representing Leibniz. Thus, when positions were being handed out in the spring of 1933, Frank was an obvious candidate to be given the position of Minister of Justice for Bavaria, the Nazi heartland within Germany, while he was also appointed as a minister without portfolio in the new government. Finally, in the summer of 1933, he was made a Reichsleiter or Reichsleader. This was the second highest rank within the regime, next to Hitler himself. There were 16 Reichsleiters appointed in 1933, and Frank was now afforded this status along with individuals such as the head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, the Minister for Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's deputy leader, Rudolf Hess, and Ernst Röhm, the head of the SA, or stormtroopers. In the months that followed, he also established the Academy for German Law and became its first president, and was named one of the 3 senior judges of the Supreme Party Court. Thus, by early 1934, Frank had emerged as the most significant legal figure within the Nazi regime. While Frank was acting as the face of legal institutions such as the Academy for German Law and the Supreme Party Court in the mid-1930s, the Nazis themselves were transgressing their own international legal commitments. The terms of the Treaty of Versailles still restricted Germany's right in law to rearm beyond the nominal army of 100,000 men, which they were allowed to retain following the end of the First World War. The Weimar government had itself pushed these limits as far as possible, training tens of thousands more individuals than were officially recorded. But the Nazis went much further. Beginning in the spring of 1935, the regime made known its intention to begin vastly exceeding the 100,000-man quota by recruiting and training upwards of 400,000 men. At the same time, it was announced that a new German air force called the Luftwaffe would be set up, a violation of the restriction which prohibited Germany from having any such air force. Then, a year later, in the spring of 1936, German forces moved into the Rhineland region of Western Germany, which had been demilitarized as part of the terms of Versailles. All of this was ominous, but Germany's remilitarization would soon be eclipsed as it began making claims on the territories of its neighbors in Central Europe. His newfound position of power would not last long. Frank did actually have scruples early on when it came to the Nazis ignoring legal norms. Thus, in 1934, he began complaining about extrajudicial killings of political prisoners and others, which were being carried out at the Dachau concentration camp near Munich. The region fell within his area of oversight as Minister of Justice for Bavaria. More significantly, Frank was opposed to the series of purges of the leadership of the SA, which were carried out between the 30th of June and the 2nd of July 1934. These were designed to curb the growing power of the SA's commander Ernst Röhm, who was viewed as a growing threat to Hitler as the SA's numbers surpassed 2 million stormtroopers. The Night of the Long Knives saw Röhm and many other political enemies across Germany murdered by the Nazi regime. Frank had made his opposition known, and this, combined with Hitler's natural antipathy towards the legal profession, saw Frank sidelined. In December 1934, he resigned his position as Minister of Justice for Bavaria and, while he retained some of his other positions, including that of Reichsleiter and Minister without portfolio, his influence over the regime dried up from late 1934 onwards. Frank would spend the next several years in a political wilderness. Frank's fortunes improved little as the months and then the years passed by in the mid to late 1930s, even as his legal writings became more and more concerned with fashioning the law around Nazi ideology, and in particular its anti-Semitism. War would change that. Beginning in early 1938, the regime took a more confrontational stance towards the powers of Europe. In March of that year, an aggressive move against Austria succeeded in having the country vote to amalgamate with Berlin into a Greater Germany. No sooner was this completed than Hitler began pressing German claims to the German-speaking parts of Western Czechoslovakia, known as the Sudetenland. Britain and France capitulated to this demand at a conference in Munich in September 1938, but this only briefly allayed German aggression, and the rest of Czechoslovakia was effectively forcibly annexed in March 1939. The city of Memel was taken from Lithuania just days later. This was the last act of aggression Britain and France were willing to countenance, so when Hitler very quickly began pressing claims on Poland, the Allies made it clear that any further land grab would result in war. The Nazis were not dissuaded, and on the 1st of September, they invaded Poland. 2 days later, Britain and France followed through on their threat and declared war on Germany in the first acts of what would soon be transformed into the Second World War. Frank would become intimately connected with Poland for the remainder of his life in ways that have made him one of the most notorious members of the Nazi regime. Having become used to being in the political wilderness since the mid-1930s, he was surprisingly selected at the beginning of the invasion of Poland to act as the chief of administration to Gerd von Rundstedt, one of the most senior field marshals of the German army in Poland. The Polish campaign went very quickly, as Germany's eastern neighbor was unable to stand up to the onslaught of the Nazi forces, and given the geography involved, Britain and France could offer very little by way of practical aid. As a result, the country had been defeated militarily within weeks, and this was the moment at which the even more surprising decision was taken to appoint Frank as the first governor of what was christened as the General Government of Poland, a region comprising about 1/3 of the Polish Republic. The choice was peculiar. Frank was not a military man who had some obvious qualification to serve as governor of an occupied region. Neither had he ever shown any special interest in Polish affairs in a way which would suggest him as a man to administer the occupied country. Indeed, he did not even speak or understand Polish. By any standard, it was an unusual decision. The country or administrative region which Frank was to oversee did not comprise the entire territory of what had been, until recently, the Second Polish Republic. Rather, Poland was split into 3 separate parts by an agreement known as the Annexation Decree on the administration of the occupied Polish territories, which was issued by Hitler on the 8th of October 1939. The western part of Poland was annexed directly into the German Third Reich. The eastern sector of Poland was then annexed directly by the Soviet Union. This was in keeping with an agreement the Nazis had reached with the Soviet Union just days before the invasion of Poland. Through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Germany and Russia had agreed to divide up Eastern Europe between them. Russia would receive 1/3 of Poland under these terms, and had invaded this section of the country shortly after Germany's initial invasion. That left approximately 1/3 of the country which was not directly annexed into either the German Third Reich or the Soviet Union. It was this region in central and southern Poland, and extending into what is now western Ukraine, which would be formed into the general government for the occupied Polish region, and which Frank was made Governor-General of in October 1939. He would serve in that position for the duration of the Second World War. The area ruled by the general government had a population of approximately 11.4 million people when it was established in the late autumn of 1939. It also included Poland's most significant cities, notably Warsaw, Kraków, and Lublin, as well as Lviv in what is now western Ukraine. Frank was the most senior figure within the administration as Governor-General, but there were others with whom he had to contend and who would play a significant role in future events. A state secretary was appointed as a sort of deputy governor. Initially, Arthur Seyss-Inquart was appointed to this role, but he was moved westwards to Amsterdam following the Nazi invasion of Western Europe in the summer of 1940. Thus, Josef Böhler was made state secretary in 1940 and would hold the position for the remainder of the war. Böhler was an old ally of Frank's who had worked in his office in Berlin prior to the war. However, Frank had no ally in the other senior figure within the administration. This was Friedrich Wilhelm Kröger, the higher SS and police leader of the general government. As head of the state police services in the general government, Krüger was able to claim seniority over Frank in several spheres of activity, and the pair would clash on many issues during the early 1940s. We might also ask what the purpose of the general government was. Why had Hitler chosen to directly annex part of Poland into the Third Reich, but establish an occupied territory out of another section of it? The answer, as with so much else to do with the Nazis, had a racial basis to it. As the parts of western and northwestern Poland that were annexed into the Reich had a significant ethnically German population and had formed parts of Prussia from the late 18th century, these were viewed as racially pure. However, the area of the general government was populated overwhelmingly by Poles, with the Ukrainian majority in the far east of the administrative zone. As such, the plan for the region was to impose a radical and brutal policy of Germanization. Many Poles, and in particular Polish Jews, of which there were over 1.5 million within the general government's borders, would be mass murdered or deported to create Lebensraum, or living space for the German colonists. Over a period of 10 to 15 years, 4 to 5 million German colonists would then be brought into the region. Those Poles and Ukrainians who remained would be expected to work as a new serf class for the new colonial Germans, who would be their overlords. This was the warped experiment in social engineering that Frank was charged with implementing the first stages of as Governor-General. Because of this peculiar situation, whereby the general government was to be treated as a military colony in preparation, the region Frank administered remained heavily militarized throughout his tenure as governor. In the first months of the occupation, as Frank's regime carried out a ruthless suppression of the Polish political and intellectual class, 500,000 German soldiers remained stationed in the region. This number dropped slightly in 1940 as Germany's war effort shifted elsewhere, but in general there was always a standing garrison of approximately 400,000 German military personnel in the general government, with an average of about 70,000 police and security services personnel also operating here. To put this in perspective, this amounted to approximately 1 German military personnel for every 20 Polish citizens. Moreover, this number ratio actually grew smaller still as the number of people killed or deported by the Nazis spiraled into the millions in the course of the war. Thus, the general government under Frank might best be described as a kind of giant open-air prison where over 11 million Poles were guarded by over 500,000 Germans. Frank's approach to the people he was appointed to govern was brutal. Shortly before he took up his position, he declared that after the occupation of Poland, quote, "Only one thing counts, the use of the land by ruthless exploitation, taking away all stocks important to the German war economy, demanding manpower for the benefit of employment in the Reich, reducing the entire Polish economy to a level where only the barest essentials remain for the poorest, and the closing down of all educational institutions, in particular the technical and high schools, in order to prevent the rise of a new generation of Polish intellectuals." This was reflected in his attitudes towards groups such as the Roman Catholic Church, a powerful institution within Poland. Frank ensured that the Church could not become a focus for resistance to the occupation, and closed down churches systematically. Hundreds of priests were murdered every year during the early 1940s, and approximately 3,000 clergy were killed in all during his time as governor. More broadly, he viewed anything that might allow an independent Polish culture to flourish as dangerous, and Poles under the occupation were not allowed radio sets or even to attend cinemas and theatres in case Polish cultural shows were staged. Frank established himself in the capital of the general government, Krakow, with almost regal pretensions. In early November 1939, he moved into the historic Wawel Royal Palace there with his family. Back in April 1925, Hans had married Brigitte Herbst after a brief courtship. Eventually, they had 5 children: Sigrid, Norman, Brigitte, Michael, and Niklas. Once ensconced in the palace at Krakow, Brigitte Frank, a domineering woman who engaged in multiple extramarital affairs, began referring to herself as the Queen of Poland and became notorious for her corrupt behavior, often traveling around the city to various locations and events to abscond with furs, jewels and money from the homes of formerly wealthy Poles. Eventually, her behavior began to draw attention to what was perceived to be an overt level of corruption associated with Frank. Hans also eventually grew tired of his wife's actions, and after reconnecting with a childhood sweetheart, Lily Gros, in 1942, he sought a divorce, one which was refused when Brigitte headed to Berlin and personally sought an audience with Hitler, where she successfully petitioned him to block what could have been an embarrassing separation for the regime. Frank never had total control over the general government. As the region was viewed as a zone of military activity, the SS and the Reichssecurity Main Office, headed respectively by Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, as well as the secret police, the Gestapo under Heinrich Müller, all had significant jurisdictional oversight over a great many affairs in Poland. Indeed, any assessment of Frank's responsibility for the level of violence and death which characterized the region during the Second World War must take account of the fact that often he was not the person responsible for either deciding upon this or even overseeing it. The SS in particular were a power unto themselves within the general government, and entirely outside of Frank's sphere of control. Indeed, the governor and Himmler had multiple arguments in the early 1940s about the excessive authority the SS and police services held and their lack of respect for any form of rule of law or normal judicial procedure. Eventually, these tensions boiled over in 1942 in a direct clash between Frank and the effective head of the SS in the general government, Friedrich Wilhelm Kröger, after Frank complained about Kröger simply ignoring him and acting as though the SS did not have to make any effort to include Frank's administration in their decisions and actions. The outcome, when it was reported back to Berlin, showed exactly how limited Frank's authority was. Hitler sided with the SS, and while Frank was retained as the governor of the general government, he was stripped of the vast majority of his other positions back in Germany. Somebody in Frank's position as head of the Nazi government in Poland must have gone through fluctuating emotions over the course of the first years of the Second World War. After the swift conquest of Poland, Hitler had waited until the spring of 1940 before launching a rapid conquest of Denmark and Norway. Weeks later, Germany invaded the Low Countries and France and conquered Western Europe in a blistering campaign, which lasted just 6 weeks. However, Britain remained independent, despite a concerted campaign to bomb it into submission from the summer of 1940 onwards. A year later, Frank was in charge of Poland as a huge troop build-up was undertaken in the region as Germany prepared to invade the Soviet Union. At first, Operation Barbarossa, the code name for the initial invasion of Russia, went well, and by the late autumn of 1941, the Germans were threatening to take Moscow and Leningrad. The leader of the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin, even considered surrendering vast stretches of territory to Germany as part of a peace agreement. But that winter, things changed. The German advance stalled, and thousands of troops died in the harsh Russian winter. Perhaps as events became more precarious, Frank must have wondered if the general government would one day see Russian troops advancing towards Berlin. The Nazis' approach towards the Jewish people had been intensifying for years. Though Hitler and his followers had always exhibited a vicious anti-Semitism, after their ascent to power in 1933, they had generally favored a strategy of trying to pressure Germany's 500,000 Jews into leaving the country by persecuting them through a series of measures known as the Nuremberg Laws. As we have seen, Frank was in favor of molding German law in this way to fit the party's racial ideology. This was already escalating by late 1938, when thousands of Jewish businesses were attacked in the events of Kristallnacht, the Night of the Broken Glass, on the 9th and 10th of November, the occasion of the murder of hundreds of Jews and detention of thousands more. With the onset of the war, the situation changed yet again. Poland was home to approximately 3.5 million Jews when Germany invaded in 1939. This was a mass of people which it was not possible to simply coerce into leaving, and plans for the forcible deportation of the Jews of Eastern Europe to either the Middle East or the East African island of Madagascar were given serious consideration for some time, while Frank was governing this mass of people in southern and eastern Poland. However, in the course of 1940 and early 1941, as the war effort seemed to be going well for the Nazis, a more sinister scheme began to develop. There is still disagreement today as to when exactly the so-called final solution to what the Nazis called the Jewish problem was actually decided upon, but it was evidently sometime in the late spring or early summer, as the plans for the invasion of Russia were being finalized. At that time, measures were put in place to have the Einsatzgruppen, which had already been involved in the mass murder of the Polish political and cultural classes in 1939 and 1940, advance behind the German army into the Soviet Union, mass murdering Jewish communities as they went. At the same time, the first steps were undertaken towards developing extermination centers at some of the dozens of concentration camps which the Nazis had erected across Central and Eastern Europe. It was now planned that the Jews of those parts of Europe already under Nazi occupation, of which roughly half were in the territory governed by Frank as part of the general government, would be identified, detained, and shipped to these specific camps where they would be murdered en masse. This new plan was related to over a dozen senior Nazi officials at a conference in the Berlin suburb of Wannsee on the 20th of January 1942. Including Josef Bühler, the state secretary of the general government and Frank's right-hand man. It was the beginning of the Holocaust of Europe's Jews. Under Frank's governorship, the region administered by the general government became the central focus of the Holocaust. While there were dozens of concentration camps that had been established by the Nazis across Europe, and some level of death and brutality existed in all of these, the Holocaust was truly carried out at 6 major death camps or extermination camps which were constructed in such a way as to enable this. These had facilities for mass murder, along with crematoria to burn the bodies afterwards. Of these death camps, 4, Treblinka, Majdanek, Sobibor, and Bierzec, were within the territory of the general government, while Auschwitz-Birkenau was just over the border in the part of Poland which had been directly annexed into the Third Reich. Only Chełmno in western Poland was at any significant remove from the general government. The level of murder at these camps was appalling. 800,000 people, most of them Jews, were killed at Treblinka, and 600,000 at Bierzec, with 250,000 and at least 80,000 also perishing at Sobibor and Majdanek. When the over 1 million people who were killed at Auschwitz-Birkenau are considered, over 3 million people died at the 5 camps in or adjoining the territory of the general government in Poland. These camps were run by the SS independent of Frank's administration in Krakow, but that does not mean that the civil government there was not involved. Much of what Frank's administration was effectively charged with doing throughout these years was facilitating the identification of Jews and other people deemed enemies of the state, detaining them, and then facilitating their transportation to the death camps where most were killed within the space of hours of their arrival by being gassed to death. Indeed, Frank's regime had been deliberately engaging in policies which were aimed at murdering the Jewish people living within the boundaries of the general government, even before the final solution was adopted and began to be implemented. Thus, for instance, there was a conscious effort to deprive Jewish people in particular of vital resources in the region Frank administered, notably food, but also core necessities such as coal. The idea here was to potentially either starve thousands of Jews to death or have them freeze to death. This was mass murder by resource starvation, all overseen by Frank's administration at the Wawel Palace in Krakow. The epicenter of these combined efforts at persecuting the general government's Jews and preparing for their transport to the death camps was the Warsaw Ghetto. Prior to the war, the city of Warsaw had a huge Jewish population, and some parts of the city were essentially Jewish enclaves, where Jewish people made up upwards of 80 to 90% of the population. This number had grown during the course of the German invasion of 1939, as Jewish communities fled eastwards from the advancing German army to Warsaw. Here, Frank's regime, along with the SS and the other security services, quickly implemented a form of martial law as soon as Poland had been fully occupied. Jews were forced to wear a white armband, and all Jewish businesses had to display a Star of David above their entrance. By early 1940, food stamps had been introduced, and resources coming into the city were severely curtailed. Then, in April, Frank's administration began building a wall around the Jewish district, which officially became a ghetto in November 1940, wherein over 400,000 people were effectively detained inside an open-air prison. By 1941, a systematic policy of starving the Jewish people here to death was initiated, as they were only allocated approximately 200 calories of food per day. By 1942, the ghetto had turned into a quagmire of disease, starvation, and death. Although the Jewish inhabitants managed to maintain some form of normal life and culture, despite their hardships, nearly 100,000 of the Jewish inhabitants died under these conditions, and then the deportations commenced, mostly to Treblinka. Between the summer of 1942 and Yom Kippur in late September that year, over 250,000 people were transported from the ghetto to the death camps, though at this early stage in the implementation of the final solution, many people did not know where they were being taken to. Within weeks, the signs were ominous, however, and even as the numbers of people living within the ghetto declined dramatically, those who remained began to organize themselves into a resistance movement known as the Jewish Combat Organization, led by the 24-year-old Mordecai Anielewicz. Aided by the Polish resistance, which smuggled weapons into them, they prepared to resist further deportation efforts undertaken by the SS and Frank's administration between late September 1942 and January 1943. Then, when the Germans re-entered the ghetto in January with the aim of liquidating it over the following few weeks, they launched an uprising. Despite being hemmed in and facing the might of the Nazi war machine, approximately 1,000 Jewish resistance fighters managed to wage a guerrilla conflict against the Germans, mostly SS commandos, for 3 months before thousands of Waffen-SS were sent in to crush the ghetto uprising on the eve of Passover, the 19th of April 1943. Following this, the ghetto was effectively liquidated, and the remaining 35,000 occupants who were not murdered on the spot were deported to the death camps. With measures such as this, was the Holocaust carried out in the general government under Frank's rule. The increasing brutality that was being seen in parts of Nazi-occupied Europe, such as Poland, was in direct parallel with the shifting fortunes of Germany on the battlefield. After the German advance had stopped at Leningrad and Moscow in the winter of 1941, the Russians were able to use this time to build up their war production and conscript many more men. By 1942, they were pushing back against the Germans, and an ultimate showdown at the city of Stalingrad throughout the autumn and winter that year resulted in Russian victory. Thereafter, the Soviets began to push the Germans out of Russia and back towards Frank's general government in Poland. Meanwhile, in December 1941, the United States had entered the war on Britain and Russia's side. With a flood of new men and war material, the Allies were able to gain victory over Italy and Germany in the North Africa campaign early in 1943 and invaded Sicily to open a southern front that summer. A western front soon followed in the summer of 1944, when France was invaded and quickly reconquered. Thus, by 1943, it must have been clear to leading Nazi officials such as Frank that barring the successful development of some game-changing weapon, such as a nuclear bomb, which the Germans were working on, the war would eventually end in Germany's defeat and the end of the Third Reich. As the war effort turned fatally against Germany, the level of unrest and resistance within Poland and the area of the general government increased accordingly. There had always been a major resistance movement within Poland, backed by a government in exile in London, but from 1943 onwards this was increasingly supplied by the Soviets as they advanced westwards into Ukraine and eastern Poland. These resistance movements were united under the banner of the Polish secret state, which began murdering hundreds of Germans in the general government area. Then, in late 1943, they began working on plans to assassinate Frank, inspired in part by the assassination of Reinhard Heydrich, the acting governor of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia in modern-day Czechia, in the early summer of 1942. They moved on the 29th of January 1944, when a bomb was placed on a train which Frank would be traveling on from Krakow to Lviv, the major city in the Ukrainian part of the east of the general government. The bomb detonated on the underside of the train 22 kilometers outside Krakow at 11:17 p.m. and blew the last axle off of Frank's train carriage. But while the train derailed, he himself was uninjured. The following day, he undertook the journey by plane, flying at a low altitude in appalling weather. Polish prisoners were executed on Frank's orders as a reprisal, and security measures were increased across the general government. The assassination attempt was just a prelude to the outbreak of a much more severe form of resistance. In the spring of 1944, the Polish secret state began preparing for a massive uprising against German occupation as the Red Army advanced further into Poland. The focus of it would symbolically be on the city of Warsaw, and the goal was that German forces would be divided between fighting the Russian advance to the east and the insurrection within the general government in such a way that will allow for the success of the uprising and a speedier liberation of Poland from Nazi rule. This was not mere impatience. In 1944, as the war entered its final stages, the Nazi regime had become particularly vicious as it sought to murder as many of its racial, ideological, and political enemies as possible before it lost control of individual regions. Over 400,000 of Hungary's 750,000 Jewish people would be killed in the space of 6 months in 1944 alone, after the Nazis took direct control of the country. Thus, although it was later criticized as being a premature insurrection, the Polish resistance launched its uprising in Warsaw on the 1st of August 1944. It would last for 2 months. However, it would ultimately prove unsuccessful, as both the Western Allies and the Red Army, the latter of which was most suitably positioned to do so, failed to provide adequate support to the uprising. This was despite the views of the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill that it was imperative to aid Britain's Polish allies. While the Warsaw Uprising failed in the autumn of 1944, the liberation of the general government was not long following in any event. After some stiff resistance in the autumn months, the German defense of Poland began to collapse in the winter as Hitler focused Germany's military efforts on one last major campaign against the Western Allies in the Ardennes region in Luxembourg and Belgium near the Franco-German border. As a result, the general government was broadly overrun by the Red Army in December 1944 and January 1945. There was not much left of Warsaw to liberate, as the city had been virtually leveled in the weeks following the uprising. By mid-January, Russian troops had surrounded Krakow. Frank's wife, Brigitte, and their children had already left for Germany in December, and he now decided to abscond back to the Reich himself, just before midday on the 17th of January. Air raid sirens had been ringing out in central Krakow all that morning, and Frank had received word that Russian tanks had penetrated the outer defenses of the city. Thus, he beat a hasty retreat from the capital of the general government, which he had governed for over 5 years, at lunchtime that day in a column of cars with his senior administrators. Krakow fell just 24 hours later. Curiously, Frank's offices were full of documentation and evidence of his administration's activity which they had neglected to destroy. It was noted that the offices were strewn with empty liquor bottles, a not uncommon sight in regions which the Nazis had fled from in late 1944 and early 1945. Frank made his way back to Germany in the weeks that followed, but his destination was not Berlin, but Bavaria, where he had spent so much of his career in the 1920s and 1930s. He arrived there by early February and sent word to Berlin that he was ready to continue serving the regime in whatever way was deemed necessary. However, Frank had been stripped of his positions within Germany itself in 1942, and with the general government now effectively dissolved following the Russian occupation of the region, he effectively held no position or authority. On one occasion, when he attempted to give orders to a junior officer, the man simply walked away while Frank was talking. Thus, the former governor spent his remaining months of the war as a powerless former official. It was in this non-role that he learned in the first 2 days of May that Hitler had killed himself on the 30th of April in Berlin as the Russians closed on the city center. His appointed successor, the propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, imitated his master on the 1st of May, and thereafter German forces surrendered in Berlin. The war officially came to an end on the 8th of May, by which time Frank was under arrest. He had been detained in Bavaria on the 4th of May. In the days that followed, the man termed the Jew Butcher of Krakow by some of his captors was treated roughly, receiving more than one beating. The details are not entirely clear, but it also seems that he attempted to kill himself twice, once by trying to cut his throat and then by cutting his wrists. Eventually he was taken to a more secure military prison near Berchtesgaden. In the weeks that followed, Frank was identified as one of the most wanted individuals within the Nazi regime, one who would stand trial at the International Military Tribunal to be held in the city of Nuremberg. This involved nearly 24 of the most senior surviving members of the regime, and Frank stood trial here from November 1945 onwards, alongside individuals such as Hermann Goering, the head of the Luftwaffe, and one of the chief ministers of the Nazi regime, Albert Speer, colloquially known as Hitler's architect, and a figure who had run the German armaments industry from 1942 onwards, overseeing the slave labor of the hundreds of thousands of Poles whom Frank had forcibly deported to Germany to work in factories there. Joachim von Ribbentrop, the German foreign minister who had negotiated the pact with the Soviet Union in 1939 that had preceded the invasion of Poland, and Alfred Rosenberg, the minister for the occupied Eastern Territories, with whom Frank had worked regularly during the war. Each was accused of crimes against peace, planning and initiating a war of aggression, participating in war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The trial began on the 20th of November 1945 and would last for over 10 months, with proceedings watched closely by the world. Frank's conduct during the trial was different to most of the other defendants. From early on in the proceedings, he expressed remorse for his conduct. For instance, towards the early summer of 1946, roughly 5 months into the trial proceedings, he stated that, "I myself, speaking from the very depths of my feelings and having lived through the 5 months of this trial, want to say that now, after I have gained a full insight into all the horrible atrocities which have been committed, I am possessed by a deep sense of guilt." He also apparently experienced a religious awakening and converted to Roman Catholicism under the guidance of Sixtus O'Connor, a Franciscan pastor who had been appointed for the pastoral care of the Catholic defendants. He even claimed to have had several religious experiences during the lengthy trial. In addition, Frank noted throughout the trial that he himself had not been responsible for the development of the death camps in the general government, and that most of the atrocities which had occurred there, resulting in millions of deaths, had been carried out by the SS. Yet, by way of contrast, the prosecution was able to present extensive evidence from the 43 volumes of Frank's diaries which had been acquired by the tribunal. These demonstrated time and time again Frank's severe anti-Semitism and his clear views that mass murder of Jews and Poles in the general government was something to be celebrated. The trial eventually drew to a conclusion in late September 1946, and the verdicts presented on the 1st of October. The other defendant who had expressed remorse, Albert Speer, was spared death and sentenced to life in prison. But Frank, despite his apparent contrition, had been the governor of the region where some of the Nazis' most heinous crimes had been committed. Accordingly, there was no way he would receive a lenient judgment, and he was sentenced to death by hanging, along with many of his fellow defendants such as Goering, Ribbentrop, and Rosenberg. They were to be executed just over 2 weeks later in the Nuremberg prison on the 16th of October 1946. It was noted on the day in question that Frank was the only one of those sentenced to death who entered the execution chamber with a smile on his face. Observers at the time claimed that, although he was evidently nervous too, Frank seemed to welcome the prospect of atoning for his sins. When asked if he had any last words, Frank replied, "I am thankful for the kind treatment during my captivity, and I ask God to accept me with mercy." Minutes later, he was hanged to death. His body and those of the 10 other Nuremberg defendants who had been sentenced to death were cremated shortly thereafter, and their remains were scattered in the river Isar to avoid their remains becoming any kind of shrine to the Nazi leadership. Though he is perhaps one of the less well-known leaders of the Nazi regime today, Hans Frank was one of those most responsible for the crimes of the Nazis during the Second World War. As head of the general government in Poland, he oversaw a region where some of the most brutal actions perpetrated by the Nazis were committed. For instance, 4 of the main death camps involved in the Holocaust, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, and Bierzec, were located within Frank's jurisdiction, while Auschwitz-Birkenau was just over the border in the part of Poland directly annexed to the Third Reich. Moreover, it was in Poland in the early stages of the war where brutal tactics such as those employed during Operation Tannenberg and the use of the Einsatzgruppen were first developed. In time, these same tactics will be used further to the east following the invasion of Russia, resulting in millions of deaths. In total, by the time Frank fled westwards to Germany in January 1945, over 4 million of the 11.5 million Poles and Ukrainians who had lived under the general government when it was created late in 1939 had lost their lives. Thus, Frank's period as governor saw the death of over 35% of the population. This would seem to mark Frank as one of the most brutal figures of the entire regime. Yet it could be argued that Frank himself was not overtly responsible for this level of death, despite being known as the Butcher of Poland and the Jew Butcher of Krakow. Frank was ultimately a governor with quite limited powers in a country where the SS and police services had greater power than any civilian governor. In a sense, the head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, and a number of figures such as Franz Stangl, commandant of Treblinka and Sobibor, were actually those who oversaw the programs of mass murder in southern Poland and western Ukraine, rather than Frank. Moreover, the governor was one of the only defendants at the first Nuremberg trial to exhibit any sense of remorse about his wartime conduct. Ultimately, however, whatever the extenuating circumstances might have been, no retrospective remorse, no matter how genuine it possibly was, can absolve Frank of his crimes. Under his tenure as governor of the general government, nearly 3 million Jews were killed there, as well as hundreds of thousands of other Poles and Ukrainians, while countless more were deported to Germany as slave laborers, many of whom also faced death. Indeed, in 1944, Frank boasted that there were only 100,000 Jews left alive in the area under his control. That, ultimately, is how he should be remembered, not as somebody who demonstrated remorse before a court in the aftermath of the war. What do you think of Hans Frank? Should he be condemned as severely as all of the other senior Nazi officials, Or does his public repentance for his deeds in the last months of his life warrant a slightly less harsh appraisal of him? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Albert Speer was born on the 19th of March 1905 in the town of Mannheim in the German state of Baden-Württemberg in southwest Germany. Albert's mother was Luisa Mathilda Wilhelmina, and his father was Albert Friedrich Speer, an architect who ran an architecture firm in the town and whose works adorn Mannheim's urban landscape to this day. Albert Sr.'s grandfather had also been an architect, and so Albert Jr. was born into a household with a heritage of being builders and urban planners. Owing to Albert Sr.'s position as head of a successful firm of architects, the family were resoundingly upper middle class and materially comfortable. Writing over a half a century later, when in prison after the war, Speer noted of the family home that it was an imposing house built around a courtyard, guarded by elaborate wrought iron gates. Automobiles would drive into this courtyard and stop in front of a flight of stairs, which provided a suitable entrance to the richly furnished house. However, the home life they had was somewhat cold. Speer noted that, quote, "The children, my two brothers and I, had to use the back stairs. These were dark, steep and narrow, and ended unimpressively in a rear corridor. Children had no business in the elegant carpeted front hall." Albert's relationship with his two brothers, Ernst and Hermann, was particularly strained on account of Albert being somewhat weaker than them, but he claimed that this provided him with a great resourcefulness as he grew up, stating that, quote, "An inadequacy often calls forth compensating forces. In any case, these difficulties made me learn how to adjust better to the world of other boys. If I later showed some aptitude in dealing with difficult circumstances and troublesome people, I suspect that the gift can be traced back to my boyhood physical weakness." Speer's childhood was lived in the shadow of war. The unification of Germany in 1871 into the German Empire and the rise of the country as a major power on the continent had severely disrupted the political balance of Europe. For years, Britain had been the preeminent power, but now Germany challenged it, while other countries such as the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia were vying for their own political dominance in regions such as the Balkans. Added to this was immense rivalry between the European powers for colonial possessions in Africa and Asia. The net result of all this was that by the time Speer was reaching school age, the continent was divided into two armed alliances, one led by Germany and including Austria-Hungary, while the other was comprised of Britain, France and Russia. Finally, in the summer of 1914, a regional political crisis in the Balkans erupted into war across the continent and then the world. When the First World War ended 4 years later, in November 1918, Germany had been utterly defeated. The empire was replaced with a German Republic named after the town of Weimar, and Britain and France had subsequently imposed punitive peace terms on Germany under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. All of these events would have profound implications for Germany and Speer in the years ahead. Speer's education was provided by various institutions. His primary education was in Mannheim, but when he was about 13 years of age, just as the First World War was coming to an end, the family moved to the city of Heidelberg, where he finished his basic schooling. Thereafter, he elected to follow in his father's footsteps and become an architect. Accordingly, in 1923, he began his studies at the University of Karlsruhe, a polytechnic university which was regarded as one of the best learning institutions in Germany, both then and now. Despite its glowing reputation, Speer moved on quickly to what the family believed was a superior institution at the Technical University of Munich, and from there he went on to the Technical University of Berlin in 1925. Here, Speer became the assistant of Heinrich Tessenow, one of the leading architects of the Weimar Republic's panorama architectural style. Many years later, Speer reflected on how Tesseno's teaching style was informal and discursive, with his belief that architecture should express national culture and be expressed in simplified forms. Tesseno was highly influential in shaping Speer's work as an architect, and yet Tesseno would soon be persecuted by the Nazis, losing his job at the Technical University in Berlin in 1934, just as Speer was becoming the official architect of the Third Reich. Speer graduated from the Technical University of Berlin in 1927 and was subsequently offered a position at the university by Tesseno, filling in on some of his classes and acting as his assistant for others, while he continued his own studies during this time. He also married on the 28th of August 1928. Years earlier, when he was just 17 years of age in 1922, Speer had begun dating Margarete Weber. Although the relationship was not approved of by his family, Speer now married a woman who was effectively his childhood sweetheart. They would go on to have 6 children, who would play a prominent role in his later life, making Speer a curiosity as one of the few higher-ranking Nazis who lived long enough to have adult children. Together, the family lived in Berlin throughout the late 1920s and into the early 1930s, and so much was going well for the young Speer at this time. He had attained a very good position at a preeminent technical institute in Berlin while still in his mid-20s and was settling down into family life. Speer's career was blossoming as a middle-class architect in the late 1920s, but much of the rest of German society was not so lucky. Germany remained a country with a large industrial working class, one which produced many adherents to the communist movement, which in 1917 had seized power in Russia. Others of different political persuasions were discontented with the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the war to an end and imposed harsh fines and terms on Germany. And groups such as the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, led by their Austrian-born leader Adolf Hitler, were among these. Such groups remained either peripheral in the Weimar Republic's politics in the 1920s, or at least had insufficient support to challenge the dominant centrist and establishment parties of the Republic. But this all began to change in 1929, after years of global economic growth in the autumn of 1929. The stock market on Wall Street in New York crashed severely. In the months and years that followed, the world's economy entered a Great Depression, and Germany was impacted particularly badly, as ordinary Germans lost their jobs and their life savings, and groups such as the Communists and the Nazis began to gain a much greater level of support than they had ever previously had in the country. Speer's first direct engagement with the Nazis came in 1930 when he first attended a Nazi rally and heard Hitler deliver a speech. In his later writings, Speer would seek to emphasize how, in his youthful naivety, he believed that Hitler and the Nazi Party's policy platform offered an answer to the rise of communism and the futile political future of the crumbling Weimar Republic. As a consequence, he applied to join the Nazi Party in January 1931, and his application was accepted the following March. Of his decision to join the Nazi Party, Speer would later recollect that, quote, "I was not choosing the NSDAP, but becoming a follower of Hitler, whose magnetic force had reached out to me the first time I saw him, and had not, thereafter, released me. His persuasiveness, the peculiar magic of his by no means pleasant voice, the oddity of his rather banal manner, the seductive simplicity with which he attacked the complexity of our problems, all that bewildered and fascinated me. I knew virtually nothing about his program. He had taken hold of me before I had grasped what was happening." This, however, was written many years later when Speer was trying to excuse his involvement with the Nazis, and there was a clear effort here to suggest that he was largely oblivious about what the Nazis' policies even were when he joined the party. Speer would continue to foster his associations with the Nazi Party in the early 1930s as Hitler and his followers were growing in support throughout Germany. When the first Reichstag elections in 2 years were held in July 1932, the country's unemployment rate had risen to nearly 30%. Exploiting the discontent, Hitler and the Nazis were able to emerge from the election as the largest party in Germany for the first time, winning 230 seats and nearly 40% of the vote. The Communists offered the strongest opposition, and the choice in Germany was now seemingly between the Nazis and the Communists. And in the months that followed, a political stalemate and a failure to form a coherent government led to further elections and negotiations. But eventually, in the early weeks of 1933, elements in the traditional right-leaning business community in Germany elected to throw their weight behind Hitler in order to avoid a communist regime seizing power. This coalition believed that they could control Hitler, but it was a dreadful strategic error. Within months, a manufactured political crisis had been employed to pass an enabling act, whereby Hitler and the Nazis were effectively able to govern Germany without any recourse to parliament. The country was now effectively a dictatorship. Speer had been forced in 1931 to leave his position as Tessenows' assistant in Berlin, owing to cutbacks at the university caused by the economic crisis. He subsequently moved back to Mannheim to work for his father, but on a visit to the capital in the summer of 1932, Speer was employed by the Nazi propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels to renovate the party's main offices in the German capital. Speer returned to Mannheim afterwards, but when the Nazis rose to power in the spring of 1933, he was quickly hired again for further work. In particular, Speer was employed to work on the designs for the Nazis' 5th Party Congress, to be held at the southern city of Nuremberg between the 30th of August and the 3rd of September 1933, or as the annual showpiece of the party is popularly known today, the Nuremberg Rally. This was not strictly architectural work, but was centered on design and arrangement with schematic drawings, all things which played to Speer's strengths. The work went well, and following a personal meeting with Hitler later in 1933, Speer was appointed as Commissioner for the Artistic and Technical Presentation of Party Rallies and Demonstrations. It was the first of a number of swift promotions within the Nazi hierarchy in the years that followed. In the early spring of 1934, Speer was promoted to the position of chief architect of the Nazi Party, succeeding Paul Trost, a neoclassical architect who had died on the 21st of January that year. Trost had envisaged several buildings, which Speer would subsequently work on himself. Along with the new role, Speer also succeeded to a close relationship with Hitler. The Nazi leader had a keen interest in architecture and believed that the supposed paramount position of the German people amongst the people of Europe, which was central to the Nazis' Aryan ideology, could be expressed through immense buildings and powerful architectural statements. Features such as flat roofs, uniformity, and immense facades were often used to create the impression of a country and culture which espoused simplicity and uniformity, and which aimed for a solidity which spoke of a long-lasting empire to come. Accordingly, Hitler had been close to Trost, and indeed he continued to find time for his widow Gerdi Trost in the years that followed. Thus, it is perhaps unsurprising to find that from 1934 onwards, Speer was someone who met with Hitler on an almost daily basis. Often in the mornings, they would meet for a conversation or a walk, in which they discussed the architectural projects being undertaken by Speer and future even grander building work. The work which Speer and Hitler would have discussed was expanding both numerically and in scale from the mid-1930s onwards. Much of this focused on rebuilding the center of Berlin, a plan which, as will be seen, became even grander still in the late 1930s. For instance, there were plans for building a new chancellery building near the Reichstag as early as 1934. Others lay outside the capital. For instance, Speer took over the building of a vast new Zeppelin field or party rally grounds at Nuremberg for the holding of the party's annual congress there, a giant complex covering over 11 square kilometers and consisting of several buildings, parade grounds and walkways. The Zeppelin field featured prominently in the 1935 propaganda film by Leni Riefenstahl, The Triumph of the Will. And Speer also designed the pavilion for the International Exposition of Art and Technology in Modern Life, which was held in Paris between May and November 1937, having convinced Hitler, who wished to withdraw German involvement altogether, to proceed with the event. The pavilion culminated in a tall tower topped by the symbols of the Nazi state, an eagle and a swastika, and was allegedly conceived of as a statement of, quote, German pride and achievement. Speer was also responsible for refashioning the Berlin Olympic Stadium. In 1931, the International Olympic Committee had determined to hold the 1936 Summer Olympics in Berlin. This decision was not reversed upon the accession to power of the Nazis. Werner Mach had been hired to build a new Olympic stadium in Berlin on the site of the older stadium, which his father Otto Mach had built there in preparation for the aborted 1916 Berlin Olympics. However, when Hitler visited the site in 1934, he was thoroughly unimpressed and ordered Speer to alter the plans. Thus, it was Speer who was responsible for completing the Olympiadstadion, which became the centerpiece of the 1936 Olympics. And it was here that Jesse Owens, the African-American track and field athlete, won his 4 gold medals, an occurrence which is rumored to have infuriated Hitler. Despite this, in the aftermath of the Games, Hitler developed grand plans for holding every Olympics in Germany once the Nazis were victorious in the coming war. And to this end, Speer was commissioned to come up with plans for a new stadium again, resulting in his designs for the Deutsches Stadion, or German Stadium, which would be built at Nuremberg to fit over 400,000 people. However, nothing other than the groundwork was ever completed. On the 30th of January 1937, Speer was appointed as General Building Inspector for the Reich capital. This placed him in charge of what would have been the most wide-ranging building project undertaken by the Nazis. Hitler had conceived of completely rebuilding central Berlin as Germania, a grand new capital for the coming Reich, which would stretch across and dominate the European continent. Records of Hitler's table conversations from the early 1940s highlight how it was conceived that this new city of Germania would be designed to surpass London and Paris and stand as an equal in relative terms to what Rome had been at the height of that empire in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. Central to this vision were plans to create a vast east-west city axis commanded by one huge 3-mile-long boulevard, at one end of which would be the Reichstag, and at the center of which would stand the Berlin Victory Column, the 220-foot-tall Victory Column, which had been erected in the late 1870s to celebrate Prussian victory in the war against Denmark in the 1860s. As well as this, a vast Arc of Triumph, no doubt modeled to some extent after that which Napoleon had begun erecting in Paris in the early 19th century, was also intended. That the plans for this arch indicate that the Paris Arch would have fitted completely within the entranceway had it been built. Surely the most spectacular aspect of the whole of the plan for Germania was the elaborate scheme to build a new domed hall in central Berlin, the Volkshalle, or People's Hall, which was sometimes also referred to as the Great Hall or Hall of Glory, was planned as a monumental domed structure which would be able to accommodate 180,000 people. Speer was apparently influenced in his design for it by the Pantheon in Rome, built by the Emperor Hadrian in the 1st century AD, a building Speer had made notes on as early as 1925. The planned building would be over 210 meters high, with the oculus of the dome stretching to 46 meters in diameter. Accordingly, the main rotunda of the building would have been able to house both Hadrian's Pantheon in Rome and St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. 3 concentric tiers of seating would have enclosed an arena inside, with statues of classical and Germanic mythology located around the building at various intersections. This was effectively designed as a temple-like structure which would become the most significant building in Berlin, in its reimagined form as Germania. 80 years on, few buildings of this immense size have been conceived of, let alone built, but most informed estimates believe that Speer's building could have supported the weight of its vast dome. Speer was in charge of the plan for developing both the Volkshalle and the wider Germania project from its inception, as head of the comprehensive construction plan for the Reich capital. Work was initiated in 1938, with plans for it all to take 5 or so years to complete. The initial proceedings were slow, not least because of the densely built nature of Berlin's urban landscape. The plans called for vast amounts of housing and businesses to be pulled down and streets to be widened or otherwise redirected to accommodate the vast building program, notably the east-west street axis. Moreover, the soil and water table of Berlin were a serious issue, as it was unclear if the ground could support the vast structures of the Volkshalle and the Arc of Triumph. To test this, Speer had a vast concrete block, known as the Schwerbelastungskörper, built on the proposed site of the Arc of Triumph, one which did indeed sink some small amount in the years that followed. But despite these setbacks, some work on building the new city was accomplished by Speer up to 1943, but after this all work ceased. Nevertheless, the grand plans for Germania never came close to being realized, and they are a telling indication of the manner in which the building ambitions of the Third Reich ran far beyond what actually occurred. One element of the Berlin redevelopment plan, which was completed in the mid-1930s, was the new Chancellery building, a significant development, as the construction of it involved Speer for the first time in the widespread use of slave labor to complete his architectural work for Hitler. Work on the Chancellery had been underway since 1934, and preliminary work was completed by the early summer of 1936, with work on the shell of the building beginning a year later. Thereafter, Hitler determined that extra resources should be given to Speer to complete the project by the 1st of January 1939. However, this was far beyond the capacity of the normal workforce, as increasing numbers of young men were being drafted into the armed forces. Accordingly, the project began to rely on labor from prisoners from Oranienburg concentration camp, where a brick factory was established. Speer's attitude towards the Jewish people and his complicity in the Holocaust years later has been a matter of considerable speculation, but on this occasion he is rumored to have remarked of the Jewish inmates at Oranienburg that such individuals had become accustomed to brickmaking while in captivity in Egypt, a biblical reference which indicates a complete lack of concern for the welfare of those who were being used as slave labor to build his Chancellery building. And this was not the last time Speer would use slave labor extensively. As Speer was undertaking all of his vast building projects during the course of the 1930s, the Nazi regime had been working to dismantle the terms of the Treaty of Versailles and prepare for a war of revenge and expansion. First, the army was gradually rebuilt and a new air force, the Luftwaffe, was created. Then, in the spring of 1936, the Rhineland in western Germany was remilitarized, a clear violation of Versailles, although one which the Allies allowed nearly 20 years after the end of the First World War. And worse followed. In March 1938, Germany annexed Austria, and the following autumn, the government in Berlin began asserting its right to also occupy a portion of Czechoslovakia known as the Sudetenland. And this too was duly allowed, as the Allies continued to appease Hitler's regime. Germany effectively brought the rest of Czechoslovakia and Hungary into its sphere of influence in the first half of 1939. This, though, was as far as London and Paris would go. When Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the two Western European powers declared war on Nazi Germany. This would gradually expand in the days and weeks ahead into the Second World War. The early war years were a period in which Speer played a more peripheral role in the Third Reich. Many of his building projects were sidelined as the war effort expanded and resources were diverted elsewhere. Yet there are notable elements to his career at this time. In particular, his continuing persecution of Germany's Jews is evident, even as the Nazis' policy towards the Jewish people of Europe was shifting from one of persecution to one of genocide. For instance, from 1939 onwards, Speer was using the Nuremberg Laws, a series of anti-Jewish laws passed by the Nazis in the 1930s, to forcibly displace tens of thousands of Jews from their homes in Berlin, to make way for his vast building schemes. As the chief architect and engineer of the Reich, Speer's departments in Berlin were also responsible for repairing buildings and roads, which were damaged by bombing missions undertaken by Britain and France. And throughout these early stages of the war, Speer oversaw the use of slave labor of Jews and political prisoners from throughout Nazi-occupied Europe to conduct his repair work, a workforce which was expanding exponentially as the concentration camp system was dramatically escalated across Central and Eastern Europe following the conquest of Poland in 1939. Speer's star was in the continuous ascendant as Nazi Germany was enjoying enormous levels of success on the battlefield. After the outbreak of the war in September 1939, Poland had been quickly overrun and brought under German control, while some of the country was allocated to Russia, following the terms of a non-aggression pact signed between the two nations. This left Hitler free to turn north and west. In the spring of 1940, Denmark and Norway were occupied, leaving only Sweden in northern Europe unaligned. Just weeks later, German tanks and motorized divisions streamed into the Low Countries and France in a punishing invasion, which brought these areas under Nazi occupation in approximately 6 weeks. A siege of Britain by land and sea followed, in an effort to force the country into surrendering, but it held out for long enough to allow Hitler's attention to wander back eastwards. From early 1941, the Germans decided to initiate their plans to create Lebensraum, or living space, in Eastern Europe by invading the Soviet Union. Although it was initially delayed by the need to divert German troops to aid Hitler's Italian ally Benito Mussolini in the Balkans and North Africa, Russia was finally invaded in the summer of 1941. Operation Barbarossa quickly brought huge tracts of land as far as Belarusia, eastern Ukraine, and the Baltic States region under German control. However, the war soon began to turn against Hitler and the Nazis. After the initial successes attendant on the invasion of Russia in the summer of 1941, the Wehrmacht had failed to seize St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Stalingrad before the bitter Russian winter set in, and the failure to provide proper winter clothing to the German troops on the Eastern Front proved a tremendous strategic error. By the time the spring came around, the course of the war was changing, and this was concretely the case by the spring of 1943 when the Russians defeated the Germans at the cataclysmic Battle of Stalingrad. Thereafter, the result of the war was inevitable. The Western Allies were victorious in North Africa by the spring of 1943 and invaded Italy that summer. A year later, a Western Front was opened in northern France, with the D-Day landings that summer, and France was quickly liberated in the late summer and early autumn. And just weeks later, plans were underway to progress further into Western Germany. By the end of 1944, it was simply a matter of which force, the Western Allies proceeding from France or the Russians advancing through Poland, would reach Berlin first. On that would depend much of the specifics of the post-war settlement and how the leaders of the regime, such as Speer, would be treated. Speer's role and complicity in the crimes of the Nazi government became more pronounced as the war began to shift against Germany. As the war effort turned against Germany in 1942, a decision was taken to repurpose the entire economy, to gear everything towards the war effort and the production of war materials. This was a core component of the new ethos of total war, which was to be pursued by the regime between 1942 and 1945. Speer became absolutely central to this. Following the death of Fritz Todt, the Reich Minister of Armaments and Munitions, in a plane crash on the 8th of February 1942. Speer had been scheduled to fly with Todt that day, but had cancelled shortly beforehand as his attention was needed elsewhere. Not only did he survive, but he was quickly chosen to succeed Todt, not just as head of the Ministry of Armaments and Munitions, but also as overseer of the German railways, the water and energy departments, the Office of Technology, and Operation Todt, a body which had been established all the way back in 1933 and which had responsibility for a wide range of civil engineering projects. With these appointments, Speer was effectively in charge of the German economy during the period of total war. As Minister of Armaments and War Production during the total war period of the Second World War, Speer was responsible for overseeing massive increases in the amount of goods being produced, either directly or indirectly, for the war effort. In 1941, the German war economy produced approximately 9,500 vehicles and motorized units and 2,900 heavy tanks, whereas 3 years later, in 1944, following Speer's first 2 years in charge, the output had increased fourfold to 35,000 vehicles and motorized units and a staggering 17,300 tanks, the latter representing a six-fold increase on what was produced 3 years earlier. All of this was achieved even as the amount of resources available to the regime were dwindling rapidly, notably supplies of such core commodities as oil and rubber. Consequently, production was ramped up, even in such remote parts of the Reich as northern Norway. He was even placed in command of the production of the V-2 rockets at Peenemünde in northern Germany, which the German scientist Werner von Braun had developed and which were being launched against London even as the Western Allies were barreling eastwards into Germany in late 1944 and early 1945. One of the foremost innovations Speer introduced as the war effort became ever more desperate for the Nazi regime was Transport Corps Speer. This was established in the autumn of 1944 following the D-Day landings in northern France that summer, with the goal of overseeing the continuous repair of German factories and workshops once they were targeted by Allied bombing campaigns. The transport element was a highly mobile unit used for transporting armaments and other goods out of these factories and also initiating repair work quickly to ensure that production started again as seamlessly as possible. This was largely confined to Germany at this stage, as a decision had been taken by the second half of 1944 to concentrate most of the country's industrial activity in the homeland, where it would not be quickly captured, an indication of the extent of the Transport Corps Speer and its significance to the war economy of Germany during the last year of the conflict is indicated in the number of personnel within it. At its height, the Transport Corps involved up to 70,000 personnel, operating 50,000 motorized vehicles, and had units attached to everything from the Air Force to the Wehrmacht. Overall, in his role as Minister of Armaments, Speer managed to keep the German army fighting in the field until 1945. But there is also no doubting that much of this was achieved with slave labor from the concentration camps, dotted throughout Central and Eastern Europe, and that Speer was perfectly aware of the fact that slave labor was being used in this manner and actually expanded it. As head of Organisation Todt, Speer gave the order for the labor units at Auschwitz concentration camp to be expanded in the closing years of the war. And at one point, Speer put in a request for as many as 1 million laborers, presumably fully aware that the only way such numbers could be produced within the confines of the German war economy, with more and more German men being conscripted into the army by the day, was for hundreds of thousands of laborers to be effectively drafted in as slave labor. This is duly what happened. Working in association with Fritz Sauckel, whose specific role was to exploit the Reich's manpower, over 1.5 million laborers from amongst POWs, concentration camp inmates, and other peoples under the jurisdiction of the Reich were co-opted into working in the factories across the continent, which were under Speer's oversight between 1942 and 1945. During the course of 1943 and 1944, as Speer was overseeing the rapid mobilization of the German war economy for total war, the result of the conflict was becoming increasingly inevitable, especially once the Western Allies had opened up a new Western Front in France in the summer of 1944. The latter in particular impacted on Speer and his work, as the Allies were increasingly targeting German industrial capacity from the summer of 1944 in bombing raids from the newly liberated parts of France and then the Low Countries. As this occurred, there is an ever more concentrated focus on targeting armaments factories in Germany and even the roads within the country as a means of halting the movement of arms and army vehicles. Despite this, Speer remained confident, even in the early weeks of 1945, that as Minister of Armaments he could continue to supply the army with the necessary weapons and other materials to keep the Wehrmacht in the field until the end of 1945 or even early 1946. It was only with the Russian advance into Germany in the early weeks of that year and the simultaneous arrival of the Americans and British into the Rhineland that he concluded that the army could not continue to be supplied long beyond the end of spring. Nevertheless, Speer was committed to running the total war economy until very close to the end of the conflict. Like many other senior-ranking members of the regime, there has been much deliberation concerning Speer's approach to the end of the war. Many years later, Speer claimed that he had vehemently argued against its continuation from the summer of 1944 onwards. In his memoirs, he recollected that he voiced this view in direct contradiction to Hitler. In view of the hopeless situation, I very naturally assumed that we wanted to end this war with the least possible devastation of the kind that would hamper future reconstruction. For I was not imbued by that special mood of total doom which was now beginning to spread visibly among Hitler's followers. Hitler himself was more and more ruthlessly determined to bring on total catastrophe. But I was able to outwit him with his own arguments, and this by a simple trick. Since, in hopeless situations, he also always insisted that the lost territories would soon be reconquered, I needed only to repeat this premise of his and point out that I would need the industries of these areas to maintain arms production as soon as we had reconquered them. Yet despite his later assertions, there is little indication that Speer objected too strenuously against the continuation of the war, and he certainly was not involved in any of the clandestine efforts being undertaken by a good many of his colleagues to negotiate a settlement behind Hitler's back. Speer challenged Hitler in the final weeks of the war. On the 19th of March, Hitler issued what has become known as the Nero Decree, which instructed the German armed forces to destroy any infrastructure which the Allies could use as they penetrated deeply into Germany. Speer, who seems to have begun to view the total war economy in much the same way as he would a prized building, was appalled at the idea of his work being destroyed in this fashion. Accordingly, he worked with other figures to prevent Hitler's directives being implemented in this respect. This caused a severe split with the Führer, and indeed, many years later, Speer recorded his last frosty meeting with Hitler on the 22nd of April, right before Speer left the capital. By now, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning. Hitler was awake again. I sent word that I wanted to bid him goodbye. Trembling, the prematurely aged man stood before me for the last time, the man to whom I had dedicated my life 12 years before. I was both moved and confused. For his part, he showed no emotion when we confronted one another. His words were as cold as his hand. "So, you're leaving. Good. Auf Wiedersehen. No regards to my family. No wishes, no thanks, no farewell." For a moment, I lost my composure, said something about coming back, but he could easily see that it was a white lie and turned his attention to something else. I was dismissed. Hitler would commit suicide just over a week later in the bunker, his headquarters in the latter stages of the war. But by this time, Speer was gone from Berlin, having left for Hamburg in northern Germany, where many members of the Nazi regime were heading in the final days of the conflict. And here an interim regime, the so-called Flensburg government, headed by Karl Dönitz, was formed following both Hitler's suicide and then Goebbels' suicide on the 1st of May. The Allied advance had not impacted on this region near the Danish border, and it was consequently to here that the short-lived regime headed to operate for several weeks in May 1945. It was while he was here that Speer learned that Hitler had dropped him entirely from the successor government in his final political testament composed on the 29th of April. Disappointed by the move, Speer offered his services to the Flensburg government, in which he was given the position of Minister of Industry and Production, effectively a continuation of his role as Minister of Armaments and War Production, albeit now in a government which was seeking to negotiate a peace settlement. That settlement arrived swiftly, and an end to the war in Europe was declared on the 8th of May, Victory in Europe, or VE Day as it has become known. Speer and many other high-ranking Nazis were still free near the Danish border throughout mid-May as the Allies considered their next steps towards the Flensburg government. Throughout these 2 weeks, Speer first began his efforts at rehabilitation by making himself available to the Allies for questioning on everything from the German war economy to events in Berlin in the closing months of the war, and elements of the air campaign which had been launched in the final stages of the conflict. The Western Allies were particularly keen to acquire information on the V-2 rocket program, which Speer had been involved in, as the technology involved was entirely novel, and the Americans were anxious to acquire it before the Russians. The decision was finally taken on the 23rd of May, when British troops arrested all of the senior-ranking members of the interim government as prisoners of war, bringing the last vestiges of the Nazi regime to an end. Then, in the weeks that followed, Speer was transferred between several internment centers and interrogated regularly. Finally, in September 1945, he was arraigned on charges of having been complicit in the committing of war crimes. Consequently, he was to be tried at Nuremberg, along with other senior surviving members of the Nazi regime. Speer went on trial in Nuremberg in the first wave, involving the most significant surviving members of the Nazi regime. It ran from the 19th of November 1945 to the 1st of October 1946, and during it, 24 individuals were put on trial, several of them in absentia, such as the former Nazi Party secretary Martin Bormann, who had not been found by November 1945, but who had almost certainly been dead for several months by that time. Of those who were still alive, the most prominent were Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy until he flew into Scotland in 1941, Wilhelm Keitel, the head of the Wehrmacht and the de facto Minister for Defense for the entire period of the war, Joachim von Ribbentrop, the foreign minister, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, the figure who effectively ran Austria following the unification of the two countries in 1938, and Hans Frank, the head of the General Government of Poland, the Nazi occupation government established in 1939. Each of them were accused according to the Nuremberg principles, not just of being senior members of the regime, but specifically of having committed crimes against peace, contributing to and overseeing a war of aggression, and, perhaps most significantly, committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. The trial lasted for 11 months. Of it, Speer later recollected, "For many months, the documents and testimonies accumulated. These aimed to prove that the crimes had been committed, without regard to whether any one of the defendants had been personally connected with them. It was horrible, and could only be borne because our nerves became more blunted from session to session. To this day, photographs, documents, and orders keep coming back to me. They were so monstrous that they seemed unbelievable, and yet none of the defendants doubted their genuineness." Speer's personal attorney, Hans Flaschner, attempted to present Speer as something of a genteel innocent who had been unwittingly thrust into the crimes of Hitler's regime. But the chief prosecutor, Robert H. Jackson, presented a counter-argument. Speer, Jackson argued, had been front and central, the key figure, in using hundreds of thousands of Jews, prisoners of war and other minorities as slave labor in order to run the German total war economy between 1942 and 1945. For his part, Speer clung to the hope that the Allies' decision not to impose a collective guilt on the German people for the crimes of the regime might be something which would also exonerate him in the eyes of the court. At last, the decisions of the tribunal at Nuremberg came in October 1946. Many of Speer's co-defendants were sentenced to death, notably Göring, Frank, von Ribbentrop and Seyss-Inquart, each of whom were hanged on the 16th of October, though Göring committed suicide in his cell the night of the 15th. But the architect escaped this fate. Of the 8 judges, 3 were in favor of the death penalty for Speer, but with a majority opposed, a compromise agreement was reached, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. And following the sentence, Speer claims he was resigned to his fate as a sort of penance for his previous actions. A few days later, I accepted the sentence. I waived the right to an appeal to the 4 powers. Any penalty weighed little compared to the misery we had brought upon the world. For there are things, I noted in my diary a few weeks later, for which one is guilty even if one might offer excuses, simply because the scale of the crimes is so overwhelming that by comparison any human excuse pales to insignificance. It is difficult to know how much Speer genuinely felt this or was trying to influence public opinion by saying so many years later. Speer would spend most of his 20-year jail sentence at Spandau prison in western Berlin, where he was transferred to in July 1947. Here his life was heavily restricted. He was, for instance, only allowed to correspond with close family members in order to limit his communication with the outside world. His time at Spandau was generally spent in exercising and reading. He claimed to have read thousands of books while serving his sentence, and also was provided with architectural works, which allowed him to keep up with prevailing trends in the discipline. Throughout his time at Spandau, others in the outside world continued to advocate on his behalf, pressing the case that Speer's sentence had been overly severe for a man who, his supporters argued, had allegedly been duped into following Hitler and the Nazis. A huge fundraising drive was even undertaken from the late 1940s onwards to raise funds to support his legal case, a growing sum of money over which Speer had some influence in how it was spent. Yet it was all futile. Far too many interest groups were wholly opposed to Speer being released early to allow it to happen, and he would serve his full 20 years in prison. While he was at Spandau, Speer embarked on one of the most significant writing projects ever undertaken by a senior member of the Nazi hierarchy. He composed a highly extensive memoir, a great proportion of which was written in a particular burst of activity in 1953 and 1954. Stretching to thousands of manuscript pages, this was a major tome. Yet Speer was working under tight restrictions at Spandau and had no access to materials with which he could corroborate events and dates from as much as 20 years earlier, and for which he had only his own memory to draw on. Accordingly, it was not until after he was released from prison on the 1st of October 1966 that he was in a position to rework the material into a coherent autobiography by consulting other Federal Archive documents. And when this was done, he published the memoir in 2 volumes, one as Inside the Third Reich and the other as Spandau, The Secret Diaries, published respectively in 1969 and 1975 in German. Both works were subsequently translated and published in English in 1970 and 1976, indicating the level of interest in the personal recollections of one of the leading members of the Third Reich. Of the 2 volumes, Inside the Third Reich is all the more significant for its actual narration of events between 1933 and 1945, and subsequently the trials at Nuremberg. Stretching in some modern editions to nearly 1,000 pages, the memoir presents details on everything from the 1936 Summer Olympics in Berlin to the atmosphere amongst the leaders of the Nazi regime in Berlin as the war came to an inexorable conclusion in 1944 and 1945. Spandau, The Secret Diaries, is a recollection of Speer's time in prison, but also provides extensive details on the architect's relationship with Hitler and other matters relating to the war. And yet, as detailed and as valuable as the memoirs have been considered by historians, there are considerable problems with the work Speer presented, not least his lack of engagement with or his toning down of the level of atrocities and war crimes associated with the regime. And they have also been deemed to have been written to exonerate Speer and his reputation, in particular by further suggesting that Speer was oblivious to the worst of the regime's atrocities on the Eastern Front and in the committing of the Holocaust. Thus, Speer's memoirs must be approached with a high degree of skepticism concerning their content. Albert Speer was released from prison on the 1st of October 1966, 20 years exactly after his sentence was pronounced at Nuremberg. Beginning with an interview he undertook with Der Spiegel magazine just weeks later, he began to acquire a minor celebrity status within Germany and the wider world, one which expanded considerably upon the publication of his memoirs in the years that followed. And many individuals were happy to promote Speer as being symptomatic of Germans in general during the war period, as people who were deceived by Hitler and the Nazis. But conversely, Speer was unable to rectify his relationship with his children, who had become adults themselves during his imprisonment. There were clearly conflicting values. Hilde Speer, for example, would go on to become a prominent advocate of Europe's Jewish people. Her and her siblings' growing distance from their father developed even as he continued to try to rehabilitate his reputation, though Speer himself would never again work as an architect. He eventually died on the 1st of September 1981 while visiting England in his mid-70s and was buried in Heidelberg in his native Baden-Württemberg. Very little of Speer's architectural work survives today. The Chancellery building, which he oversaw the construction of in Berlin in the mid to late 1930s, was largely destroyed just a few short years later during the Russian onslaught on the city in 1945. Some remnants of the outer walls remain, but little else. Beyond this, the most prominent landmarks in the German capital associated with Speer are the Schwerbelastungskörper, the huge concrete building which he had erected in the city centre in order to determine if the ground there could bear the weight of the enormous buildings planned as part of the construction of Germania. Outside Berlin, some parts of his work are still extant, notably parts of the Zeppelinfield Nazi Party grounds at Nuremberg. But beyond these, the most significant things he produced to have come down to us today are elaborate drawings and schemes for the monumental buildings he had planned and which were never actually realized, most notably the plans for Germania and the new Olympic Stadium at Nuremberg. It is a striking statement about the individual and the weakness of the Nazi state that despite having such unlimited resources available to him, Speer realized hardly any of his elaborate projects, and it is still not entirely clear, in some instances, if they could ever have been built. Revelations arose after Speer's death which served to completely thwart his efforts to rehabilitate his reputation after the war. Much of this focused on what Speer knew or didn't know about the extent of the Nazis' persecution and mass murder of Europe's Jews in the Holocaust. Speer regularly stated that while he was fully aware of the extent of the scale of the regime's anti-Semitic stance and found himself also uncomfortable in the presence of Jewish people, he asserted that he had no idea what was occurring throughout the dozens of concentration camps which dotted the countryside of Central and Eastern Europe between 1939 and 1945, notably Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor, in which millions of Jewish people were murdered. In line with this, Speer claimed that he was only aware of what was happening insofar as he knew the Jewish people were being corralled there, and also that many of Germany's war armaments were being produced using labor from the camps. However, Speer professed to be completely ignorant of the fact that millions of Jews were gassed to death on arrival at these camps between 1942 and 1945. Speer's professions of innocence during his lifetime have been categorically disproved since his death. Correspondence has emerged since 1981, which makes it clear that Speer was present at the so-called Posen speeches, two addresses which the head of the SS Heinrich Himmler had made at the town of Posen or Poznań in October 1943, in which he had quite clearly outlined what was happening in the concentration camps. Speer had never denied being present in Poznań at the time, but he claimed to have been absent from the auditorium when Himmler made his revelations. This was comprehensively disproved by the new correspondence, which clearly demonstrated that Speer was perfectly aware of what had occurred. Moreover, additional studies by historians such as Adam Tooze and Heinrich Brilliance focused on how Speer had visited many of the concentration camps in 1943 and 1944 to see where the labor was coming from for the industries he oversaw. Indeed, he had been heavily involved in the construction and administration of several of the camps. Thus, not only was Speer aware of what was occurring, but he was one of the central architects of the Holocaust from an organizational perspective in Berlin. Consequently, the myth of Speer as the less malevolent Nazi has collapsed since his death. Albert Speer is unique amongst the leading figures of the Third Reich in being an individual who managed to somewhat rehabilitate his reputation in the aftermath of the war. There are many reasons for this. Speer was a more cultivated figure than many of the other senior figures within the regime. He was a member of an upper-middle-class German family, which had a long history of being prominent architects in the country. Speer also excelled as a young man in his studies and had achieved a lecturing position at a prominent technical institute in Berlin while still in his early 20s. Moreover, after he became part of the Nazi hierarchy, his work was largely focused on architecture and improving the built infrastructure of the country. Speer, unlike figures such as Goering, Hans Frank and Arthur Seyss-Inquart, who all stood trial alongside him at Nuremberg in 1945 and 1946, superficially did not appear to have played a major role in the mass murder of Europe's Jews or some of the other major crimes associated with the Nazi regime, such as the indiscriminate execution of hundreds of thousands of Russians and other peoples on the Eastern Front between 1941 and 1945. Accordingly, Speer was not sentenced to death and, after serving a 20-year sentence, managed to return to German society. The reality, though, of how Speer managed to convince so many people that he was different to individuals such as Hitler, Himmler, Goering and Goebbels is quite different. He exploited his slightly more cultivated personality to good effect to convince people that he was simply an innocent architect who was won over by Hitler's personality early on before a Pauline conversion towards the end of the war. In this respect, he claimed that he had no knowledge of the worst of the regime's atrocities, particularly the genocide of Europe's Jews. But as we have seen, information which came to light since his death has proved that this was not the case, and Speer lied about how much he knew both at Nuremberg and after. Finally, his extensive memoirs, which he wrote at Spandau prison whilst serving his sentence after the war, served the purpose of further excusing his conduct and justifying his actions between 1933 and 1945. Perhaps historians bear some of the blame here, in that in their eagerness to have a very extensive first-hand account of the Nazi regime from one of its highest-ranking figures, they were too willing to accept Speer's work at face value, and with it, some of his justifications of his own behavior. There has been widespread debate as to what actually motivated Speer. Perhaps as some, such as the German historian Joachim Fest, have argued, Speer was led along in much the same way as other Germans were, by the promise of harking back to a lost time, when things in Germany were more favorable than they were during the crisis of the early 1930s. Perhaps he was, as he later tried to present himself, won over by the fact that the Nazis seemed to offer a solution to the problems of the Weimar Republic and the rise of the communists. or perhaps he was simply enthralled by the prospect of being able to realize his architectural ambitions and the resources which became available to him, the higher he rose in the years to come. But the reality is perhaps more straightforward. Speer was committed to the creation of a greater Germany, a nation which its buildings would be emblematic of, and his views of slave labor, particularly of imprisoned Jews before and after the war, appallingly so after he became Minister of Armaments in 1942, confirms conclusively that he was an anti-Semite himself. Thus, despite all his later justifications and excuses, it would seem that what motivated Speer to commit to the Nazi cause was not that he was led astray, as many have argued, but that he quite simply believed entirely in the Nazis' racial ideology. Accordingly, he should be viewed in the same way as any of the other members of the regime. What do you think of Albert Speer? Was he really a less malevolent individual than figures such as Hitler, Himmler, and Goebbels, as he presented himself at the Nuremberg trials? Or did his seemingly cultured personality simply allow him to deceive others into thinking this? Please let us know in the comments section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Rudolf Höss was born as Rudolf Franz Ferdinand Höss on the 25th of November 1900 in Baden-Baden in Western Germany. His father was Franz Xaver Höss, a former German army officer who had served in the colony of German East Africa, situated roughly where Tanzania lies today. Later on, once back in Germany, he worked as a senior clerk at a merchant's house which specialized in the importation of tea and coffee. He was a strict, austere individual, one who raised Rudolf, the only boy of 4 children, according to strict Catholic and military principles. Rudolf's mother was Paulina Höss, whose maiden name was Speck. She was a housewife who raised Rudolf and his 3 sisters. The Höss household, which was based in Baden-Baden until Rudolf was 6 years of age, was prosperous owing to Rudolf's father's successful job. And later in life, Höss would nostalgically write about an idyllic childhood in which his horse was his closest companion. In many ways, it resembled a typical upper-middle-class German family of the early 20th century, particularly one that was deeply religious. When Rudolf was around 6 or 7 years of age, the Höss family moved to the nearby town of Mannheim, where Rudolf's education began under a private tutor. This continued for 2 years before he was enrolled in a local elementary school, where he proved himself a capable, though hardly exceptional student. Rudolf's father, in line with the family's extreme Catholic piety, wished for his son to enter the priesthood, and after young Rudolf graduated from elementary school, he was enrolled in a humanities school with a view to potentially entering a seminary in due course. But his father's wish for Rudolf to follow this path was scuppered in the early 1910s, when Rudolf's father died. With the influence which was driving him towards the priesthood removed, Rudolf would begin to gravitate towards a life in the military. Yet this was not an unusual pursuit in early 20th century Germany, a country which was filled with nationalist sentiment. Höss was born and was growing up just as Europe was bubbling over with a vast assortment of tensions and resentments rising between the great powers. Most of this focused on Germany. When the country had united into the Second German Reich in 1871, this severely disrupted the power balance across Europe. Germany was now a threat to Britain, which for long had been Europe's foremost power. As a result, in the decades that followed, a series of military alliances were concluded by the major powers, one consisting of Britain, France, and Russia, and the other of Germany, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Italy. These powers would constantly clash in the early 20th century over rivalry for colonial possessions and other matters. Added to this division of the continent into 2 armed camps was a host of other problems, foremost amongst which was nationalist tensions in regions such as the Balkans. where the Ottoman Turkish Empire was collapsing, and both Austria, Hungary, and Russia wanted to step into the vacuum created by Istanbul's political and military collapse. Yet other groupings within the Balkans, such as the Serbs, had other ideas about this. Eventually, it would be the desire of these ethnic people to establish their own states, which would see Europe enveloped in war. The outbreak of a major conflict in Europe would have profound implications for Hus, despite the fact that he was still in his early teenage years. The war, which both then as well as in retrospect seemed somewhat inevitable, eventually broke out in the summer of 1914. The pressure cooker that was the Balkans was the source. In late June, while on a state visit to the city of Sarajevo, the heir to the Empire of Austria-Hungary, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was assassinated by Gavrilo Princip, a Serb nationalist. Then, in the weeks that followed, the Austrian government in Vienna attempted to exploit the situation in order to crush the nascent Serbian state on its southeastern border and curb the rising nationalist wave in the Balkans more generally. In response, Russia began mobilizing its troops in the region, and the situation then gradually escalated as Germany, Britain, and France all began trading threats in late July of 1914. On the 1st of August, Germany declared war on Russia in defense of its Austrian ally, and on the 3rd of August, Berlin opened a second front by declaring war on France. A day later, Germany invaded neutral Belgium, which led Britain in turn to declare war on Germany. Thus, the murder of Archduke Franz Ferdinand ballooned in the weeks that followed into the outbreak of the First World War. Despite being only 13 years of age upon the outbreak of the conflict, Hus was soon involved. In 1915, having turned 14 the previous year, he abandoned plans to join the priesthood and decided to follow in his father's footsteps. As such, he joined the German army and, despite his age, was allowed to enlist in the 21st Reserve Squadron of the 2nd Baden Dragoon Regiment, the regiment which both his father and grandfather had previously served in. After 4 weeks of initial training, his unit was amalgamated into the German Army's Asia Corps, which was assigned to serve alongside the 6th Army of the Ottoman Turks, one of Germany's foremost allies in the Middle East. Then, between 1916 and 1918, he fought in several campaigns in the region around modern-day Iraq and Palestine, and it has been noted that he may have witnessed some of the atrocities which amounted to the genocide by the Ottoman Turks of 1.5 million Armenians during the course of the war in Turkey. He was also wounded 3 times during his service and received the Iron Cross 2nd Class as well as the Iron Crescent, the latter being a commendation from the Turkish government. Finally, in the spring of 1918, he was even placed in command of his own cavalry unit, despite still being only 17 years of age. The First World War came to an end in November 1918. It had been a tortuous affair. While the British and their allies had gained the upper hand in the Middle East campaign, the main arena of fighting was in northern France, where the Germans had fought the French and the British over a small portion of land for 4 years. The entry of the United States into the war in 1917 provided these Western allies with an injection of men and resources. This happened just as Germany's ability to maintain its war effort was diminishing, and despite its effective victory over Russia in 1917, when the revolutionary government of that country had elected to give away vast tracts of land in Eastern Europe in return for the ability to leave the war. But in the end, owing to dissent at home in Germany and a realization that the war could not be won, a full-blown invasion of Germany was not needed in 1918, before the country surrendered, effectively bringing the war to an end and bringing victory to Britain, France, and their allies, and utter defeat for Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Turks. When the news of the armistice reached the Middle East, Hus was stationed in Damascus, a city which he quickly left, returning to Germany in secret in order to avoid being placed in an internment camp as a German officer. Hus's return to Germany was not idyllic. His mother had died during his absence in the Middle East, and he soon clashed with the remaining members of his family who wished for him to return to his path to the priesthood which his deceased parents had set him on before the war had interrupted affairs. Instead, Hus became a quite disaffected individual, unhappy with the humiliating peace terms which Britain and France had imposed on Germany in the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the war to an end. And he wasn't alone in his disaffection. In the immediate aftermath of the war, tens of thousands of former German soldiers and officers began forming themselves into quasi-military associations, such as the East Prussian Free Corps and the Steel Helmet League of Frontline Soldiers. These were partly social clubs for army veterans, but also partly borderline paramilitary groups, some of which posed a genuine threat to the peace and stability of the Weimar Republic, which had been established to govern Germany in the aftermath of the war. Hus soon joined the East Prussian Free Corps, or Freikorps, which was associated with the government in curbing workers' strikes and other bouts of unrest in Germany during the early 1920s. It was the beginning of his association with fringe paramilitary groups in interwar Germany. During the course of the early 1920s, the Freikorps were involved in some controversial activities and ones which were indicative of Hus's increasingly right-wing and violent political leanings. For instance, in 1920, he was part of a group which curbed some unrest in East Prussia, while just months later, his brigade of Freikorps aggressively broke up a strike by industrial workers in the Ruhr area of Western Germany. Consequently, it is not surprising to find that when the Freikorps were disbanded by the German government in 1922, Hus gravitated to a different right-wing movement. This was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party for short, which had been established in Munich in 1920 and which by 1922 was coming increasingly under the control of an Austrian firebrand by the name of Adolf Hitler. And having heard a speech delivered by Hitler while in the Bavarian capital, Hus decided to join the party, becoming member number 3240. It was the beginning of a quarter of a century-long association with a party whose ideology would shape Hus's life. And that ideology was based around authoritarianism, retaliation for Germany's loss in the war, and xenophobia, but above all, a searing anti-Semitism against the Jews of Germany and Europe more broadly. Hus was soon involved with the Nazi Party in a substantial capacity. In January 1923, following the Weimar government's failure to meet some of its war reparations payments, French and Belgian troops occupied parts of the heavily industrialized Upper Rhine region of Western Germany. Hus became part of a group which organized acts of sabotage and violence against the occupiers, and in this capacity, he and two other former members of the Freikorps murdered a local schoolteacher, Walter Kadolf, who had acted as an informer for the French. The act was carried out on a farm belonging to Martin Bormann, later a personal secretary to Hitler and senior government figure. Later, both Hus and Bormann were arrested for the crime, and in March 1923, Hus was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his role in murdering Kadolf. As a result, Hus was unable to take part in an attempted military rebellion or putsch, which the Nazi Party launched in Munich in November 1923. It was a complete failure, and Hitler too found himself imprisoned for several years shortly thereafter. However, in acts of leniency which all of Europe would come to regret, Hitler was released after serving less than a year of his sentence, and Hus was released after he had served just half of his 10-year sentence. Having served 5 years in prison, Hus was released in the late 1920s as the situation in Germany was shifting. After a decade of economic expansion throughout Europe and North America, and a boom period which led to these years becoming known as the Roaring Twenties, an abrupt financial crash occurred in the autumn of 1929. The Wall Street crash and the Great Depression which followed it for years afterwards had profound consequences for Germany, and as ordinary people lost their jobs and life savings, they turned to extremist parties in local and national elections. Thus, The Nazis, who had been a small fringe group for outcasts and disaffected extremists up to that point, suddenly started to grow quickly in popularity, eventually becoming the largest political party in Germany in the early 1930s. Meanwhile, following his release, Höss decided to take a back seat from politics himself, although he did maintain ties with the Nazis. In the immediate aftermath of his release, his main priority was starting a family. Consequently, in the late summer of 1929, he married Hedwig Hensel, whom he had met through the Artemann League, a German rural, agrarian, and traditionalist movement which he had become involved with following his release from prison. They would go on to have 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Höss kept a low profile for the next several years, but Hitler and his Nazi party decidedly did not. In 1932, they became the most popular party in Germany, with nearly 40% of the vote in one election. Still, they could not gain a majority, and never would have, had it not been for a Faustian pact which the leaders of Germany's major industrial companies now made with Hitler, banking on the fact that they could control Hitler and the Nazis and use them to ensure that the communists would not come to power in Germany. Industrialists such as Gustav Krupp threw their support behind Hitler in early 1933. Within weeks, the Nazis exploited this situation to dismantle the Weimar Republic, ban the communists and other opposition groups, and essentially turn Germany into a one-party dictatorship. And this was the spur for Höss to re-enter political life. In September 1933, he joined the Schutzstaffel, or SS, one of the main paramilitary wings of the Nazi Party, and quickly became a firm ally of Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS. Significantly, in July 1934, the SS were granted control and oversight over the concentration camps which the Nazis had begun establishing in Germany as soon as they had seized power. At this early date, these were relatively small, makeshift prisons used to house political opponents of the nascent Nazi regimes, such as communists and other left-leaning political groups. In June 1934, Höss was transferred to the 10th Battalion of the 9th Regiment of the SS, but it was only a temporary posting, and in December of that year, he was transferred again, this time to Dachau, a concentration camp which had recently been constructed near Munich in Bavaria. Here, he served under the camp inspector Theodor Eicke for the next several weeks. It was Eicke who developed the system of camp discipline, which would subsequently be extended to the concentration camps throughout Europe. Höss spent nearly 4 years here, during which time he was a relatively low-profile figure. However, his experience and the length of time spent there were sufficient enough that when the Nazis began consolidating the smaller concentration camps into bigger camps in the late 1930s, he was transferred to one of these larger internment facilities. This one was just north of Berlin and was called Sachsenhausen. Here, Höss was placed in an administrative role upon his arrival on the 1st of August 1938, and he would soon be promoted to more senior positions, eventually being appointed as Commandant Deputy for Prisoner Affairs there, one of the most senior positions within the camp administration. Simultaneously, he rapidly acquired promotion within the SS, becoming a captain by the winter of 1938. While Höss was at Sachsenhausen, the Nazi state which he served was dragging Europe towards conflict. As soon as Hitler and the Nazis had come to power in 1933, they had begun to dismantle the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. One of the stipulations of the treaty was that Germany would restrict the size of its army. The Nazis quickly breached this provision and began rebuilding both the armed forces and a new German Air Force. Then, a second major point was violated in March 1936, when Hitler sent German troops into the Rhineland, the industrialized western part of Germany which, under the terms of Versailles, was to be left demilitarized. And when this went relatively unopposed, Berlin moved 2 years later to annex Austria into a Greater Germany, in the so-called Anschluss. Then, by the end of the year, Hitler also pressurized Britain into allowing it to incorporate the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia into Germany as well. By now, the Nazis were convinced by the constant appeasement afforded them by Britain and France that little would be done to stop them. In the spring of 1939, they were allowed to form Czechoslovakia and Hungary into puppet states. But a few months later, their run of conquests without a shot ran out. When Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the two Western powers declared war in response on the 3rd of September. The Second World War had commenced. Shortly before the outbreak of the war, Höss had joined the Waffen-SS, the more hardcore military branch of the paramilitary organization. He was subsequently sent east into Poland following the conquest of the country, and it is this country that he would become most closely associated with for the remainder of his life. As soon as the German Reich had begun expanding into regions such as Austria and Poland in 1938 and 1939, concentration camps had been established in those countries to house political prisoners and members of those groupings which the Nazi state reserved its naked hatred for, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, Gypsies, and, above all, the Jewish people. The latter were particularly numerous in Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe, as, in the late medieval period, most Western European kingdoms such as England and France had forcibly expelled their Jewish communities, and, as they did, a great many of Europe's Jews had migrated eastwards to places such as Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic Sea region. Consequently, as the Nazi state conquered Poland in 1939, it began to encounter ever greater numbers of Jewish people in Eastern Europe, and decided that more concentration camps would be needed in Poland to detain them. Höss would become central to these operations. Late in 1939, Höss had been appointed as an interim director of Sachsenhausen concentration camp, but he was soon to be moved from this position. In February 1940, surveyors and SS members in Poland had begun examining the site of an old Polish army barracks situated about 50 kilometers south of the city of Krakow. It was in a relatively isolated rural setting, but the former barracks and buildings around it could be used as the beginnings of a major concentration camp. Moreover, it was situated in an ideal place geographically, not too far from Germany, and at a crossroads of several large train transit routes to the east. The barracks lay next to a village called Oświęcim in Polish, but the whole world knows it today by its German name. It was called Auschwitz. Then, on Himmler's recommendation, Höss was sent there in April 1940 to carry out an inspection of the site and to report to him on the feasibility of going ahead with siting a concentration camp here. Höss visited and approved of the location. So, on the 27th of April 1940, Himmler gave the order to establish what is now known as Camp 1 at Auschwitz, or Auschwitz I, with an initial capacity of 10,000 prisoners. Rudolf Höss was appointed as commandant of the new camp a few days later, on the 1st of May. Over the next 3.5 years, Auschwitz would expand to become the largest and most horrific concentration camp in Nazi Europe, but much of that would lay ahead in 1942 and later. In 1940, Höss began to develop Auschwitz into a medium-sized concentration camp modelled on Dachau and Sachsenhausen, where he had served previously. Höss oversaw the conversion of the old army barracks and also established an agricultural farm to make the camp self-supporting. In line with the situation at many of the concentration camps being established throughout Eastern Europe, structures were also put in place in order to establish factories at Auschwitz, ones which would be run by the SS to produce war material, and which would effectively be powered by the slave labor of the inmates of the camp. When Himmler visited at the beginning of March 1941, he was impressed with the manner in which Höss had developed the main camp at Auschwitz. As a result, he ordered Höss to expand the camp so that it could hold 30,000 prisoners, as the concentration camp system was expected to come under pressure once Germany invaded Russia in the late summer and autumn of 1941. And most ominously, Himmler, with Höss eager to undertake the task, ordered the construction of a second camp nearby for a further 100,000 POWs. Camp 2, or Auschwitz II, would become known as Auschwitz-Birkenau. Auschwitz might have remained a typical concentration camp, one of many established by the Nazis throughout Europe, where POWs and political dissidents were held in poor conditions, had it not been for the events of late 1941 and early 1942. Having conquered most of Western Europe, Hitler turned his attentions east towards the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. A massive invasion of Russia was commenced with in June 1941. Initially, it met with striking success, and the Russian dictator Joseph Stalin was considering negotiating peace terms with Germany, whereby huge tracts of land would be ceded to the Nazi state. And this was the climate in which Hitler and the Nazi hierarchy began to consider brutal ideas about how to solve what they termed the Jewish question. For years, the Nazis had used coercion and persecution to try to force the Jewish community of Germany and later in occupied lands to immigrate to either the British-mandated territory in Palestine or else to America and Britain. And there was even a bizarre plan to deport Europe's Jews to the East African island of Madagascar. All of this, though, changed in the winter of 1941 to 1942, in ways which would make Höss and the camp he ran at Auschwitz into something far different to the concentration camp which was originally established in 1940. In January 1942, a conference was held at Wannsee outside Berlin, where some of the highest-ranking officials of the Third Reich met to discuss the Jewish question. The Nazis had begun to entertain truly horrific policy proposals at the time. One, for instance, had imagined that in order to create Lebensraum, or living space for German settlers, approximately 30 million Eastern Europeans would be starved to death. And in approaching the question of Europe's Jews at the Wannsee Conference, it was decided to engage in mass murder and genocide. Europe's Jews would effectively be detained and transported to the many concentration camps that had been established throughout Central and Eastern Europe, where they would be gassed to death. This was known euphemistically as the final solution, and the goal of it was to eradicate the Jewish population of the Third Reich. With its large facilities, its relative obscurity and distance from any major cities and towns, and its location on the main routeways and train routes of Eastern Europe, Auschwitz, and specifically Auschwitz-Birkenau, would become the epicenter of the genocidal policy, which was now to be enacted, and Rudolf Höss, more than any other individual, would become the overseer of the Holocaust. It should be noted that the Wannsee Conference was just the event at which the final solution was rubber-stamped and at which the senior echelons of the Nazi state were alerted to what had been decided upon. However, the decision to commence a genocidal policy had been taken by Hitler and other senior officials such as Joseph Goebbels and Himmler months earlier. Additionally, Höss appears to have been one of the first to learn about it, and he later claimed that he had been told as early as the summer of 1941 to begin adapting the second camp which was being developed at Auschwitz, the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, to serve as an extermination camp or death camp, rather than as a holding camp for prisoners. It was also at Auschwitz on the 3rd of September 1941 that an experiment with far-reaching consequences was conducted. That day, in the cellars of Block 11, over 800 POWs, most of them Soviet prisoners, were gassed to death using the gas prussic or hydrocyanic acid. It is better known by its commercial name, Zyklon B. Thus, by the early autumn of 1941, well in advance of the Wannsee Conference, Höss was preparing Auschwitz-Birkenau to act as an extermination camp, and the gas which would murder millions of Europe's Jews in the years that followed had already been trialed here. Shortly after the Wannsee Conference, trains began arriving to Auschwitz carrying the first Jews to Höss's camps. The newly arrived prisoners were generally killed with Zyklon B within hours of their arrival in a specially designed charnel house next to a crematorium in the camp. Before they were killed, prisoners were stripped of their few remaining possessions. Only those who were deemed physically fit enough to be able to work for a long time at the labor camps survived for very long, and soon the number of prisoners arriving was so large that Höss had to repurpose several other buildings to act as gas chambers. Strikingly though, the main cause of delays at Auschwitz-Birkenau in the months that followed was an inability to dispose of the bodies of those who had been murdered quickly enough. In response, Höss ordered the construction of 4 large units, each one consisting of a specially designed gas chamber with an attached crematorium. In the meantime, while these units were under construction, in the late summer and early autumn of 1942, many of the bodies of the deceased were simply piled up and incinerated on pyres outside in the open. Such was the scale of the murder machine at Auschwitz and the number of prisoners who went through the camps there that some people have called into question whether or not the place could have been operated on the scale which it did. But there is no doubting this. In terms of its scale, the concentration camp in its entirety was vast. When it was fully developed, Auschwitz consisted of 3 camps: the original camp, or Auschwitz I, the second camp, or Auschwitz-Birkenau, where the bulk of the murders took place, and a small third camp, Auschwitz-Monowitz, which was developed as a labor camp for the production of products such as synthetic rubber for the German war machine. These 3 camps, which made up Auschwitz and over which Höss presided as commandant, covered a huge area of land measuring some 20,000 acres or 8,000 hectares, and to ensure secrecy, the entire area had been cleared of any civilians, while a cordon sanitaire, or empty zone, was also established all around the periphery. Moreover, the Nazis also made efforts to convince civilians in the surrounding Polish countryside that things were different to what they seemed. For instance, when prisoners from the worker camp of Auschwitz-Monowitz were taken out of the camp, they were told to shave beforehand and were made to sing when within earshot of others. Life in the camps for the minority who were not murdered within hours of arriving was brutal. Some were spared because they were healthy and would make the best workers in the labor camps. Sometimes entire families avoided being sent directly to the gas chamber so that they could populate the family camp, a separate camp which was maintained between September 1943 and July 1944 as a kind of propaganda camp designed to fool the outside world about what was occurring at Auschwitz. The family camp has been written about in recent years by one of the few individuals who survived its liquidation in the summer of 1944, Otto Dov Kulka, whose memoir, Landscapes of the Metropolis of Death, presents a harrowing account of his time at Auschwitz as a child. Additionally, for those who did survive for weeks or months at Auschwitz, existence was essentially a process of dehumanization. Inmates were tattooed with a serial number on their left arm, while prisoners were forced to wear color-coded uniforms, depending on their race or alleged crime. For instance, Jewish inmates wore green and white striped clothes with a Star of David. Jehovah's Witnesses wore purple. Gay men, some 15,000 of whom were placed in the camps by the Nazi state, wore pink, and the Roma, vagrants, and prostitutes wore black. Perhaps the most striking accounts of life inside Auschwitz were found in the writings of Primo Levi, an Italian Jew who was incarcerated at Auschwitz-Monowitz from February 1944 until the camp was liberated nearly a year later. In his first account of his time at Auschwitz, entitled "If This Is a Man," Levi describes how even those prisoners who were spared the gas chamber generally died within 3 months from exhaustion and malnourishment. Levy's account is one in which everything else is effectively stripped away except raw survival. At Auschwitz, inmates were woken at 4:30 a.m. If they did not rise swiftly, they were beaten. Sanitation was appalling, and clean water was scarce for even drinking, let alone bathing. Breakfast consisted of tea and coffee, but rarely food, and this was the preparation for an 11-hour work day, although it was sometimes longer in summer. Lunch often consisted of little more than some watery soup, while the evening meal was bread, generally stale, with some cheese and meat. Prisoners had the option of rationing this latter allocation in order to have something to eat for breakfast. Sunday was a day off and the time for a weekly shower. Some inmates were allowed to receive mail, but even this small dignity was denied the Jewish occupants of what Dov Kulka called the Auschwitz Hades. The staff at the camp, which was virtually all under the jurisdiction of the SS, numbered just over 6,000 people, nearly all of them men. It was a surprisingly small number when one considers the scale of the mass murder which was carried out at Auschwitz. There was a paradoxical element to life there. For instance, Höss resided there with his wife and young children in a 2-story villa near the commandant's office and the administration building in Camp 1. This highlights the fact that, for all the horrors that could be witnessed in certain parts of the camp, in other areas there was an atmosphere of seeming normality, and this transferred further down the hierarchy. Within Auschwitz I, the main camp, there was a cinema and a theatre for the staff. Former guards have described it as a small town, one with a sports club and where dances were also occasionally held. Other administrators and guards described how the initial revulsion of what was occurring at Auschwitz-Birkenau soon gave way to a situation where they ignored what they were doing and seeing, and simply considered themselves to be cogs in a machine, whilst other guards noted that there was a culture of heavy drinking amongst the SS stationed there. The wider hierarchy of the Nazi state were well aware of what was occurring in Western Poland. It is relatively clear that Höss had been given directives to run the camp in the manner which he did, as early as the summer of 1941, and that these orders evidently came down from Hitler and Himmler as head of the SS. Public attestations to what was occurring at Auschwitz are plentiful. One of the most famous is surely the so-called Posen speeches, 2 speeches which Himmler made on the 4th and 6th of October 1943 in the town hall of Posen, or Poznan, in Poland. Throughout 1943, Himmler had been conducting a tour of Central and Eastern Europe to give speeches before regional groups of SS members in an effort to raise flagging morale, as the German war effort had been hit by severe setbacks. Some of these speeches were recorded and transcribed, and during the Posen speeches, Himmler quite clearly states that the Nazi state is actively conducting a genocidal mass murder of Europe's Jews at camps such as Auschwitz.
Ich will auch ein ganz schweres Kapitel, will ich hier vor Ihnen in aller Offenheit nennen. Es soll zwischen uns ausgesprochen sein, und trotzdem werden wir nicht in der Öffentlichkeit nie darüber reden. Ich meine die Judenevakuierung, die Ausrottung des jüdischen Volkes. Es gehört zu den Dingen, die man leicht ausspricht. Das jüdische Volk wird ausgerottet. Das sagt Ihnen jede Parteigenosse. Ganz klar steht in unserem Programm drin, Ausschaltung der Juden, Ausrottung machen wir, Kleinigkeit.
Additionally, knowledge of this extended even to the less anti-Semitic and ideological members of the Nazi regime, such as the armaments minister and architect Albert Speer, for whom correspondence has recently been unearthed, which shows that he was fully aware of what Himmler had said in Posen. There is no denying the brutality of life at Auschwitz, and that what was occurring at the death camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau was a poorly kept secret in Nazi Germany. The end results of it constitute one of the foremost crimes ever committed by human beings. In total, approximately 1.3 million people were sent to Auschwitz between 1940 and 1944. Of these, it is estimated that about 1.1 million were killed, a large proportion within just hours of arriving at the camp. And of the 1.1 million souls who perished within the sprawling death camp, the overwhelming majority, as many as 960,000, were Jewish. Ethnic Poles, who were political dissenters of some kind, were the second biggest cohort of victims, making up in the region of 75,000 fatalities, while the rest were a mix of Roma, Gypsies and political prisoners from across Nazi-occupied Europe. And it's not just the deaths that occurred here which are so abhorrent, but the cold, clinical nature of the way mass murder was carried out. People were brought to Auschwitz, processed, gassed to death, and then their bodies were dispensed with, all within a matter of hours. as though it were an administrative exercise in efficiency. Others were experimented on by the crazed Dr. Josef Mengele, while the camp guards engaged in petty acts of sadism against the small number of inmates who survived more than a few hours. Throughout all of this, Höss maintained a clinical efficiency. Individuals who had survived the camps and were still alive after the war to testify against him affirmed that when he was seen, Höss would typically be wearing a stony, emotionless expression. Chillingly, when he was once asked about the gassing procedure and the use of Zyklon B, Höss is said to have remarked that they knew when those inside the gas chamber were dead, a process which took up to 15 minutes as they were no longer alive when they stopped screaming. And yet, for all his cold, clinical efficiency, Höss was briefly replaced as commandant of Auschwitz. Perversely, this was due to two developments, one being an extramarital affair he engaged in with a political prisoner at the camp, Eleonora Hodis, and the second being an investigation into financial corruption amongst some of the senior SS officers at Auschwitz. Although Höss was not implicated himself, the simultaneous scandals ensured that he needed to be briefly replaced. Accordingly, between November 1943 and May 1944, he was absent from Auschwitz, serving as Chief of Department DI within the SS Economic Administrative Central Office. Through this position, Höss was effectively placed in one of the senior oversight positions of the entire concentration camp system throughout Europe. Höss's move to become the Chief of Department DI was theoretically a promotion, but he was soon taking steps to return to Auschwitz to oversee perhaps the most disturbing period of the camp's entire history. In March 1944, in response to efforts by the Hungarian government to negotiate the surrender with the Allies, Hitler ordered the invasion of Hungary, and shortly thereafter, Adolf Eichmann, one of the main orchestrators of the final solution, was sent to the region to oversee the murder of approximately 750,000 Jews living in Hungary. As a result, Höss now arranged for himself to return to Auschwitz as camp commandant, to oversee the carnage. Then, during a 6-month period between the late spring and the autumn of 1944, 400,000 Hungarian Jews were murdered by the Nazis, most of them at Auschwitz, with trainloads of 3,000 Jews arriving per day during the summer. Höss was central to the entire operation, and it was even given the code name Aktion Höss. 80% of those who arrived at Auschwitz during these months were killed the same day that they arrived. Then, in the autumn of 1944, when this process was drawing to a conclusion, Höss had himself reposted to Ravensberg concentration camp near Berlin, as the Russians closed in on Auschwitz. The horror of what was occurring at Auschwitz and Höss's centrality to it was not going to remain unknown to the wider world for much longer. Even as the scale of the murders at the camp was accelerating, the course of the war was shifting dramatically against Nazi Germany. While the first 3 years of the conflict had seen a succession of victories for Hitler and his allies, the decision to invade Russia in 1941 changed all of this. That winter, the German advance stalled outside Moscow and several other Russian cities, just as the United States was entering the war on the side of the Allies, after an unprovoked attack on the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor by the Empire of Japan. In tandem, the Axis were largely defeated in North Africa during the course of 1942, laying the way for the US and Britain to open a southern front in Sicily in the summer of 1943. A final cataclysmic conflict between the Russians and the Germans played out around the city of Stalingrad in the autumn and winter of 1942. When the snows melted there, early in 1943, the German Sixth Army had been destroyed, and the Russians were on their way west towards Berlin. It was now only a matter of when, not if, they would push into Poland and reach Auschwitz. And with the opening of a new front by the Western Allies in France in the summer of 1944, the Russian advance in the east accelerated. The Allies had information about what Höss and his underlings had perpetrated in western Poland. Throughout the camp's history, there had been several escape attempts. One of these, on the 10th of April 1944, by 2 Slovak Jews, Rudolf Vrba and Alfred Wetzler, was successful, and after a 2-week odyssey across Poland, the pair made it to Slovakia, where they made contact with the Slovakian resistance movement. And there, they were able to give a complete report on what was happening at Auschwitz, including the schematics of the camp, information which was subsequently passed to the Western Allies. It was also proposed at this time that Auschwitz should be bombed by the Allies, and it remains a source of some controversy that the United States failed to do so, the American Military High Command having considered it and deemed the concentration camps there a target which would divert too many resources away from the bombing campaign in Western and Southern Europe. Had the Allies bombed the camps, it might have prevented, or at least slowed, the mass murder of nearly 500,000 Hungarian Jews who were annihilated in a 6-month campaign after the Germans occupied the territory in March 1944. The Allies knew what they would find in Auschwitz when they reached there in 1945. Auschwitz was finally liberated on the 27th of January 1945. As the Soviet armies rampaged westwards across Poland in the late autumn and early winter of 1944, Höss and the other camp commanders had gradually began abandoning the camp, Höss electing to take up a position in another camp close to Berlin. Death was the creed of the place until the very end. One of the last acts undertaken by the camp authorities was to lead 60,000 prisoners on a death march on the 18th of January 1945 to Władysław Śląski, and roughly a quarter of these, some 15,000 people, died during the journey, either from starvation and the winter cold or by simply being executed by their captors. Then, those who survived the journey were placed on freight trains to be ferried westwards to other concentration camps further back from the front lines. When the Soviets arrived at Auschwitz on the 27th, they found just 7,650 prisoners, virtually all of whom were sick, malnourished or starving. Unsurprisingly, the reaction of the Soviet troops was one of being startled. Primo Levi would later write that their faces spoke of the feeling of guilt that such a crime should exist, that it should have been introduced irrevocably into the world of things that exist. Those who were still alive were held for medical treatment for days thereafter. As we have seen, Höss had relocated close to Berlin in the autumn of 1944, long before the Russians reached Auschwitz. Here, in addition to oversight of the Ravensbrück concentration camp near Berlin, he had some responsibility for the wider camp system throughout those portions of Central Europe which were still under Nazi control. Yet, when the final order came from Himmler to initiate the murder of the remaining inmates of Europe's camps, Höss lacked the resources to be able to implement the order, although there is no doubt that he would have done so had he been able to. Meanwhile, the Third Reich was entering its final stages. In the early spring of 1945, the Russians had begun to penetrate into eastern Germany and surrounded Berlin, while the Western Allies barreled into the Rhineland and headed towards Munich and Berlin themselves. Eventually, on the 30th of April 1945, with Berlin surrounded, Hitler killed himself in his bunker in the Reich Chancellery in the center of the capital. Just over a week later, on the 8th of May, Germany surrendered in what had become known as Victory in Europe, or VE Day. Now the war was over in Europe, it remained to apprehend those who had been responsible for it and for the terrible crimes which were committed during it. In the final days of the conflict, Höss met with his superior within the SS, Himmler. The pair had become close acquaintances during the course of the war, but Höss later testified that the meeting had left him feeling disheartened. Himmler proposed that all members of the SS should disguise themselves as standard members of the German army, the Wehrmacht, and await for the outbreak of a Third World War, which Himmler believed would follow soon after the end of the Second. Höss was indignant at the suggestion, but treated it as an order from his superior. Consequently, he quickly acquired the official papers of a member of the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, and went into hiding on Sylt Island off the coast of northwestern Germany, near the border with Denmark. He was captured here sometime afterwards by some British soldiers, but they failed to accurately identify him, and Höss, who claimed that he was a farmer who had been forced to join the German Navy, was allowed to go free. Thereafter, he managed to escape detection by assuming the identity of Fritz Lang, a German farmer and gardener in the region. And he was not alone. All over Germany, high and mid-ranking members of the Nazi Party and the SS were adopting disguises and aliases in an effort to escape capture and prosecution by the Allies. Many of these individuals were able to escape detection for months or even years, and then many of them, such as the notorious participants of the Holocaust Adolf Eichmann and Josef Mengele, were able to migrate overseas to South America, where these Nazi war criminals often managed to escape prosecution for years or even forever. But this was not the case with Höss. In early 1946, Rudolf's wife Hedwig was apprehended by British soldiers along with some of their children. She was eventually coerced into providing information as to her husband's whereabouts when the soldiers assaulted the Höss's son Klaus. As a result of this information, the British Field Security Police were able to apprehend Höss on the 11th of March 1946 at Gottröpel near the German-Danish border, 10 months after the conclusion of the war. He initially tried to bite into a cyanide pill to kill himself before he was captured, but after this failed, he tried to deny his identity. In this instance, he was betrayed by his wedding ring, which he was still wearing, and which had his name inscribed on the inside. In a fitting development, the team of British police which apprehended Höss was led by Hans Alexander, a German Jew whose family had relocated to Britain in 1936 to escape persecution by the Nazis. Following his arrest, Höss was initially imprisoned in a former army barracks at Heide, in the northern province of Schleswig-Holstein. From there, he was taken south to the main British centre for the interrogation of German war criminals in the town of Minden. He was quickly subpoenaed to appear as a witness for the defence of Ernst Kaltenbrunner, the head of the Reich's Central Security Office between 1943 and 1945, and the successor to Reinhard Heydrich, who had organised the Wannsee Conference, at which the final solution was decided upon as Reich policy in January 1945. Kaltenbrunner was amongst the first group of individuals to face charges at the war crimes tribunals which the Allies were holding in the city of Nuremberg, and Höss testified there in April 1946. He was entirely unapologetic for his crimes, and even appears to have inflated the numbers of those who passed through the gates of Auschwitz and were murdered there during his time as commandant of the camp. He gave precise answers to the questions put to him and did not skirt the fact that well in excess of 1 million people had been killed at Auschwitz. He also did not seek to protect anyone, including Kaltenbrunner, on behalf of whose defense he had been called, nor did he try to evade responsibility himself. The only evasion he attempted was when he stated that he had been following Himmler's express orders as head of the SS. No sooner had Höss been captured than the Polish government petitioned to have him extradited to Poland so that he could stand trial and face justice in the country where Auschwitz stood and where Höss had overseen the murder of in excess of 1 million people, a huge number of them Polish citizens. This request was granted and Höss was sent to Poland on the 25th of May 1946. A Supreme National Tribunal had been established in Poland following the liberation of the country by the Russians with the purpose of trying major Nazi war criminals who had primarily operated in Poland between 1939 and 1945. The proceedings against Höss opened in Warsaw on the 11th of March 1947 to widespread international interest. He faced 2 main charges: being a member of a criminal organization, as the Nazi regime and the SS were now branded, and acting as the commandant of Auschwitz from the 1st of May 1940 through to October 1943, and again between the early summer and late autumn of 1944. The second charge included attendant charges of having been complicit in the murder of hundreds of thousands of prisoners, as well as the moral and psychological abuse of many others, as well as the profaning of the bodies of the dead. The trial lasted for just under 3 weeks. During it, experts on the Holocaust and Nazi and SS policy, as well as former prisoners from Auschwitz and even some staff members from the camp, were summoned to take the stand and testify against Höss. The commandant of Auschwitz behaved much as he had the previous year at the trial at Nuremberg. He provided precise, unemotional answers to the accusations made against him and displayed no remorse for his critical role in the murder of over 1 million people. He did try to depict himself at times as someone who was simply obeying orders in a hierarchy of officers, but he seemed resigned to facing the maximum sentence possible for his crimes. He also made a wholly illusory distinction between those who had been gassed and cremated at Auschwitz and those who had died from starvation or disease, as though those who had run the camp were somehow not responsible for the deaths of those who starved to death or became seriously ill within the camps. The trial lasted for less than 3 weeks and concluded on the 29th of March 1947. 4 days later, on the 2nd of April, Rudolf Höss was sentenced to death by hanging. Höss's final days were spent preparing his autobiography, which he had first been instructed to begin writing by the British after he was captured in Germany. Autobiographies are usually written by individuals who wish to extol their achievements in life and are typically intended to be read by individuals who might feel some modicum of admiration for the author. This one is very different in this respect, presenting an account of Höss's own life and also extensive details of other senior members of the SS whom Höss knew and worked with, notably Himmler and Theodor Eicke, whom he had first worked under at Sachsenhausen. Yet despite what we may make of the man himself, the autobiography has a utility for the historian as it is a relatively accurate document, much as he had done when questioned at trial. At both Nuremberg and in Warsaw, Höss made no effort to disguise the truth of what had occurred at Auschwitz and his role in it. As such, we have in his autobiography a first-hand account of how the Holocaust was carried out at its very epicenter and by one of its leading protagonists. Having first been published in Polish, it was soon translated into German and English, and has been reprinted in numerous editions since. Höss would not have long to wait between the announcement of his sentence on the 2nd of April and the execution of it, just 2 weeks to be precise. And shortly before his death, on the 10th of April, the man who had once been viewed as a potential priest by members of his religious family returned to the Roman Catholic Church and received the sacrament of penance. He also asked for permission to send a farewell letter to his family and to return his wedding ring to his wife. Additionally, he was psychologically evaluated, although his examiner, the American military psychologist Gustav Gilbert, could only conclude that Höss was somebody who could appear socially normal, but who was almost totally lacking in any capacity for empathy towards others. 4 days before his sentence was carried out, Höss sent a message to the state prosecutor in which he claimed to have realized that his actions were wrong. Similar thoughts suffuse his final letters to his family. His execution was carried out on the morning of the 16th of April 1947. Perhaps fittingly, Höss was hung just a few dozen yards from the villa where he and his family had lived for several years in Camp 1 at Auschwitz, near the first crematorium that was built there. At 8:10 a.m., he was pronounced dead by the court doctor. And what of Auschwitz itself, the place at which Höss oversaw so much death? Surprisingly, the liberation of the camp in January 1945 did not generate much international media attention that spring, and it was only with the liberation of camps such as Dachau by the Western Allies that the camp system became known to the wider world. But in the years that followed, Auschwitz became the primary symbol of the Holocaust, a result of the camp's high death toll and also due to the survival of many witnesses who could attest to what had happened there. In particular, the writings of figures such as Primo Levi and Elie Wiesel in the post-war years provided first-hand accounts of what had occurred in the Polish camp between 1942 and 1944. A museum was quickly opened there in the aftermath of the war, while in 1979 the camp was added to the list of World Heritage Sites by UNESCO. The gates to the camp have become one of the most ubiquitous images associated with the concentration camp system and the Holocaust, which was carried out within them. In 2005, the UN General Assembly designated the 27th of January as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This day was selected as it was the date on which Auschwitz was liberated in 1945. Today, the camp is visited by roughly 2 million individuals every year. Rudolf Höss is one of several members of the Nazi regime who is perhaps less well known to the public than figures such as Hitler, Goering, Goebbels and Himmler, but who was nonetheless absolutely central to the Holocaust. As commandant of the camp at Auschwitz, for most of the period that it served as a concentration camp, between 1940 and January 1945, he oversaw the murder of over 1 million people, most of them Jewish people from Eastern and Central Europe, but also over 100,000 Polish political prisoners, Soviet prisoners of war, and others such as Gypsies and the Roma people. Auschwitz became the center of the Holocaust, the place where approximately 1.1 million people were killed in gas chambers and then quickly had their bodies burned in the crematoria. It was here that over half of the 750,000 Jews of Hungary were killed in just a few short months in the summer and autumn of 1944. Only the concentration camps of Treblinka and Belzec in eastern Poland saw comparable levels of mass murder, with approximately 800,000 and 600,000 people killed here, though over a shorter time period than at Auschwitz. Moreover, the killing at Auschwitz was widely known about within the Nazi regime, from Hitler and Himmler down to regional officers who ran the SS. Today, its horror is vividly attested to by writers such as Primo Levi and Elie Wiesel. Höss himself is an enigmatic character. He was certainly committed ideologically to the Nazi regime and its anti-Semitism. He grew up in a military family and became a soldier in the First World War when he was little more than a teenager. Thereafter, he was almost always surrounded by violence, from the Freikorps of the early 1920s through the Nazi Party in its early days, prison and then the SS. Having been assigned to Dachau in the mid-1930s, he would spend the rest of his life administering concentration camps. First Dachau, then Sachsenhausen, and then Auschwitz. Perhaps he is the personification of what Hannah Arendt would later call the banality of evil, an individual who could run a machine of mass murder such as Auschwitz, as though it were an exercise in efficiency. He seems to have been capable of doing so. In the end, not because of any discernible sense of hatred, such as Hitler displayed towards Europe's Jews, but because he rarely displayed any emotion of any kind, a trait which was on display in the matter-of-fact way he conducted himself and answered questions at Nuremberg, and at his own trial in Warsaw. Perhaps that is the most chilling aspect to Höss, the idea that someone could engage in such mass murder almost unthinkingly and without any emotion. What do you think of Rudolf Höss? How much responsibility does he bear for the Holocaust overall? And to what extent was he personally responsible for turning Auschwitz into the hellish place which it became during the Second World War? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Ernst Kaltenbrunner was born on the 4th of October 1903 in the town of Ried im Kreis in Upper Austria, not far from the city of Salzburg near the German border. His father was Hugo Kaltenbrunner, a lawyer in Ried im Kreis, and his mother was Theresa Udvardi. Together she and Hugo had several more sons. Friedrich, who was born almost exactly 2 years before Ernst, and then Werner and Roland, born in 1905 and 1910 respectively. Ernst's childhood and teenage years were relatively unremarkable. He was sent to the nearby town of Raab in Upper Austria for his primary schooling, but thereafter was dispatched to Linz, one of the biggest cities in Austria, to attend the Realgymnasium. This school had been established under the auspices of the Austrian imperial government back in 1851. Several years before Kaltenbrunner arrived at the school, a child called Adolf Hitler had been a student there. He and Kaltenbrunner's paths would cross again. Another child, who also attended the Realgymnasium in Linz, but at the same time as Ernst, was Adolf Eichmann. The two became firm friends, and their associations with each other would continue through their lifetimes. Kaltenbrunner's childhood was otherwise nondescript, though it is notable that his family home was a nationalist one, firmly believing in the mission of the Austro-Hungarian Empire to rule over a wide range of disparate people across the southern stretches of Central Europe and southeast into the Balkans, where the Austrians had replaced the Ottoman Turks as the major power during the course of the 19th century. Kaltenbrunner came of age in a period of conflict. Long before he was born, the continent's politics had been destabilized by the union of the 30 or so smaller German states into a German empire in 1871. Germany's emergence upset the balance of power in Europe, where it now became the foremost power on the continent itself and a challenge to the British Empire, the global superpower of the late 19th century. By the time of Kaltenbrunner's birth, the major powers were dividing into two armed alliances, one centered on Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, of which the Kaltenbrunners were subjects, and the other eventually comprising Britain, France, and Russia. In the summer of 1914, when Ernst was just 10 years old, war arrived when a regional conflict involving the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Serbia in the Balkans ballooned into a continent-wide war. It soon expanded into the First World War, as other nations such as Japan became involved, and then the United States in 1917. The entry of the latter power on the side of Britain and France tipped the conflict in their favor, and in November 1918, the war ended in the total defeat of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Germany. Though he was just barely a teenager when the guns fell silent, Kaltenbrunner's life would be shaped by the fallout from this first global conflict. The political landscape of Austria shifted dramatically in the months following the end of the First World War. For over 600 years, the country had been ruled by the House of Habsburg, a noble line which had created an enormous empire in Central Europe and the Balkans, covering modern-day Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and parts of Serbia. Defeat in the war brought the House of Habsburg to an end and saw the empire disintegrate as new nations such as Hungary and Czechoslovakia declared their independence. In response to this situation, a new Republic of German Austria was established in late October 1918, shortly before the war ended. The new government, which was formed in Vienna, quickly determined that Austria might best be served in this rapidly changing world by uniting with Germany into a Greater Germany. They subsequently initiated talks with the new Republican government in Germany, even as the end of the war unleashed political, social, and economic chaos across both countries. These talks continued into the spring and summer of 1919, but by then, Britain and France had become implacably opposed to Austria and Germany uniting. Thus, when the Treaty of Saint-Germain, the peace agreement between the victorious powers and Austria, was signed in September 1919, it included a clause which forbade Austria from uniting with Germany. Nevertheless, this was not the end of the matter, and the issue of German-Austrian unification would be resurrected again in the 1930s with serious consequences. Kaltenbrunner was too young to have fought even in the latter stages of the First World War, though he would have been politically cognizant enough to be aware of what was occurring around him in a destabilized Austria in the late 1910s. Shortly afterwards, he headed for the city of Graz himself, where he first began studying chemistry, but in 1923 decided to follow in his father's footsteps and switched to studying law. Eventually, he earned his PhD from the university there, before heading back to Upper Austria to work in the courts in Salzburg in 1926. He remained there for nearly 2 years before establishing his own legal practice in Linz in 1928. As we will see, he became politically active in Austrian nationalism, both during his student days in Graz and when he returned to Upper Austria in the mid-1920s. Another notable feature of these years is the toll they took on Kaltenbrunner's physical appearance. He was a keen amateur fencer when studying at Graz, and it is widely believed that it was this hobby which resulted in several large scars to his face. However, the details of how he obtained these injuries are not certain, and others claimed he was involved in a serious car accident in his younger years. Regardless of how they were obtained, the result was that Kaltenbrunner, who was well over 6 foot tall, was left with a striking, almost sinister look. Many people would report feeling intimidated by his presence in future years. While Kaltenbrunner was earning his law degree, the political situation across the border in Germany was one of chaos. Following the end of the First World War, the country had been gripped by a series of bloody revolutions as communist groups and others tried to seize power in cities like Berlin and Munich in late 1918 and into 1919. These had all failed eventually, but this political environment had allowed for the emergence of right-wing reactionary paramilitary organizations and political groups. One such group, founded in Bavaria in 1920, was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, a group who wished to reverse the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had imposed harsh peace terms on Germany at the end of the war. The party was led by an Austrian, one who was rabidly anti-Semitic, and eventually led the Nazis in the direction of believing that a massive Jewish and communist plot was attempting to destroy Germany. They attempted a coup in Munich in November 1923, one which was suppressed in just over a day, and after which many members fled over the border to Austria, where branches of the party had also been established in 1920. Despite a crackdown back in Germany following the Beer Hall Putsch of 1923 and Hitler's brief imprisonment in its aftermath, the Nazis would continue to be a malignant force in German politics into the second half of the 1920s. As noted, Kaltenbrunner had been raised in a family which favored nationalist politics, and he himself had become involved with several nationalist political parties in Austria in the early 1920s while studying at the University of Graz. These included the Independent Movement for a Free Austria, a far-right political group. In 1929, he revealed his political sympathies for Nazism when he agreed to represent the Austrian branch of the party in several legal issues it was dealing with. It was unsurprising then that he decided to join the Nazis himself in October 1930. This was at a time when the wider Nazi party in Germany and its southern neighbor was beginning to gain increasing amounts of support after years in the political wilderness. Both countries had been badly impacted by the Wall Street crash of 1929 and the Great Depression which followed it. As jobs were lost and life savings were wiped out by hyperinflation, many individuals in both countries began turning to extremist political parties, such as the Nazis, as a way of expressing their resentments. Kaltenbrunner rose quickly within the Austria branch of the party, and by 1931 was a major district official in his native Upper Austria. Later that year, on the 31st of August, he also joined the SS, a paramilitary wing of the Nazis headed by Heinrich Himmler, one of Hitler's closest associates. Kaltenbrunner was beginning his ascent within the Nazi Party as the wider organization was gaining massive amounts of support in Germany. For instance, in the Reichstag elections of September 1930, it increased its vote share to 18% and became the second largest party in Germany. Less than 2 years later, it increased this to 37% in fresh elections and became the largest political party in the parliament by some margin. As a result, in January 1933, Hitler was able to pressure the centrist and center-right political establishment to make him Chancellor of Germany. Within months, the Nazis succeeded in completely undermining the democratic process in Germany and turning the country into a one-party dictatorship. The situation was different in Austria. In legislative elections held there in November 1930, the Nazis only acquired 3% of the vote, which translated into 0 seats in parliament. Nevertheless, in the months that followed, the party began to gain favor amongst more and more Austrians, particularly so from May 1931 onwards, when Kreditanstalt, one of Austria's largest banks, declared bankruptcy, rocking the financial system of the Americas and Europe even further and creating enormous economic difficulties in Austria itself. No further parliamentary elections were held in Austria during the early 1930s, and so it is difficult to assess exactly how extensive the Nazi Party's support had become there by the time Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January 1933. Yet it was certainly quite sizable and had gained much from the collapse of Kreditanstalt, a bank which was founded in the mid-19th century by the Rothschilds, a banking family of Austrian Jews. This was exploited by the Austrian Nazi Party to stoke anti-Semitic sentiment in the country and garner greater support from 1931 onwards. Ultimately, though, the growth of Nazism in Austria was curbed in the spring of 1933, just as Hitler and his accomplices were passing an enabling law in Germany to allow them to rule by decree there. In part inspired by the example of Germany and partly out of concern about Hitler's calls for German unification with Austria, the Austrian Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss effectively suspended parliamentary democracy in Austria in March 1933 and initiated the country's own type of fascism by declaring a new party, the Fatherland Front, to be the only legally recognized political party in Austria from May 1933 onwards. This was influenced by Benito Mussolini's brand of fascism in Italy. Its remit, Dollfuss envisaged, was to bring political and economic stability to Austria and to prevent the Nazis from taking over the country. By this time, Kaltenbrunner was one of the most senior figures within the Austrian Nazi movement, and he, along with other prominent members of the Austrian SS, such as Arthur Seyss-Inquart, were in regular contact with Himmler about how to undermine the Austrian political system from within. Owing to his subversive activity, he was arrested by the Austrian government just days after marrying Elisabeth Eder, a fellow member of the Austrian Nazi Party, on the 14th of January 1934. He was detained at a detention center which was newly erected at Kaiser Steinbrück on the grounds of conspiring against the state and for membership of the Nazi Party, which had been prohibited by Dollfuss's government in the summer of 1933. Kaltenbrunner was just one of approximately 50,000 Austrians who were arrested in the second half of 1933 and the first 6 months of 1934 for their associations with the Nazis. Over the next months, he led a hunger strike here, and there was major unrest in February as riots broke out. This caused severe disquiet in the town of Kaiser Steinbrück itself, and the detention center was abandoned in May 1934, at which time Kaltenbrunner was released. Therefore, he was a free man again by the time Dollfuss was assassinated by Nazi agents in Vienna on the 25th of July 1934. Whether Kaltenbrunner knew of the plan to kill the Austrian Chancellor is unclear. Dollfuss was succeeded as Chancellor of Austria by Kurt Schuschnigg, an Austro-fascist of a slightly milder disposition than his predecessor. Schuschnigg faced the same problem as Dollfuss of trying to suppress Austrian Nazism as its proponents built up their strength over the border in Bavaria in southern Germany. Throughout the mid-1930s, Austrian Nazis operated from here, slipping over the border to undertake sabotage missions and attack Fatherland Front officials. Kaltenbrunner was often amongst them, traveling to Passau in Bavaria by train on several occasions to bring in money and resources to Austria to aid the Nazi effort to undermine the state there. At the same time, he had risen to become one of the leading figures within the Austrian SS, and some of his trips to southern Germany were to pass on intelligence to Himmler and his new protégé as head of the Nazis' security services and intelligence networks, Reinhard Heydrich. As a result of all this activity, Kaltenbrunner was arrested on several occasions in the mid-1930s on suspicion of treason and other offences, though he was never successfully prosecuted. He did lose his license to practice law though. Meanwhile, the insurgency by the Nazis into Austria from Bavaria continued. It resulted in hundreds of deaths and attacks on thousands more during the mid-1930s. Despite his best efforts to prevent the growth in support for the Nazis within Austria, by late 1937, Schuschnigg's government was in a difficult position. Under Hitler's rule, Germany had begun aggressively rearming in 1935 in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. By late 1937, this had reached a point where a military intervention in Austria by Germany would see the country easily conquered. Simultaneously, Hitler's rhetoric about Germany and Austria uniting, a move increasingly referred to as the Anschluss, meaning connection or political union, was becoming more and more inflammatory. As Nazi terror tactics in Vienna escalated and Berlin's demands increased in the first weeks of 1938, Schuschnigg decided to call a referendum in Austria to decide on the issue of uniting with Germany. His goal was to win this and settle the issue, going so far as to promise his other political opponents in Austria that fresh elections would be held if their supporters rallied against the Nazis. However, before Schuschnigg's gambit had a chance to pay off, Hitler ordered German troops over the border into Austria on the 12th of March 1938. The ground had been well prepared in advance by leading figures of the Austrian Nazi movement such as Seyss-Inquart and Kaltenbrunner, and the takeover was bloodless. 4 weeks later, the Anschluss was ratified by a plebiscite, which passed by 99%, and in which political enemies of the Nazis, such as the Austrian Jews and those of Romani descent, were prohibited from voting. Kaltenbrunner and many other Austrian Nazis who had risked much during the mid-1930s to further the Nazi cause in Austria were commensurately rewarded for their commitment following the union of Germany and Austria. The country was officially designated as the province of Ostmark, of which Arthur Seyss-Inquart became the first governor. Kaltenbrunner was appointed as the Minister of Public Security within Austria and was promoted to the rank of Brigadeführer within the SS. Although the German Reichstag had largely become a ceremonial body by 1938, the acquisition of a seat was a sign of an individual being held in favor by the Nazi senior leadership, and so Kaltenbrunner's ascent as a member of the parliament in April 1938, when Austrian members were added, was a further sign of his growing power within Nazi Austria. Finally, he was also made an SS and police leader for the Donau administrative region, a posting which effectively made him the most senior police figure in all of Austria. In this role, he was involved from the summer of 1938 onwards in efforts to begin persecuting Austria's Jewish communities and also to establish a branch of the Gestapo, the Nazi secret police in Vienna. Kaltenbrunner was also heavily involved in the months following the Anschluss in the establishment of Mauthausen concentration camp. This was established outside the town of Mauthausen, approximately 20 kilometers from Linz in early August 1938. Concentration camps such as this, which were effectively prisons which could be built quickly and cheaply to house political prisoners and the ideological enemies of Nazism, had been built throughout Germany since the rise to power of the Nazis there in 1933. Mauthausen was the first concentration camp established in Austria. Here, socialists, Jews, Romani, homosexuals, and anyone else considered an enemy of the state in the new reality Austria found itself in were detained in cramped conditions. Most were given extremely limited rations and effectively starved to death while they were made to work as slave laborers, mining and building munitions and aircraft for the impending Nazi war effort. Eventually, several satellite camps were established near the village of Güssen so that the entire camp complex could house 85,000 prisoners at maximum capacity. All told, by 1945, some 190,000 prisoners would pass through Mauthausen-Güssen concentration camp, of which it is estimated but nearly half died, owing to the severity of the conditions of the camp, which Kaltenbrunner had a major hand in first establishing in 1938. While Kaltenbrunner was involving himself in the development of the concentration camp at Mauthausen-Gusen, Hitler was bringing Europe ever closer to the precipice of war. The union of Germany and Austria had been prohibited under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, but there was no appetite for war in Britain and France over the issue, particularly so when public sentiment in Austria had been so broadly in favor of the Anschluss. However, no sooner had swastika flags begun flying over government buildings in Vienna than Hitler and his associates in Berlin began pressing German claims to the Sudetenland in western Czechoslovakia. This was a region with a predominantly ethnically German and German-speaking population, which the Nazis claimed was also rightfully part of the Greater Germany they were trying to create. On this occasion, the British, French, and even Benito Mussolini's fascist government in Italy objected to German claims. However, at a summit of European leaders convened in Munich in September 1938, Hitler managed to convince the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, that if Germany was granted the Sudetenland, it would be the last territory he would seek. Chamberlain acquiesced, but he maintained to Hitler that any further aggression would result in war. Chamberlain's actions at Munich have typically been seen as a wholly misguided strategy of appeasement, but this unfairly ignores the fact that the agreement bought Britain and France time to begin rearming should Hitler break his promise. They did not have long to wait to see if he would or not. In March 1939, just 6 months after the agreement at Munich, the Nazis effectively dismembered the rest of Czechoslovakia, annexing parts of it and created occupied protectorates out of the rest. The city of Memel in the Baltic Sea region was seized from Lithuania at the same time. Still, Britain and France did not react, but when Hitler began pressing claims to Poland within a short period of time, the situation changed. London and Paris now once again claimed that if the independence of another sovereign nation were threatened, they would have to act. The Germans initiated a false flag operation in an effort to make Poland look like the aggressor in late August 1939. But no one was fooled. Thus, when German tanks and infantry divisions rolled over the border into Poland on the 1st of September, Britain and France responded by declaring war on Germany. The Second World War had commenced. In the course of it, Kaltenbrunner would move from being a middling Nazi official in Austria to one of the most senior figures of the entire Nazi hierarchy. Kaltenbrunner's further ascent within Austria reached a new height in the early summer of 1940 when he was promoted to the position of police president of Vienna. At the same time, he was made an Untersturmführer, or junior storm leader, within the SS, one of the senior officer grades of the paramilitary organization. Kaltenbrunner was now the most senior police figure within Austria. Over the next year, he made considerable strides in expanding the Nazi intelligence services throughout the country in a bid to identify and root out any opposition movement which might emerge there during the war. Preemptive steps had been taken to prevent this in 1938 and 1939, arresting approximately 100,000 individuals who were deemed to be opponents of the Nazis, out of Austria's population of nearly 7 million people. But new resistance movements sprang up during the war, particularly around the Roman Catholic priest Heinrich Meyer, whose followers were able to obtain schematics of German warplanes and pass them to the Allies. Kaltenbrunner's secret police had limited success in breaking up Meyer's organization, but considerably more in dismantling resistance groups such as the Austrian Freedom Movement, whose most prominent members were eventually identified, tried, and sent to concentration camps. While Kaltenbrunner was expanding his intelligence network and overseeing the policing of wartime Vienna, the wider European conflict was going very well for Germany. The initial campaign into Poland had foreshadowed events elsewhere, as the country was effectively overrun in 4 weeks. By early October, Warsaw was in German hands, and the Poles were effectively defeated. A lull in hostilities occurred that winter, so much so that the people in Britain and France began to talk about a phony war. But this was the quiet before the storm. In the spring of 1940, German tanks rolled over the northern border into Denmark, and paratroopers landed into Norway's main cities and ports, as both countries were brought under Nazi occupation in a matter of days. Then, in May, the long-expected invasion of France was initiated. In a blistering military campaign, the Nazis crushed the resistance in northeastern France and Belgium, and then trapped the British Expeditionary Force, consisting of more than 300,000 men, in the port of Dunkirk. Only a daring rescue operation in late May and early June stopped these men from being captured or massacred. Nevertheless, by midsummer, Paris had been captured and France was defeated. The Nazis were triumphant throughout Western and Central Europe. Only Britain stood against them. The first years of the war changed the Nazi state's situation in many ways. One of the most substantial changes was in terms of the number of Jewish people that were now living within the borders of the Reich or the territory that it occupied. Ever since their rise to power in Germany in 1933, the Nazis had implemented increasingly oppressive laws which effectively disenfranchised Germany's 500,000 Jewish people and made them second-class citizens. The goal here was to coerce Germany's Jews into leaving the country and moving abroad. On the 9th of November 1938, this anti-Semitism took on an even more sinister edge when thousands of Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues were attacked across Germany in government-orchestrated pogroms. Hundreds of Jewish people were killed, and thousands more interred in concentration camps from which the majority never returned. Some of the worst of these attacks on what became known as the Night of the Broken Glass, or Kristallnacht, occurred in Vienna, which had one of the largest concentrations of Jewish people anywhere in the Third Reich at that time. Kaltenbrunner was central to overseeing the attacks in Vienna during Kristallnacht, an operation which was unofficially led by the SS. The war changed the situation again. There were approximately 3.5 million Jewish people living in Poland when it was conquered in the autumn of 1939. Thus, the policy of coercing Jews to leave Nazi-held territory was much less practical here. Dystopian plans were developed to resolve the so-called Jewish question in the course of 1940 by Kaltenbrunner's old-school friend Adolf Eichmann, who was now working within the newly established Reich Security Main Office, which was overseen by Reinhard Heydrich, Himmler's second-in-command of the SS. Eichmann's scheme involved the mass detention of Europe's Jews and their forcible deportation to the East African island of Madagascar. It was, though, eventually concluded that this scheme was impractical, particularly so from early 1941, when Hitler had fully determined that Germany would invade the Soviet Union that coming summer. When the invasion was initiated in June 1941, and much of Ukraine, eastern Poland, and western Russia were quickly overrun, this brought over 2 million more Jews under Nazi rule. With all of Europe seemingly having fallen before them in the summer and autumn of 1941, a new approach to the Jewish question was decided upon by Hitler, Himmler, and other senior Nazis, such as Heydrich. They called it the final solution. The final solution was effectively a plan for the mass murder of all of Europe's Jews. Elements of this were already being rolled out as the German army advanced eastwards into the Soviet Union in the late summer and autumn of 1941. Brigades of SS death squads known as the Einsatzgruppen followed in the rear of the German army and massacred entire communities of Jewish people throughout Ukraine and other regions. Elsewhere, it would involve the systematic identification and arrest of Europe's Jews. They would then be sent to a number of concentration camps, primarily located in Poland, where the vast majority would be gassed to death within hours of their arrival. This genocidal operation would be overseen by the SS, of which Kaltenbrunner was a member. The logistics of identifying all of Europe's Jews would be overseen by Heydrich's Reich Security Main Office, where officials like Eichmann were in charge of making sure the trains to the death camps ran efficiently. Figures like Kaltenbrunner were to oversee the regional aspects of this by using the police services under their control to identify any Jews attempting to hide in cities like Vienna. In the end, an estimated 65,000 Austrian Jews, constituting the majority of those who had not fled Austria prior to the outbreak of the war in September 1939, were identified and killed as part of the final solution. Kaltenbrunner was central to these events in Austria. In the early summer of 1942, events unfolded in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, the administrative zone which had been formed out of much of Czechoslovakia in 1939, which would have a bearing on the rest of Kaltenbrunner's life. The previous autumn, Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Reich Security Main Office, an umbrella organization which oversaw all of the policing and intelligence services across Nazi Europe, was appointed as the stand-in governor of Bohemia and Moravia. The Czech resistance had been growing stronger in 1941, and Hitler had determined that Heydrich, who he once referred to as the man with the iron heart, was the best person to crush the unrest there. Heydrich certainly made inroads quickly, executing hundreds of people within weeks of taking up his position in Prague and arresting thousands. But his actions also aroused widespread animosity, and plans were quickly underway to assassinate Heydrich. It would take months for a plan to be put into action, but on the 27th of May 1942, Heydrich was badly wounded in an assassination attempt outside Prague. He died a week later in hospital, leaving the most senior office in Europe's intelligence and policing services empty. Himmler temporarily stepped into the role as head of the SS, but with his responsibilities in other areas stretching him thin, a successor to Heydrich would eventually be needed. Kaltenbrunner was appointed as the head of the Reich Security Main Office in succession to Heydrich on the 30th of January 1943, after much prevarication on Himmler's part. His appointment was a major surprise to many who did not consider him to be a candidate for a position which effectively made Kaltenbrunner the most senior figure within the SS, other than Himmler himself. Many had expected that Heinrich Müller, the head of the Nazi secret police, the Gestapo, would be given the post. At the same time, Kaltenbrunner also succeeded Heydrich as president of the International Criminal Police Commission, or ICPC, the forerunner of Interpol. As head of the Reich Security Main Office, Kaltenbrunner was now in charge of an umbrella organization which oversaw 7 different departments, each handling various elements of the intelligence and policing services. For instance, the Gestapo was subsumed within Department 4, which also contained the offices run by Kaltenbrunner's childhood friend Adolf Eichmann. Department 6 oversaw intelligence gathering abroad, while other departments handled administration and matters such as standard policing in the Reich and occupied territories. As head of the Reich Security Main Office, Kaltenbrunner became a pivotal figure in the Holocaust of Europe's Jews and other groups such as the Romani, which Heydrich had played an absolutely critical role in initiating during 1941 and early 1942. Several years later, Kaltenbrunner would claim that he was barely involved in the Holocaust and other crimes committed by the regime, that effectively he stepped into Heydrich's shoes when the gears of the genocidal program were already in operation, and that he did not contribute to what was happening in any tangible fashion. This is not true. For instance, it was long after Heydrich's assassination and following Kaltenbrunner's appointment as his successor that the Reich Security Main Office established the policy of Schutzhaft, or protective custody. This directed that anyone who was designated as being in protective custody in Central and Eastern Europe would be quickly transferred to the concentration camp system. Its purpose was to speed up the processing and thus murder of Europe's Jews, Romani and other groups. Moreover, directives to the commandants of the main death camps of Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor, Chełmno, Majdanek and Bierzec to continue the mass executions using Zyklon B and carbon monoxide were received directly from the Reich Security Main Office throughout 1943 and 1944. The end result of all of this was that Kaltenbrunner was the head of the Reich Security Main Office during the most intense period of the Holocaust and other genocidal policies. While the final solution had been agreed upon by the hierarchy in 1941, and experiments using Zyklon B had been carried out at Auschwitz that autumn, it was not until January 1942 that Heydrich had passed on details of what was to occur to senior Nazi bureaucrats at a conference outside Berlin. Steps were taken to begin initiating it in the months that followed, and from the summer of 1942 it intensified until the Nazi genocide operation was at its most extreme in 1943 and 1944. For instance, it was in the spring of 1943, after Kaltenbrunner succeeded Heydrich, that most of the 60,000 Jews in occupied Greece were deported to Auschwitz and killed there. It was in the summer that the Jewish ghettos across the Baltic states and Belarusia were liquidated and all of their inhabitants transferred to the concentration camps and near certain death. Similarly, it was only after Germany effectively took over northern and central Italy in the autumn of 1943, months after Kaltenbrunner became head of the RSHA, that the identification, arrest and deportation of Italy's Jews to the death camps commenced. Kaltenbrunner, whose pronouncements at various points in the 1930s and 1940s indicate his own personal extreme anti-Semitism, described the, quote, eradication of the Jews in Italy as a matter of special interest to him. There is no doubting the centrality of Kaltenbrunner to the Holocaust and the genocide of other groups by the Nazis. In accepting the position as the head of the Reich Security Main Office, in succession to Heydrich, Kaltenbrunner was placing himself in an exposed position, for the war was turning dramatically against the Nazis by the time he was promoted in January 1943. The invasion of Russia had stalled in the winter of 1941 outside Moscow and Leningrad. As it did, the war became a conflict of attrition on the Eastern Front, with the Russians mounting a much stouter defense in 1942. Their sheer numbers made it clear by that summer that Hitler needed a major victory if he was to stave off defeat, but a massive campaign in the autumn of 1942 to try to take the southern Russian city of Stalingrad and with it access to the strategically vital oil fields of the Caucasus did not go as planned. By the early winter, the German Sixth Army had been surrounded by the Russians and was slowly being starved into submission. Just weeks after Kaltenbrunner took over the RSHA, they surrendered at Stalingrad in the first massive defeat of German arms during the war. Thereafter, the Russians began inexorably pushing the Germans back westwards, while after defeating the Italians and Germans in North Africa, the Western Allies opened a southern front in Italy in the summer of 1943. It was now a matter of when, not if, Germany would be defeated. And as the defeat of the Nazis became inevitable, people like Kaltenbrunner must have surely known they would have to answer for their crimes in years to come. In his first year in charge of the Reich Security Main Office, Kaltenbrunner became a major patron and advocate for a man who would develop a fearsome reputation amongst the Allies by the end of the war. This was Otto Skorzeny, an Austrian-born member of the SS. Kaltenbrunner recommended Skorzeny for several missions in 1943, and as head of the RSHA, he may have been pivotal in the selection of Skorzeny to lead a special operations mission in Italy to rescue Benito Mussolini from his Italian captors after the fascist government in Rome had overthrown him and offered to surrender unconditionally to the Western Allies. Skorzeny led the infamous Gran Sasso raid, in which Mussolini was rescued by German special operatives, led by Skorzeny from a mountaintop hotel where he was being held captive in central Italy. With the Italian leader rescued, Scorzeni and his men extracted him back to northern Italy, and he was installed as the puppet ruler of the Italian Social Republic, which continued the war against the Allies from northern Italy for the remainder of the war. Kaltenbrunner's faith in Scorzeni had been rewarded, and he became the go-to German Special Operatives commander for the remainder of the war. In the late autumn of 1943, Kaltenbrunner and Scorzeni became central to a highly secretive initiative. This was codenamed Operation Long Jump and resulted from the Germans acquiring intelligence that the three main leaders of the Allied war effort, the Prime Minister of Britain Winston Churchill, the President of the United States Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the dictator of the Soviet Union Joseph Stalin, were due to meet in a major Allied conference in the city of Tehran in Iran in late November 1943. Kaltenbrunner was placed in charge of a top-secret plan to assassinate the three leaders. He quickly chose Scorzeni as the man to oversee the actual carrying out of the operation. In the weeks that followed, a special training school was established in Copenhagen, and there were plans afoot to send several units to Tehran when the conference started. The details remain shadowy to this day, but Kaltenbrunner and Scorzeni seem to have also planned on trying to take Roosevelt alive in order to bring him back to Germany as a bargaining tool in negotiating peace terms with the United States. The entire plan, though, was fatally undermined when an undercover Soviet agent, Nikolai Kuznetsov, obtained details of it from an SS officer, Ulrich von Ortel, in Ukraine weeks before the conference was due to start. Thus, Kaltenbrunner's efforts came to nothing, and the operation was abandoned. It was also during his time as the head of the RSHA that Kaltenbrunner became notorious for his stance towards homosexuality. Homosexuality had been illegal in Germany prior to the Nazis claiming power in 1933. However, the laws had only been loosely applied, and few individuals were prosecuted. That all changed from the mid-1930s onwards, as the Nazis made it a priority to persecute homosexuals. Eventually, between 1933 and 1945, over 100,000 people were arrested on charges of homosexuality, of which roughly half were convicted. Many were sentenced to years in prison. As head of the Reich Policing Services from January 1943, Kaltenbrunner attempted to develop even more extreme policies, petitioning the Reich Ministry in the summer of 1943 to have a compulsory sentence of castration imposed on any males found guilty of homosexuality. In the end, he withdrew his proposal, not because he had changed his mind, but because it seemed more plausible that the Gestapo could implement this independent of the courts. Additionally, many of those who were so convicted in the months that followed were often coerced into volunteering for chemical castration by telling them that it was a choice between this fate or being sent to the concentration camps. It is estimated that upwards of 800 men who were convicted of homosexual acts were castrated before the war ended. Kaltenbrunner was also one of the central figures in one of the most brutal episodes of the entire Holocaust. This occurred between the spring and late summer of 1944. Early that year, Hitler had decided to take a more interventionist line in Hungary, a country which had been allied with Nazi Germany throughout the war, but one which had played a largely passive role in the final solution and other genocidal policies. There were 750,000 Jewish people in Hungary, so when Germany effectively took greater control of the country in the spring of 1944, a massive campaign to extend the Holocaust into the region was initiated. Kaltenbrunner and his old friend Eichmann were the two pivotal figures in what followed. Indeed, when the Hungarian regent Miklos Horthy was informed at a meeting with Hitler in Austria early in 1944 that Germany was taking greater control over Hungarian affairs, Kaltenbrunner and Eichmann travelled with Horthy back to Hungary on his train. Between March and July 1944, upwards of 400,000 of Hungary's Jews were arrested and sent to the death camps. The vast majority ended up at Auschwitz, where over 2,000 Hungarian Jews were being killed every day in May and June 1944. More would have been killed here at this time if the crematorium had the facility to burn more bodies. Kaltenbrunner was one of the central architects of this industrial-scale slaughter of Hungary's Jews. By the time the worst of the arrests and deportations were coming to an end in Hungary, Kaltenbrunner was called to Berlin. On the 20th of July 1944, there had been an attempt to kill Hitler at his military headquarters in western Poland that was very nearly successful. This had been led by the military commander Klaus von Stauffenberg and involved a network of fairly senior and middling military officers. Their plans to launch a coup in the aftermath of the assassination failed, as a bomb which had been intended to kill Hitler and several other leading members of the regime only wounded the Führer. The revolt was suppressed in the hours that followed. As chief of the security forces, Kaltenbrunner was called to Berlin to lead the investigations into how deep the plot ran. Weeks of investigations led to the arrest and conviction of thousands of individuals, many of them simply for knowing somebody who was implicated in the conspiracy. Eventually, approximately 5,000 people were executed in reprisals, and thousands more were sent into the concentration camp system. For his role in this, Kaltenbrunner was awarded the Knight's Cross to the War Merit Cross with swords, the Blood Order, which was usually only awarded to those who had participated in the Beer Hall Putsch all the way back in 1923, and the Golden Party Badge, an award given to the oldest and most trusted members of the Nazi Party. By now, Kaltenbrunner was at the height of his power within the regime, as his personal standing with Hitler had soared. Thus, in December 1944, Himmler determined to promote him to the rank of General of the Waffen-SS. There were additional reasons for doing so, which were tied to the general course of the war. In the summer of 1944, the Western Allies had opened the long-awaited Western Front in France with the D-Day landings in Normandy. By mid-autumn, Paris and Antwerp had been liberated, and the Allies began building up their forces in the east of France for a drive into Germany that winter. In the east, the situation was even worse. The Russians had pushed the Germans back into Poland by the autumn of 1944, and despite efforts to hold the line both there and in western Ukraine, by the end of the year, they too were massing their armies in western Poland for a late winter offensive into eastern Germany. It was at this juncture that Himmler began awarding SS officers such as Kaltenbrunner the title of General, the hope being that once the war was over, they would be considered military officers rather than police officials, and would consequently be subject to international laws regarding the treatment of military prisoners. Kaltenbrunner was also one of many senior Nazis who, as the war effort became utterly doomed for Germany, tried to establish channels to determine what exact terms German surrender to the Western Allies, rather than the Soviet Union, could be negotiated on. The belief by this time was that the Western Allies would treat Germany far more leniently than would the Soviet Union, a nation which had been left devastated by the German invasion and where approximately 27 million people lost their lives during the war. To that end, late in 1944, he established contacts with the International Red Cross based out of neutral Switzerland. In mid-March 1945, he met with the president of the organization, Karl Jakob Burckhardt, at Vorarlberg in western Austria. These negotiations, however, ultimately led nowhere, though Kaltenbrunner was not implicated for any treasonous behavior in attempting these negotiations, and many senior Nazis had also been seeking to establish what the parameters of surrender might be through various diplomatic lines in late 1944 and early 1945. There was one last desperate act for Kaltenbrunner during the war. On the 18th of April, even as the Allies were spreading out all around Germany, Himmler appointed Kaltenbrunner as commander of the southern armies. By this stage, this involved some disparate forces which were still holding much of Austria and parts of Hungary, Croatia, and adjoining territory. not because the forces here were holding out against Allied attacks, but simply because they faced little hostile action, the Allies seeing little strategic benefit in securing these countries when the real target was Germany and Berlin. Thus, rather than overseeing a major military campaign here, Kaltenbrunner spent the last weeks of April and early May making some provisions for the remaining Nazi soldiers and SS members under his command to begin a guerrilla campaign against the Allies once the area was occupied. He also became involved in a peculiar dispute with the Nazi governor of Upper Austria, August Eigruber, over the fate of a huge cache of 6,500 artworks which had been assembled over the years in the region for the purposes of erecting a museum to Hitler near his hometown of Braunau am Inn. Eigruber wished to destroy the entire collection, which included works by Renaissance masters such as Michelangelo, Jan van Eyck and Jan Vermeer, and which had been looted from across occupied Europe. Kaltenbrunner prevented him from doing so, in a peculiar conclusion to the war in Upper Austria. Kaltenbrunner was not alone in his efforts to negotiate the terms of a German surrender in late 1944 and early 1945, and others such as Himmler and Hermann Göring were involved in similar efforts. None of these were successful, however, in large part because Hitler was determined to fight on until the end. This was despite the inevitability of defeat by early 1945. The Soviets had crossed into eastern Germany by this time and were advancing on Berlin, while the Western Allies had begun occupying the Rhineland in western Germany at the same time. Both sides were anxious to be the one to capture the German capital, but it was the Russians who had the geographical advantage. Thus, while the Americans, Canadians, British, French, and others were spreading out to take Bavaria and other regions in the spring of 1945, the Russians surrounded Berlin. The battle for the city began in mid-April, with the Nazis arming old men and teenagers to defend the city. It did not last long, and on the 30th of April, with Russian gunfire and tanks nearing the city center, Hitler killed himself in the Reichschancellery bunker. His nominated successor, Joseph Goebbels, did likewise the following day, leaving the negotiation of a formal surrender to the Allies to be worked out by the new President of Germany, Admiral Karl Dönitz. A formal announcement of the end of the war in Europe was made on the 8th of May, 1945. By the time the surrender was formalized on the 8th of May, Kaltenbrunner was on the run. He had briefly flown to Berlin in mid-April for a meeting with Hitler to have his post as commander of the German armies in southern Europe confirmed, and to discuss his strategy for proceeding in the coming weeks, after which he returned to Austria. He was there when news of Hitler's suicide and then the end of the war reached him. As it was clear that high-ranking Nazi officials and senior members of the SS would be arrested by the Allies, Kaltenbrunner eloped with his deputy commander in Austria, Arthur Scheidler, and several other SS members into the Austrian Alps, where they hoped to avoid detection, hiding in a mountain cabin with false identity papers. On the way, Kaltenbrunner threw his official seal as head of the RSHA into an alpine lake, from which it was recovered by a tourist in 2001. The small party of SS soldiers did not operate under the radar for very long. On the 12th of May 1945, they were apprehended and arrested by members of the US 80th Infantry Division after reports had circulated in the nearby town of Alt-Aussee that some men were hiding in the cabin on the mountainside. When they were apprehended, their false identities were soon unraveled. But Kaltenbrunner would not have avoided positive identification for very long anyway. His profile as head of the Reichssecurity main office was too high, and his facial scars too identifiable for him to have avoided arrest. Kaltenbrunner and those he was arrested with would soon face trial. In the closing months of the war, the Allies had keenly debated exactly how they should proceed in terms of dealing with Germany and its people once the war concluded. Sober heads prevailed, ones which argued that to impose blanket penalties and punishments on the German population such as had been done in the form of indemnities after the First World War, would possibly create new resentments in Germany and would also be fundamentally unjust. Many Germans had nothing to do with the crimes of the Nazis, a political party which had only ever received just over 35% of the vote in any national election in Germany. Moreover, ordinary Germans could hardly be held responsible for the atrocities which had been committed at concentration camps which were clandestinely established in occupied Poland. As such, the Allies came to the conclusion that they would only seek to prosecute the leaders of the Nazi Party, other officials, and Germans who had actively facilitated them in fomenting the war and committing widespread crimes against humanity, and the entirety of the SS, the organization that had run the concentration camps and been responsible for an appalling litany of crimes across Central and Eastern Europe between 1939 and 1945. Kaltenbrunner fell into two different categories of those who were to be prosecuted. He was a high-ranking member of the Nazi Party, particularly in Austria, where he had aided in the establishment of the concentration camp system and served as police chief of Vienna, and latterly as a senior military commander. Additionally, he was a member of the SS and had actually risen to become its second most senior figure, junior only to Heinrich Himmler. Furthermore, events that occurred in the weeks following Kaltenbrunner's arrest made him an even more significant figure when it came to the prosecution of German war criminals. On the 21st of May 1945, Himmler was arrested in northern Germany near the Danish border, where many Nazi leaders had fled as Berlin was being captured by the Russians. He was quickly identified and interrogated, but just 2 days later, on the 23rd of May, he committed suicide by swallowing a cyanide capsule at a detention center near Lüneburg. Thus, suddenly, Kaltenbrunner became the most senior surviving member of the SS. With both Himmler and Heydrich dead, he was the figure who would be included as the main SS defendant in the trial of the leading members of the Nazi regime, which was to be held before an international military tribunal at the city of Nuremberg in southern Germany. The Nuremberg trial commenced in mid-November 1945. It lasted through to the early autumn of 1946. The length of the trial is explained by the fact that the prosecution wanted to make clear to the whole world the extent of the Nazis' crimes, while there were also 24 defendants involved, though several were missing individuals who were to be tried in absentia. Of them, Hermann Göring was the most senior, while others included the Nazi foreign minister Joachim von Ribbentrop, the former deputy leader of the Nazi Party Rudolf Hess, and the armaments minister and Hitler's architect Albert Speer. Kaltenbrunner was initially absent from the trial, as he received treatment for a brain hemorrhage. When he was able to attend in person, he claimed his signature had been falsified on documents which implicated him in the committing of war crimes, and that his position as head of the RSHA was symbolic. Unsurprisingly, the court did not believe him, and he was found guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity and sentenced to death. He was brought for execution with the 8 others who had been sentenced to death in the trial on the 16th of October 1946, and Kaltenbrunner's last words before he was hanged were used to further the claim, yet again, that he had no knowledge of the crimes committed by the regime. Afterwards, the bodies of those who were executed were cremated and scattered in the river Isar near the Austrian border. Ernst Kaltenbrunner is something of an enigmatic character. Unlike many of the others whom he stood trial with at Nuremberg in 1945 and 1946, he was a somewhat peripheral figure within the Nazi regime at the outbreak of the Second World War. By way of contrast, Hermann Göring was one of the most senior figures in the Nazi Party and Hitler's declared successor for much of the war. Wilhelm Keitel was the overall commander of the German armed forces, and Joachim von Ribbentrop was the German foreign minister who orchestrated the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop agreement with the Soviet Union. Kaltenbrunner was a regional SS police officer in Austria in the autumn of 1939. a relatively senior one within the Vienna hierarchy, but not someone who would have been expected to ascend to a major position in the years that followed. His promotion as head of the Reich Security Main Office was owing to a peculiar set of circumstances. Firstly, Reinhard Heydrich, the occupant of the position, was assassinated, the only senior Nazi official to be successfully killed during the war. And then Heinrich Himmler made a peculiar decision to appoint Kaltenbrunner as his successor, despite the availability of some other more likely candidates, such as the head of the Gestapo, Heinrich Müller. Many were surprised that Kaltenbrunner was appointed to the post. Perhaps owing to his rather strange rise from obscurity to become the second most senior official within the SS, Kaltenbrunner has remained one of the most shadowy and little discussed characters within the Nazi regime. But there is no doubting his ideological fanaticism. He was a zealous follower of Hitler, and he proved as ruthless a head of the Reich Security Main Office as Heydrich had been. As a result, the final solution, which Heydrich had overseen the initiation of across the SS-run concentration camps shortly before his death, was energetically overseen by Kaltenbrunner and individuals whom he managed through the RSHA, such as his childhood friend Adolf Eichmann. His anti-Semitism and ideological adherence to Nazism was considerable, and it was under Kaltenbrunner's oversight, with Eichmann's aid, that the mass murder of over half of Hungary's 750,000 Jews was orchestrated in the space of just 6 months in 1944. Moreover, Kaltenbrunner's outlook in other areas was barbaric, notably his desire to have an official policy of castration implemented across the Reich for those found guilty of homosexuality. Once the war ended, Kaltenbrunner yet again found himself seemingly promoted to a position few would have expected. This was as a defendant at the headline trial before the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg from the autumn of 1945 to the autumn of 1946. With both Himmler and Heydrich dead, Kaltenbrunner was the most senior member of the SS left alive to stand trial. Given his record as head of the Reich Security Main Office since 1943, he was certainly an adequate replacement to be sentenced to death in 1946. What do you think of Ernst Kaltenbrunner? Was he every bit as brutal a head of the Reich Security Main Office as Heydrich, or was he simply a functionary who continued the processes which had been put in place by his predecessor? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. Try War Thunder now on PC, PlayStation and Xbox. There is a large free bonus pack when you register using our link, including multiple premium vehicles, a premium account, boosters and much more. Just click the link in the video description to collect your bonus and play War Thunder now.